For 11 years, this skeleton raised an orphan to be a hero. Let's dive into their journey. But the empire she swore to protect betrayed her, ordering a brutal execution because she grew far too strong. She barely managed to drag her broken body back home, dying in her master's arms. That was a fatal mistake. The emperor had no clue this skeleton was actually a legendary general guarding a mountain of 1,000,000 demon corpses. This is the epic tale of a grieving master raising the dead to burn the world down. And it starts right here. We begin on the outskirts of the empire in Chiton village, a place so quiet you can hear the plot thickening. Just a peaceful view of the back mountain. Nothing suspicious about a jagged peak under a starry night sky, right? Wait, is that a talking skeleton just chilling in the dirt? And naturally, a random kid wanders out at night to find it. This kid looks absolutely stunned, but not for the reason you would expect. Most people would be screaming, but this girl looks like she just found a new toy. The skeleton is totally confused. Imagine being a literal undead monster and having a toddler stare you down before grabbing your skull without blinking. Pay attention here. This kid has zero survival instincts, squishing his skull like a stress ball while yelling about a talking skeleton. Yeah, no kidding, Sherlock. She looks way too hyped about encountering a restless ancient spirit. She is literally stretching his face like it is made of rubber. The disrespect is real. This guardian has been watching a mountain, and now he is a plaything. The skeleton finally snaps and tells her to back off. He has seen plenty of lost kids, but none ever tried to physically rearrange his jawbone. He tries to act tough, but it is hard when you are being lectured by a tiny toddler. He asks if she was never taught to run from monsters. He is actually trying to be a responsible monster, which is wholesome. But this kid is just built different. She claims she was taught not to judge by appearances, which is great advice until you are facing the undead. The skeleton pauses to reminisce. He was just minding his own business, lost in old memories until this little weirdo showed up. She notices the massive notched sword resting behind him and asks if he is a knight. To be fair, that weapon is way too massive for decoration. He explains he is the emperor's messenger, currently guarding this mountain and a demonic sword. Also, he insists he is not a mister, which is a huge hint. Her eyes immediately light up. To her, an imperial messenger sounds like an endgame boss, so she assumes he is a powerhouse. The skeleton starts flexing, boasting about how you cannot be just anyone to carry the emperor's words. He is leaning into the hype, and honestly, you and I have to admit summoning a purple ghost is pretty cool. Okay, maybe he actually is a big deal. The girl is completely sold. She drops to her knees and begs him to make her strong. The skeleton is caught completely off guard. He went from scary monster to potential tutor in under 5 minutes, laughing to himself about how boring his life has been. Is he actually considering this? Nope, he tells her it is too much trouble and shuts her down. She asks if this is the part where he accepts her. She has definitely seen this anime before. She throws a massive tantrum, calling him a total cheapskate and an unsympathetic bag of bones. The audacity of this kid is completely off the charts. The skeleton just stands there looking done. He repeats that he can let the insults slide, but he is definitely not a mister. The sun rises, bringing a brand new day and a brand new headache for our skeletal friend. The kid is still there, screaming constantly. This is peak dedication to being annoying. He wakes up wondering why she is still here. Do not kids have parents who would worry? She even found a stick to practice with, refusing to leave until she learns swordsmanship. He tries playing the scary monster card again, warning her that people will think he kidnapped her. He is running out of excuses. The girl just looks away and tells him not to worry. I sense a sad backstory loading up. Yep, there it is. Her house burned down and her parents died. Standard protagonist origin story unlocked. Her mom told her she had to become strong to survive on her own. It is hard to say no to an orphan with a tragic past. She stands there, little stick full of resolve. She has that main character look in her eyes, asking if he gets it now. She is really guilt-tripping Bones. And honestly, it works. He suddenly sees a vision of a powerful warrior in her place. He sees her massive potential, lets out a long sigh, and trust me, you and I know he is already regretting this decision. Alright, you and I are about to watch this grumpy skeleton reluctantly agree to teach this little girl the sword. She claims she's only doing this because a true hero can never ignore a kid. Wait, did she say heroine? The kid is completely shocked to find out her master is actually a woman. Talk about a massive plot twist. The little girl is absolutely thrilled, cheering and thanking her brand new master. Our skeleton master just sits there, probably wondering if this kid will even survive basic training. And so the brutal training begins. The girl swings a simple wooden stick while her master watches her struggle through every single drill. She watches the kid run laps, looking down toward the village. She wants to teach this child how to stand on her own, treating this training as atonement for failing to deliver her message. This skeleton is carrying some heavy guilt, making the training incredibly intense. She literally strikes the kid with a wooden sword to teach her how to block, but it is not all painful. They spend their quiet nights resting beneath a giant tree, slowly building a really sweet bond. She even trains her to fight summoned monsters, though that demon looks way too terrifying for a little kid. Sometimes the kid slacks off and collapses in the dirt, but our skeleton master is absolutely not having it. She acts just like a strict gym teacher who refuses to let you rest for even 1 second. She tries scaring her to keep her alert, but the kid is completely immune to skeleton jump scares now. They even start pranking travelers together. Just look at the chaotic grin on that kid's face. She is a natural, leaving poor travelers fainting on the spot. Honestly, who wouldn't pass out if a skeleton and a feral child jumped them? Still, quiet moments return under the tree. This mountain has become their private sanctuary. The girl gently reaches out to hold her master's bony, skeletal hand. It is a quiet gesture, but it shows her absolute trust as they sit together in peaceful silence. Now pay attention here, because we all know this peace cannot last. Years flash by and the girl gets incredibly fast. Her sword swings now generate actual shockwaves. Look at her flawless stance. She is definitely not just waving a stick anymore. She has become a serious warrior as their intense training reaches its absolute peak. She clashes swords with her master, easily holding her own while they both smile during the spar. This is the ultimate bond between teacher and student. 11 years pass, the world changes, and so does our little village girl. Our skeleton friend remains exactly the same, hunting rabbits for dinner while calling out for the kid. A mature, confident voice answers back. We catch a brief glimpse of her face as she emerges from the lake. You and I can clearly see she is no longer a child, looking like a high-level adventurer ready to solo a dungeon. As they sit down to eat, the atmosphere grows incredibly heavy when she says she has something serious to share. The skeleton pauses, instantly sensing the heavy mood. It is clear she already knows what is coming. Stirring the campfire, she tries to play it cool and asks why she is so serious. But the girl reveals that her old village has completely vanished. It is not just her home. Entire regions are being wiped out. The Empire abandoned these borderlands due to rising monster attacks, essentially leaving innocent people to die. She explains that hope is completely draining from the world, and she cannot just sit back and watch. Having grown strong enough to make a difference, she announces she must leave to become the hero the world desperately needs. The skeleton is stunned, seeing the exact same burning resolve she witnessed in an old friend 20 years ago. She realizes she has spent 11 years preparing her pupil for this exact moment. It always had to end like this. She remembers her old friend who dreamed of being a savior, ignored by critics but completely unfazed by their doubts. He believed anyone has the right to save lives. That memory hits deep. This girl is already a true hero. The skeleton formally introduces herself as Benra, the lone successor of the Northern School of Hunting. Marking their formal farewell, she presents her student with a beautiful dagger that is far more than a simple weapon. It is a symbol of her graduation, carrying the hope that she only draws her blade for righteous causes. It is a massive responsibility, but the young woman is ready. She is told to save the world and then return, sealing an emotional promise between them. She promises to wait right here forever. Honestly, this story is getting way too emotional for a tale about a skeleton. Our young hero sets off, waving her farewell with the dagger raised high. Good luck, because you are going to need it. And that's where we leave them as the seasons pass and a loyal skeleton begins her long, quiet wait. Alright, you and I are about to watch a tragic hero wonder if saving an entire empire will take 5 years or maybe 10. All she can do is protect this mountain until her student returns, determined to keep her end of the promise. The girl travels across vast, unforgiving lands, her cloak billowing in the wind as she pushes herself to the absolute limit. Meanwhile, back on the quiet mountain, her sword remains planted in the dirt, a lonely existence she has long accepted. Waiting does not scare her anymore, because their fleeting bond gave her a purpose. But then, one dark night, a shadowy figure slowly approaches. Heavy, dragging footsteps echo through the silence. Someone has finally returned, calling out a weak greeting to the master. The skeleton quickly corrects her, complaining that she is still not a mister. But then her gaze falls upon her. The young hero is covered in blood and leaning heavily against a tree, looking utterly devastated. She tries to smile and says it has been a long time, but she is clearly on her last legs. With her face scarred and badly bruised, it is obvious that whatever she faced was far worse than ordinary monsters. The skeleton is frozen in absolute shock, never imagining her precious disciple would ever crawl back in this terrible state. The broken hero suddenly laughs hysterically, claiming it was just a grand adventure. Her laughter sounds more like a desperate cry for help. She weakly describes how massive the empire was and the incredible sights she witnessed. Now pay attention here, because she desperately clings to the memories of helping people with her master's skills, truly becoming the hero she always wanted to be. But then came the ultimate betrayal. The paranoid emperor saw her as a massive threat and ordered her immediate execution. A classic heartless villain move. As she collapses forward, the skeleton catches her fragile body, which is drained of almost all its blood. She softly apologizes for feeling dizzy, still calling her beloved master a mister. Clinging to her, she quietly asks if her master was lonely while she was gone. This is absolutely heartbreaking. She begs to hear her master's tales next, but her bloody hands leave dark stains as she grips her cloak. The two look incredibly small atop that massive silent mountain. It is a tragic reunion for master and disciple, as the skeleton's eyes suddenly start to glow. Something inside her just snapped, and it is certainly not her bones. A terrifying purple fire ignites deep within her empty sockets. You do not hurt this master's student and expect to survive. Down at the base of the mountain, the Empire's knights are loudly complaining. They are actually annoyed that they have to climb this peak to finish her off, laughing that she should have just died quietly. You and I both know these fools have no clue what they just walked into. Suddenly, a knight spots something. He is utterly confused, wondering if anyone actually lives up here, while the skeleton stands before them radiating pure, unadulterated menace. She coldly asks if they still view this place as a mere mountain. Instantly, the ground begins to violently shake and glow with a terrifying purple light. The horrifying truth of this summit is finally revealed. This entire mountain is not made of simple rock. It is a massive pile of millions of demon corpses she has guarded for over 100 years. The knights scream as the earth literally comes alive beneath them. It is an endless feast for the undead. 20 years ago, she discovered the decaying remnants of the Demon King's army right here. She did not just find them, she slaughtered them. She describes in brutal, chilling detail how she tore them apart and piled them up. This messenger becomes an absolute war criminal when she is angry. Over time, the forest grew over the rotting corpses to hide the horror, and she stayed to prevent anyone from exploiting this tomb. But now she no longer cares about guarding them. She is going to weaponize every single corpse, summoning a massive army of shrieking skeletons and demons. This is no longer a few stray ghosts, it is an unstoppable legion. The panicked captain desperately tries to rally his terrified men, screaming that a single necromancer can only control a few undead, and that the sheer number of corpses does not matter. He is desperately trying to cope right now, which is almost pathetic. But then he looks up and witnesses an endless, terrifying sea of skulls. Yeah, those mortal limits clearly do not apply to this ancient powerhouse. The knight freezes in pure terror as the cold shadows close in around him. There is no running from an unstoppable army that does not breathe, especially with the skeleton messenger leading the charge on a terrifying undead steed. She radiates the aura of a literal goddess of death. Shaking, the captain whispers, desperately asking who on earth she actually is. He is about to find out exactly who he just insulted. With a single massive scythe swing, she obliterates the entire vanguard in a blinding flash of energy. These unfortunate knights are being completely deleted from existence. She asks who she is, her voice sounding like grinding stone mixed with your worst nightmares. Standing tall with her massive glowing blade, we finally witness the terrifying true form of the Emperor's legendary messenger. She is the official mouth of the sovereign, the commanding voice of the first ruler, here to brutally enforce the original imperial laws. The solid earth shatters under the weight of her power, and the entire mountain shakes from her colossal rage. She commands the entire empire to heed the words of her decree, and she is no longer just speaking to those pathetic knights. She warns the whole world. Trust me, you and I can see the terror as villagers stare out their windows. Alright, let us dive into a story where the sky turns blood red and death swirls around the mountain like a massive hurricane. When the empire strays from the first emperor's sacred will, only one brutal solution remains. She commands her loyal subjects to correct the empire, and by correct, she means burning it all to ash. An army of glowing purple demons stands ready as a skeleton begins a full-scale revolution. Sitting like a queen on a throne of demon skulls, she proves the empire targeted the wrong student. She demands they pay for their tyranny. The messenger has spoken, and this regime is officially over. A lone figure runs for their life, feet pounding the grass as panic takes over. Looking back, they see their village swallowed by smoke and fire under a dark, bleeding sky. A desperate hand reaches out to stop the inevitable, screaming for a home that is already completely gone. He shouts that they survived, but his relief is cut short as a massive red slash deletes him instantly. Talk about famous last words. The southern outskirts are crawling with undead. This zombie apocalypse comes with glowing neon pink skeletal horses, and the commanding knight is taking zero chances. He orders every squad to assemble before they become monster food, pulling out a strange purple orb labeled roasted potato. Whatever kind of cafeteria this empire runs, that potato looks incredibly lethal. Pay close attention here, because this massive explosion of fire and debris is just the start of things getting way weirder. Flying purple manta ray beasts soar over the blazing ruins, making the knights realize they are totally outmatched. This is not just some lone necromancer with an old book. This is high-tier war magic. Out of the mist, a skeletal army marches in perfect no flesh, no fear, just pure violence and skeletal cavalry. Bony horses with blazing purple manes. That is some serious aesthetic dedication from a necromancer. A lone silhouette stands tall in a crimson crater. The knights scream for a retreat, but it is already too late. Suddenly, a new warrior joins the fray. He looks like a brooding swordsman running on zero sleep and pure caffeine. Moving at blinding speeds, he leaves the undead completely helpless as skull after skull hits the dirt. Unleashing his wolf fang technique, he slices through the undead horde like he is playing a deadly slicing game. He pauses to breathe, heat rising off his blade. Honestly, he is trying incredibly hard to look cool, but it works perfectly as he stands amidst the carnage. He is the ultimate weapon when the dead start walking. Meet Ahur Soma, a knight of the empire. Packed with scars and a bad attitude, he freezes as a massive shadow looms over the entire village. I know what you are thinking, a giant purple hand? Yes, and our skeleton master is sitting right there, creating a massive headache. Ahur is not even afraid, just highly annoyed while the master radiates overwhelming dark energy. She is like a final boss waiting for him to finish the tutorial. She is the necromancer about to make his life hell. This high-stakes showdown is officially on as the master takes the front lines. Usually a caster hides in the back, but this skeleton is built different. Sparks fly as he draws his blade. He is ready to test if bone is stronger than steel as the undead army surges forward. Surrounded by glowing, buffed zombies, Ahur does not even blink. He unleashes his signature technique, slicing through the mob like butter. Suddenly, the master lunges forward, her grinning skeletal face filling the entire screen. This is no simple spell, it is a personal beatdown. Monsters flood the field, leaving Ahur right in the eye of the storm. The master is genuinely impressed when Ahur delivers a sharp low slash from an impossible angle. Her eyes flash purple as she demands to know if he was the one who dared harm her precious student. A devastating shockwave rips through the town, proving this intense clash has grown far too massive for a local village. Staring closely at the skull, those glowing purple pupils are pure nightmare fuel. If looks could kill, he would be dust. Ahur grits his teeth and swings anyway. He knows he is fighting a monster, but he refuses to back down. The shockwaves from their intense clash are leveling nearby houses. Rest in peace, property values in Shodan village. The master moves with incredible speed, leaping through the air with her dagger. Who knew bones could be so agile? They clash high in the air, metal sparking as Ahur struggles to keep up with her dizzying speed. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see how he survives a monster with no organs to hit. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a high-speed clash, where they are just blurs of gray and purple. Master dodges a deadly swing by centimeters, silently mocking amateur swordplay without uttering a single word. S recovers and preps for another charge. He is bleeding heavily, but the guy still has plenty of fight left. Master catches S with a devastating kick straight to the leg. That'll leave a massive mark if it didn't snap his bone. Screams in agony. Turns out getting kicked by a magically enhanced skeleton hurts like hell. Honestly, who could have guessed? No breathing room allowed. Master instantly goes back on the offensive, clashing their blades once again. Master winds up a massive punch. No magic, pure raw undead physical violence as she smashes right in the face. Ouch, that's some serious facial damage. Master draws a purple-edged dagger, turning this fight from painful to absolutely lethal. She slams straight into the dirt with the crushing force of a falling piano. The ground itself is crying out at this point as a massive dust cloud erupts from the impact. S is seriously regretting his life choices right about now. Master looks down with a blank skeletal stare. The ultimate stay-down warning. Master begins to walk away but suddenly freezes. S starts laughing, which we all know is a terrible sign in a battle. Coughing up blood, S calls her a monster bastard. He still has jokes, spitting out a question about what she actually is. Apparently, the last time he felt this pushed was against the legendary 4 Knights. Master gives him a deadpan response. She is a revenant, a fancy term for being way too angry to stay dead. S is internally panicking. Realizing he desperately needs to stall for time, S decides to keep provoking her, scoffing at her title and calling her an idiot. Now pay attention here, because this idiot actually thinks he is the one in control. Pure, unadulterated delusion. He claims they have slaughtered so many people that he has no clue who she is. Talk about a professional jerk. Time for a quick info dump. Necromancy burns through stamina. Controlling more undead means paying a much heavier physical toll. S is trying to outlast her, waiting for Master to run completely out of juice, but she has officially heard enough. She reaches forward and tightly grips S by his face. This is about to be a highly uncomfortable conversation. She begins crushing his skull like a grape, demanding to know why he trampled innocent citizens. Master is shaking with absolute rage. Her purple aura flares up again. This betrayal is deeply personal to her. She brings up her child, the legendary hero's child. She is talking about her beloved student. S's smug grin finally starts fading as she lifts him off the ground single-handedly. S looks like a helpless ragdoll compared to the pure wrath of a grieving teacher. Look at his terrified face. He is finally realizing that maybe, just maybe, he screwed up. Master slams him into the ground again for good measure. This is no longer a fight. It is pure venting. S remains pinned to the dirt, desperately struggling to breathe. Master towers over him like a literal shadow of death. Another heavy impact sends debris flying in every direction. Chitan village will need a lot of reconstruction after this battle. Still, S tries acting tough, telling her to keep whining. This guy has an ego bigger than a mountain, claiming everything was for the greater good and a necessary sacrifice. Ah, the classic villain excuse. But get this, Master looks down at him, her eye sockets bleeding dark energy. She calls him a ridiculous bastard, finally reaching her limit. S just grins creepily. He has a secret ace that is about to get real flashy. A colossal beam of blue light shoots straight up from the mountain, catching Master completely off guard. She never expected this. Crackling blue energy spreads everywhere, looking like a giant orbital laser just locked onto the village. Beams of light completely encircle the town. Whatever this is, it is massive and definitely not a friendly firework display. Deep underground, a massive mana battery hums as all the magical circuits stabilize and connect. Smirks and mutters that the mission is complete. The trap has been sprung, with Master caught dead in the center. He screams for his allies to activate the anti-undead barrier, a weapon specifically designed to counter everything Master can do. A colossal dome of brilliant light erupts from the mountain, completely covering the area. It looks like a giant magical bug zapper. The barrier is fully complete, shining bright enough to be seen from neighboring kingdoms. The purple monsters begin to panic as they feel their dark energy rapidly draining from the holy light. They begin crumbling to dust. The entire undead army is literally being erased in real time, making the knights cheer. They think victory is theirs just because the skeletons are vanishing. Meanwhile, Soma is smugly gloating. He brags that this barrier was created by the legendary wizard of the hero's party from 120 years ago, blowing Master's hood back. Even her magical body begins flaking away. But trust me, she calmly replies that she already knows. Alright, you and I are about to see that the undead world is tiny, especially since she actually knew this legendary magician. Turns out she had some serious style back then. But right now S is completely lost. Why is the Master so calm? She is just sitting there like she is waiting for a bus, casually explaining that massive armies do not matter. She can easily raise a new legion, and she already has the perfect recruits. Watch as she summons the spirits of the Empire's exploited victims. This isn't your everyday necromancy. These restless dead are joining her side for pure, unadulterated vengeance. Forget mindless monsters. These are furious souls with a massive grudge. She tells them they will face the coming storm together. The Master's eyes flare with a terrifying pink glow. This real war is only just beginning. Did they really think a simple barrier would stop her? No, it just gave her a reason to upgrade. Round 2 is about to begin. In the old days, nobody wanted war, but everyone was trapped in it. Just look at these rugged warriors who had absolutely no choice but to fight. It was a brutal era of stealing just to survive, where death was honestly just another Tuesday. Absolute nightmare fuel for anyone craving a peaceful life, but they believed those dark times were over once the Golden King finally took the throne. Look at all that glorious confetti. It is pure illusion because dreams shatter like fragile glass once harsh reality crashes back in. Now watch this carefully. The piece shatters, and we are dragged right back into this desolate, lifeless wasteland in the present day. A single isolated figure stands on a fractured pathway, looking like they have lost absolutely everything. All that godlike power and incredible skill, but for what? It feels completely worthless when you are the only survivor standing alone among the ruins. This man is dealing with a massive existential crisis. He has completely lost his way and forgotten the spirit he once brought to the battlefield. He is nothing but a microscopic speck in an endless gray void. The sheer scale of his isolation is deeply heartbreaking. He wonders who his younger self was even fighting to protect, questioning his entire past as he drifts through the dense fog. Where is he supposed to wander now that his comrades are gone? The golden age he cherished is officially dead and buried forever. He pleads for a destination, his fragile body looking like a long shadow fading into an endless white abyss. Talk about a sudden shift. A skeletal hand forcefully slaps a map onto the table. Our undead companion wants directions, and she is not being polite. The entire tavern falls dead silent, staring at the hooded traveler. It is your textbook stranger walks into a bar trope. Only this stranger has zero skin. The tough guy at the table is not amused, shouting that this is an adventurer's guild, not an information booth. The skeleton simply wants to find her path and exit without making a scene. And honestly, you and I know she is not in the mood for small talk. Yet this big guy in red calls her shameless for barging in. This loudmouth is picking a fight he has absolutely zero chance of winning, telling our hooded friend that she reeks of blood. Bold words to spit at someone who is literally a walking skeleton. He brings up a dark rumor about a necromancer who wiped out Cheaton village. The atmosphere in this room is tense enough to snap a steel sword. He starts putting the pieces together, realizing the legendary monster from the rumors is sitting right before him. The truth hits him hard. He is staring dead into the eyes of the realm's greatest nightmare. He attempts a pathetic sneak attack with a dagger, but she easily blocks it in a flash. Defeated, he points a trembling finger and yells that she is the monster. Thanks for stating the obvious, genius. Our skeletal master is officially done playing games with these rookies. Her single eye ignites with pink energy, ready to vaporize the room. She is genuinely offended they attacked her when she just wanted simple directions. She screams at them to look closely at who they are trying to cross. That massive font tells you everything about her volume. With one stomp, the entire tavern floor completely disintegrates, sending every single patron down to the basement the incredibly hard way. The tough leader is somehow still standing in the rising smoke, covered in dust but clearly begging for round two. Okay, he is resilient. He wonders if she sensed their aura beforehand, but our skeleton master is just chilling in the wreckage like a total boss. He realizes his cheap sneak attack failed, so he has to pivot. Time for plan B, which always translates to sheer chaotic violence. He orders his mercenary goons to eliminate her. They dive in from every direction like an absolute mosh pit of steel. The skeleton stands completely still. She literally told them she only wanted directions, but absolutely nobody listened to her. She warns them that whatever happens next is entirely on their heads. She lifts her hand, and somebody is about to get a skeletal slap. One of the goons leaps down from a high shelf to attack her. Spoiler alert, he is not winning this fight. The muscular brute swings a giant broadsword, but she effortlessly sidesteps the entire attack. Trust me, you and I are watching a total masterclass as she peppers them with rapid-fire pink magic, looking like effortless child's play. She delivers a devastating blast directly to the first goon's face. That is a massive dose of magical nope right there. You and I are about to watch an absolute master. Another guy swings, but her speed is on another level. A blinding flash erupts as our skeleton blocks another hit. This tavern is basically getting completely remodeled by force. She stops a blade with her bare bone hand. No armor, just pure disrespect. The look of terror on his face, incredible. Now she has him by the throat. The poor guy is sweating bullets, realizing he brought a knife to a god fight. She lifts him off the ground and just drops him like hot garbage. Talk about absolute disrespect from our skeletal friend. She turns and walks right through the dust. She has places to be and empires to crush, but then she stops to glance back at the rubble. Even a skeleton knows how to be dramatic. Look at that glowing skull. She is actively searching for her next target. Two more fighters watch from the dark, shaking in pure terror. They already know they are completely outmatched. Suddenly, another blast of blinding white light detonates right in the center of the room. A thug gets kicked so hard he literally backflips through the air. Her combat footwork is insane for someone without any actual muscles. These guys are looking around, terrified and confused. She is playing a deadly game of hide and seek. She steps right out of the smoke, looking even more massive and terrifying. She is definitely leaning into that monster vibe. Their leader looks around in total confusion. He is finally realizing that he is hopelessly outmatched. He turns around and watch this, she is standing right there. His heart definitely just stopped. She uses her staff to effortlessly block a heavy strike. She is not even trying to hurt them, just schooling them on how to fight. Look at his eyes. The man is absolutely paralyzed with fear. He knows he is about to become a warning story for rookies. Our skeleton is literally narrating her own fight. Since they keep trying to pierce her, she decides to show them how a real thrust is done. She glides through them like a literal ghost. They are swinging wildly at air while she is already steps ahead of them. She catches another thug off guard with a lightning-fast strike. This is like watching a professional athlete destroy some toddlers. She is literally giving them a combat lesson while destroying them. Explaining that the right side thrust is just a trick, she shows them the real deal. Then she lands a devastating blow. She is way too overpowered. One single strike sends the guy crashing straight into the wall. That is definitely a few broken ribs. Up on the balcony, the other adventurers are watching, completely frozen. They literally cannot believe what they are witnessing. They start screaming that their captain got taken out in one hit. Yeah, your boss just got folded like a cheap lawn chair. Now let's pause for a second. Look at her standing in the smoke like a boss, asking who is next. The thugs in the back are actually trembling. They want absolutely none of this smoke after watching their leader get wrecked. They desperately ask who she is. The ultimate question. This is not just some random skeleton, she is a living legend. A voice calls out from the balcony telling her to stop. It is the guild master, promising he can give her exactly what she wants. The thugs look instantly relieved to see their boss. He is probably the only one who can handle this terrifying situation. Say hello to Tor Vinland, master of Garm, the northernmost guild in the empire. This man has clearly seen some serious combat. He wears a smug, friendly but highly dangerous grin. He suggests they move somewhere private so they can speak properly. Now we are inside the guild master's office. It is much quieter here, with significantly fewer bodies flying across the floor. Tor admits he heard rumors about a skeleton living on the mountain, but assumed it was just a fake story to scare rookies. He explains that a quest came in to confirm the rumors. It looks like our master's secret is officially out. He chuckles, finding the entire situation hilarious. He genuinely does not seem threatened by the walking corpse sitting across from him. But our skeleton master is not laughing. She slams her bony hand on the desk, her glowing eye warning him to get serious. She warns him that she is not in a relaxed mood. She wants to talk business, and she wants it done immediately. She knows Tor wants something in return. She is incredibly sharp and knows he is not just chatting for his health. Tor closes his eyes and explains that their request is actually quite simple. This is where the real bargain begins. He pulls out some cigarettes, explaining that while the guild belongs to the empire, it has been totally neglected for a long time. Lighting up, he talks about villagers having to abandon their homes just to survive. The empire basically left them to die. They live in constant terror of monsters. As he flicks his lighter, you can see the heavy weariness in his eyes. The master coldly replies that they should have resisted if they wanted to live. She says if you do nothing, nothing changes. Savage but true. You and I can feel the weight as Tor says it is not that they did nothing. He sounds completely broken, like a man who tried everything. He tells her the truth, they simply could not do anything. You and I are about to see how heavy things got when the system abandoned them, leaving defense entirely to the people left behind. Local guilds banded together just to shield their families. The master suggests something massive. Why not unite all these local guilds into one giant army to fight back? But it is not that simple. An alliance means total war, and courage alone is not enough anymore. They spent years praying for a miracle savior, desperately trying to survive while waiting for anyone to answer their pleas. Clinging to survival, they prayed for any tiny glimmer of hope, and then she finally appeared. He remembers a fierce young swordsman with a very familiar gaze. That is her, the hero from the start, now fully grown and ready to change the world. Her presence dragged them out of despair, but that warmth did not last long. He wonders how things went so wrong. With cold eyes, Tor admits their real downfall was a lack of pure hatred, a dark turn. He is ready to throw his life away today. As long as he drags his enemies to hell with him, that is war. Leaning in, the master makes a formal request. She is officially stepping onto the battlefield. Tor immediately pledges 2 elite adventurers to go with her, committing fully to this new alliance. Now watch closely. Tor does not care if she is a demon or a devil, as long as she delivers their revenge. He declares they will join her war. The resistance finally has its heavy hitter. He also apologizes for neglecting the village for so long. It is a rare moment of genuine respect shared between two completely different beings. The master places 2 red tags on the table, noting she has not accepted a job in 150 years. Talk about a long retirement. Tor picks them up, his eyes widening in pure shock as he recognizes the legendary Ruby rank adventurer identification tags. These tags haven't existed since the Great War. This skeleton is a legendary veteran, leaving Tor completely speechless. Realizing he is talking to a living legend straight out of the history books, he asks who she really is. She tells him not to worry, calling herself a mere ghost from the past. That quiet humility makes her even more terrifying. Accepting the request, she prepares to march toward the continent's most brutal, frozen mountain range where blizzards never end. With a shout, she orders them forward. The master charges through the snow, absolutely determined to set things right. The map displays her route, showing a long journey from the guild all the way back to Chatten Village. The hunt is officially on, and trust me, you and I are about to see just how brutal this frozen crossing gets. The scenery is beautiful, assuming you enjoy freezing to death. Harrier, their red-haired scout, keeps watch through his scope. They are traveling stealthily to avoid catching the Empire's attention. The group makes good progress. Harrier, Dohanu, and our skeletal master, who walks like it is a casual Sunday stroll. The master likes their pace. For an undead skeleton with no lungs, she keeps up incredibly well with the living. Spoke too soon? An entire Imperial camp is blocked right in the middle of the mountain pass. The master wonders how they bypassed them. These guys definitely are not simple scouts. They look prepared for a long stay. Dohanu explains that these soldiers are not trackers. They are actually returning from raiding Chitan and neighboring villages, basically state-sponsored plunderers. The map suggests they were returning to the capital, but the heavy snowstorms completely stranded them here. They were not ready for this blizzard. Spotting a lower trail, the master asks where it leads. She is already planning her next strike, though she still cannot remember the names of her new guides. Harrier has to patiently correct her, which is hilarious. Dohanu then points out the trail leads to civilian homes. If those brutal knights follow that path, those civilians are doomed, and Harrier fears the worst. These knights will raid them for supplies. Under their new emperor, such cruel looting is just a daily routine. This current reign is absolute hell for ordinary people. The pain on Harrier's face says it all. The master has heard enough. If they plan to hurt innocents, she will ensure they never leave this mountain alive. Harrier is stunned by her cold, unwavering resolve. He is seeing an elite side of this skeleton that is far more terrifying than a monster. The master casually heads toward the enemy camp, leaving her guides behind. She does not need a plan when she is the weapon. They can only watch in silence. They wanted a savior, but you and I know they just unleashed a force of nature. Suddenly, an enormous shockwave rips through the Imperial camp. Our master is not playing around, initiating this clash with a massive bang. Alright, you and I are jumping right into absolute chaos as these panicking knights scramble from their tents. Bad news, boys, your retirement plan just got cancelled. The master steps out, violet energy crackling around her. She looks like a frozen nightmare straight from the abyss, giving Harrier a massive epiphany as she charges forward. He is witnessing a living legend. Instantly, she slams into the front line of knights like an absolute wrecking ball. She moves with a blinding speed that shouldn't be possible for a bone-dry skeleton. She sends fully armored soldiers flying like paper dolls. The raw physical power this woman possesses is beyond absurd. Bright pink slashes rip through the camp as she carves them up. She is a terrifying blur of violence, and these men cannot even land a hit. One poor guy gets his helmet completely shattered by a direct strike. You can practically feel that impact. She screams, slaughtering strike, unleashing a massive area blast that wipes out an entire squad in seconds. The mounted knights attempt to reform their lines, but panic has set in. One screams that it is just one enemy. True, but that enemy happens to be an incredibly angry skeleton. She sweeps through a rider and his horse instantly. Showing absolutely zero mercy to these butchers, she stands amidst the carnage, mocking them for thinking she was ever alone. Honestly, she is just getting started. Now watch this. She asks if they're blind to the massive undead army rising right behind her. This is about to get so much worse. A terrifying horde of violet spirits surges from the deep snow. An instant phantom army absolutely starving for bloody vengeance. The spirits swarm the surviving soldiers, dragging them down into the freezing snow. A pure nightmare is unfolding on this mountain, leaving Harrier and Dohaner Yu completely speechless. They realized she was massively holding back during their first meeting. Agonizing screams fill the air as the knights are ripped apart. This is no battle, it is an execution. Her face shows complete detachment, as if she is simply taking out the garbage. Heavy ironclad knights are thrown around like cheap ragdolls by the glowing spirits. The Empire's best look like absolute amateurs. She rides a colossal skeletal beast straight through the burning camp ruins. She really is the legendary specter of Chatten Village. Doha and Harrier decide it is time to move in. Just look at those massive bone claws. That beast could stomp a carriage and barely even notice. She looks over the battlefield, whispering that the tide has turned and everything will end very soon. Let's pause for a second. That is a massive understatement as the remaining knights get crushed by sheer numbers. Escape is impossible. A trapped soldier lets out a horrific throat-shredding scream as the shadows close in. She leaps down, confronting a lone knight who still tries to defend himself with a spear. Incredibly brave, but utterly foolish. She blurs forward, crossing the distance before the soldier can even blink his eyes. She moves so incredibly fast it looks like teleportation. Her agility stats are completely off the charts. A savage kick sends him flying backward. As he falls, she catches a glimpse of an object slipping from his neck. With his helmet split open, the dying soldier stares up at the skeletal master in absolute shock. She retrieves a small, simple pendant from the snow, a cheap keepsake likely gifted by someone who cared deeply for him. Dohaner Yu approaches, speaking softly. The atmosphere instantly shifts from a chaotic bloodbath to something heavy and somber. Staring at the charm, she realizes it is a daughter praying for her father to survive. War is always tragic. She looks truly remorseful, softly apologizing for her cold words. Even an undead monster feels the pain of a broken home. Doyu reassures her that no apology is needed. Every single rebel carries their own deep scars and motives. One of the giant guild members mutters that they have all become butchers now, sacrificing whatever remains of their lives for pure vengeance. Harrier begs her not to lose her soul to hatred, reminding her that every soldier has someone waiting back home. She stands over the dying soldier. He gasps for air with fading strength, clutching his chest tightly. Behind her, the violet phantom watches in silence. The fury is gone, leaving behind only raw regret. She whispers an apology. Slaughtering her own species to protect her beloved student is heavily weighing on her soul. The dying knight's final words are for his daughter, Michelle. He whispers her name with his last breath. The emotional damage is heavy as she stands over his lifeless body under the snow. It is a heavy moment that makes us forget she is an undead monster. Next, she turns to her summoned spirit. One final duty remains before they can advance. With a gentle strike, she lets the phantom fade away. Alright, you and I are diving into a grim moment where the master finishes summoning, ignoring Harrier's praise, because she is in no mood to celebrate. Harrier and Donaru urge her to rest while they handle the cleanup. We know that means doing some highly unpleasant work. The master just stares off into the distance, completely lost in her own heavy thoughts, likely thinking about her lost daughter figure. Dohaner calls her a strange soul as they watch the master ignite a massive roaring fire to cremate all the fallen bodies. She insists she does not need a zombie army made from these innocent people. She is offering them the respect the Empire denied them, the massive pyre burning bright against the dark sky, a grim warning to anyone watching from afar. Harrier trails off, wondering who she is actually doing this for, while feeling the sheer sadness radiating off his master. Dohaner catches the master's expression, realizing that even though she is just a skull, she seems to carry the entire world's weight. Standing right before the roaring flames, she presents a heavy image of someone literally and figuratively turning their painful past to ash. Now pay attention here, a dark voice begins whispering from her very own shadow, telling her she will have to make countless choices. She tells it to shut up, confronting a purple-eyed demon spirit that seems forever hitched to her soul. The spirit simply cackles, mocking her by asking if she honestly believes she is still alive. It is a classic devil-on-the-shoulder moment. It goads her to struggle and try to defy fate, whispering that in the end only pure despair waits for her. The master simply stands firm, refusing to waste another second on the spirit, remaining a woman driven entirely by her mission. Fate be damned. Moving elsewhere, another sector of the Empire is engulfed in flames, a conquest vastly larger than a mere village raid. Meet Lord Frey, a red-haired psycho who genuinely seems to enjoy starting fires, calling the screams of his victims delicious. He even jokes about playing soccer with a princess's severed head, proving he is not just a regular villain. He is an absolute psychopath. When a knight invites him to join the chaos, Frey says he is perfectly fine watching. He is focused on the bigger picture, claiming he is actually heartbroken because the kingdom fell with almost zero effort. He wants a genuine challenge on a massive scale, wondering if anyone actually has the guts to pick a fight with the Empire. He is totally bored of winning. Well, careful what you wish for, because an Imperial herald arrives, reporting an undead army at the northern rampart. Finally, some grand entertainment. Free begins laughing to himself, knowing this is exactly the kind of chaos he wanted. A lunatic to challenge the Empire. He is thrilled that a crazy challenger appeared so quickly, acting like he found a new favorite toy. He orders his men to assemble the troops, absolutely refusing to let this perfect opportunity for a playdate pass him by. Walking toward his massive army with a creepy barefoot swagger, he tells his soldiers to go out and play. His massive legion of armored knights stands ready in the shadows, setting the stage for a collision of two completely different armies. Frey screams for his troops to march to war, his demonic face showing he is ready for a bloodbath, caring only about his own amusement. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. 2 weeks into a frozen trek with zero signal is absolute hell. Donaru is finally starting to crack under the heavy silence. He complains that the master has not spoken a single word in 14 days, while Harrier just stares, wondering how a bare skull even floats like that. Meanwhile, back at the guild, Tor is slowly putting the pieces together. He suspects the master is linked to the warrior who recently perished in the Spear Tower village, since the timeline aligns perfectly. Her escape from the knights to that village fits perfectly with the Undead army incident, and Tor suddenly recalls the fighting stance she took earlier. Those were not random moves, it was a highly specific, refined style. It was the exact stance of the fallen hero, making it clear the master did not just teach her student, she learned from her too. Back on the frozen mountain, Harrier and Dohanaryu share a sincere heart-to-heart talk. Deciding the master is not evil, just desperate like them, they watch Tor continue writing his reports and playing his dirty political game. He has no clue why she is heading north, but he is betting she is the ultimate key to toppling this corrupt empire. To make this work, he needs skilled local guides capable of handling the terrain and keeping pace with a rising legend. Enter Harrier and Dohanaryu. Tor hands them their official roles, Harrier as the shield protector and Dohanaryu acting as the frontline vanguard. Tor is looking incredibly smug about his layout. He has a great feeling about this team, which usually means chaos is coming. Harrier, however, does not share his boss's blind confidence. He worries the master's moves are too unpredictable, but Tor hands over the scrolls, sealing their fates on the spot. So stick with me, because they are officially embarking on the most dangerous journey in history. Giving them a cheerful thumbs up, he smiles and says he has a good feeling. Sure, easy to say from your cozy, warm office, buddy. Harrier notices a landmark ahead, asking the Undead see about it. Stick with me, things are getting emotional. The master stops and stares across the horizon, recognizing this place instantly. Yes, she says, it is the Spear Tower village. Her voice is incredibly soft, flooded with old memories from a much simpler time. This is where we flash back. We see a younger version of the hero putting a paper bag over the master's head. Classic, she gives a proud thumbs up. The master stands there looking like a confused grocery delivery. Back then, they would run through the village streets just like this. Just two weirdos enjoying a sunny afternoon before their world went to absolute hell. The hero flashes a peace sign while the innkeeper watches. Back then, life was loud, happy, and full of color. They spent their days at the local tavern, where the hero was basically everyone's favorite little troublemaker. She even played darts with the locals, practicing the deadly precision she would eventually use on the battlefield. Landing a perfect bullseye every single time, she makes the crowd go wild. The kid was a natural-born winner. The tavern was always packed and bursting with life. A massive contrast to the silent, frozen world the master walks through today. The master, still wearing that silly bag, was just happy being in her world. It was a simple, beautiful life. Back to the present. The tavern sign is broken and swinging. Pay attention here. The silence is deafening, and those dart targets are dusty and forgotten. Nobody has played a game here in years. The entire inside is a total wreck. Tables are completely overturned, and the floor is covered in debris. It is just the skeleton of a once lively place. Looking at this ruined room is a total vibe killer. Seeing a place that was once so lively look like this just hits different. The master slowly walks through the empty room, where every single step is a painful reminder of what she has lost. Sitting alone at the dark bar, she waits, hoping a ghost of the past might appear. Frustrated, she bangs her fist on the counter. Suddenly, a voice calls from the back saying they closed down a long time ago. It is the old innkeeper. She is much older now, scarred and looking just as exhausted as this ruined world, but she recognizes the master immediately. Shocked to see her after all these years, she admits she never thought the bag-headed traveler would actually return. The master holds up a glass. The innkeeper mentions hearing stories about the kid who worked as a teacher, the hero. She takes a massive chug straight from a bottle. It is clear she has been through a lot since they last spoke. She explains the alcohol is called bony, speaking like a woman who has drunk far too much of it over the years. It is a cheap drink that symbolizes new beginnings. Pretty ironic, right? Considering they are sitting in absolute ruins. She reveals that the hero left this exact bottle for her master before heading out on her final tragic journey. It was a final message. The innkeeper explains that adventurers normally drink this together before setting off on a new journey. It is a traditional wish for safety, but it has been a long time since anyone bought a round of bony. The hope that once fueled this village is dead. There are no adventurers left here, only ghosts and people waiting for the end. The master looks out, imagining the burning, ruined world in her mind. She understands why the people rebelled, but their violent methods only bring more pain. She thinks back to the hero as a child. She knows her student would have wanted a world that was far brighter than the dark reality they have now. Tapping her fingers on the bar, she speaks to her student's spirit, mourning the choices she had to make. She never wanted this. Looking at her old diary, she wished the girl had a life full of wonder, not one consumed by blood and revenge. The innkeeper hands over a few belongings the hero left behind. These are the very last physical pieces of her student. She explains the hero asked her to pass them on, a final heartbreaking gift from a student to her master. It is enough to make even a skeleton feel emotion. She remembers her student reading stories about gathering allies and saving people. A classic fairy tale about defeating evil. That was the dream she truly lived for. She wanted the legendary experience of the Red Jade Adventurers, hoping to have her own magical fairy tale adventure one day. She looks incredibly happy in that memory, completely unaware of the tragedy waiting ahead. The master stares at the bar, whispering she wanted to leave with her. Her hand trembles on the counter. The word adventure feels like a cruel, painful joke now. She realizes revenge blinds everyone, even the wise, and she is making the exact same mistake, completely blinded by fury. Taking one last look at the ruined tavern, she thanks the innkeeper for the drink, stands up and heads out. The innkeeper asks where she is going, noticing she is moving with a new sense of purpose. The innkeeper asks if this is a new beginning, but we just watch her walk silently away into the falling snow. All right, you and I are about to watch our master remember her student one last time, dreaming of leaving the darkness to see the world together. No longer driven by pure revenge, but by adventure, she is finally honoring her student's true dream. Staring at the map of her route, she heads deeper into the mountains, following the path her beloved apprentice laid out. The real journey begins right now as our master finally steps out of the tavern, looking totally unbothered as usual. Harrier and Moran are waiting just outside, and the group agrees to take the standard path from here on. Harrier immediately returns to his favorite hobby, relentlessly mocking Moran for being totally incompetent. But then Harrier spots something different. He claims the skeleton's vibe has shifted, and it is actually making him pretty nervous. Back at HQ, Guildmaster Tor is still clutching those scrolls, putting an insane amount of faith in this weird trio to collapse the Empire. Tor admits he usually has a great eye for talent, but even he knows this is an absolute gamble. He is banking on the chaotic nature of our master to shake up the world. Meanwhile, the two guides struggle to keep pace in the wild. Now watch closely here, because they are about to get a crash course on how the adventurer ranking system actually works. There are 10 ranks, spanning from the bottom up to the superhumans at the top. This hierarchy spans from Earth rank all the way to Diamond, and most fighters never even get close to those top tiers. A higher rank means more wealth. Most warriors hit a hard wall at rank 7, known as Topaz tier. But if you somehow break past Topaz, you are officially a superhuman. At that level, you are basically a walking weapon of mass destruction under constant Imperial surveillance. Rank 8 and higher typically wander into uncharted lands alone or become frontline battle maniacs who flip the tide just by showing up. Imperial generals usually sit high up in these elite tiers, representing the absolute peak of power, and they never play fair. Meanwhile, lower-tier adventurers stick to handling basic pests like goblins. It is not glamorous, but someone has to do it. Leading the way, Harrier explains the system's grind to our master, taking his guide job surprisingly seriously for once. Middle-tier warriors like Topaz handle massive threats like giants, where actual strategic teamwork is required to survive. Miran suddenly lunges forward, showing off that incredible topaz-level speed. He might look goofy, but he can hold his own. Harrier glances back, making sure our silent master is actually listening to his speech. Finally, he points toward the truly legendary threats, monsters so insanely powerful that only a diamond rank hero would dare to fight them. We are talking ancient beasts and legendary dragons here. You and I both know these beasts were highly dangerous before they got turned into rugs. Harrier asks if she is even listening. Master just stares back with hollow eyes, likely thinking of dinner, while Harrier and Myron brag about being 5th-tier topaz ranks. In this day and age, that is actually super impressive, but to our master they sound like unpaid interns. Master casually notes that she was a ruby rank in her prime. Moran and Harrier just stare, wondering if this skeleton has gone senile, as Harrier tries to recall if Ruby was in history or just fairy tales. Moran is not buying this for a second, looking at her like she invented oxygen before completely losing it and laughing hysterically. He mocks her, claiming Ruby rank only exists in bedtime stories and that she is one hilarious skeleton. But that laughter gets cut incredibly short when a massive purple demon foot violently slams down right next to them. Our master is done talking. She summons a fraction of her undead army, releasing an aura so terrifying that the entire forest freezes. Miran's face goes completely pale as he realizes the legend he was just mocking could squash him like a pathetic bug. As a towering shadow beast looms over them, our master casually reminds the duo exactly who they are dealing with. Both guides are on the dirt begging for mercy, screaming for her to dismiss the beast. The disrespect has been thoroughly dealt with. Master vanishes the summon, leaving the two adventurers shaking as she mocks them for being total scaredy cats. She absolutely loves rubbing it in, pointing out that for proud northerners, they have the courage of a tiny flea. Feeling incredibly smug, and honestly she earned it, she takes a quiet moment to remember her old squad from 120 years ago. They were a real squad, unlike these two topaz amateurs, bringing back memories of standing alongside the young hero in the mist. That was her one true adventure before everything burned to ash, showing a brief memory of the hero's smiling face. This memory is what our master is truly fighting for, the dream of a girl who wanted a fairy tale making her smile. Well, as much as a skeleton possibly can, before she asks why they are heading toward the cold northern mountains. Harrier warns it is crawling with monsters, but our master's goal is set, and trust me, we are about to watch her build a massive human army to bypass those imperial barriers. Alright, you and I are looking back at Ishur Soma, who vaporized her entire army with one barrier. That crushing defeat clearly wounded her pride. She wonders if a single barrier can truly stop an entire legion. But this was no ordinary wall. A legendary wizard crafted it specifically to hold back massive waves of the undead. The power is absolutely insane, especially since it was deployed right on the front lines of the Demon King's territory. Now she realizes she needs living allies to bypass that anti-undead barrier. Since she cannot do this alone, she needs a human army to overthrow the Empire. Her new strategy? Win over the northern tribes. She wants to turn the world's outcasts into her personal strike force. Harrier honestly thinks she has lost her mind. Those northerners are infamous for being fur-covered beasts who hate everyone. He asks if she seriously wants to recruit those wild monsters. She admits her first plan was simple, just decapitate the Emperor and call it a day. A straightforward fix for a massive problem, but her disciple convinced her otherwise. She finally realized that slaughtering enemies is not enough. She needs to rebuild the Empire from the ground up. Moran looks at her with deep respect. Realizing his master isn't just a vengeful Ksu, she's a true revolutionary. But she decides things are getting way too serious. She quickly changes the subject, calling them out for cowardly fleeing during the Great Hunt. Harrier and Moran look like they just got splashed with ice water. She's dragging up their deepest shame, and she is not holding back at all. Pay attention here because their easy days are officially over. She says they have a long way to go, and their upcoming training looks brutal. Harrier is sweating bullets. He knows that whenever she starts acting this nice, something absolutely terrible is right around the corner. She turns around as a menacing purple aura flares up around her. With so much work ahead, she tells them it's time to move. And starting right now, they're going to play a little game. She summons a massive beast, giving the boys just 10 seconds to run. The terrified disciples are completely frozen in place. They beg her to stop, but it's too late. The clock is ticking and Harrier bolts like a shot. Harrier knows she isn't joking. While Moran stands there questioning his life choices, the terrifying countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. Wait, she skipped the middle? That is totally cheating. Time is up, and she looms over them, looking terrifying. This lethal game has officially begun, and survival is the only prize the monster lunges. I know what you're thinking. This training montage just turned into a straight-up horror movie. Harrier is screaming for his life. She watches the chaos unfold with a cold, skeletal gaze. This isn't cruelty. She's forcing them to become strong enough to survive the future. She remembers the little one, the hero, and everyone she lost. Forcing them to grow is her way of honoring those memories by protecting the living. Clutching her chest, she notes that though they have vanished, she still carries their memory deep inside. It's a heavy burden for a skeleton to bear. She laughs as her clueless disciples desperately run for their lives. She vowed never to take disciples again, yet here she is personally training them so they won't become pests to humanity. It's harsh, but that is tough love for you. She promises that this time she won't get lost. Watching them struggle against the beast, her resolve hardens with every passing second. She vows to protect them until the end, staying true to herself. She has finally found a true reason to exist in this new era. Off in the distance, a massive cloud of dust rises from the forest. Something huge is moving, and it's heading straight for them. As she stares at the horizon, she claims she won't be lonely, completely unaware that a deadly predator is watching her. A hand comes into focus, framing their struggle through a finger circle. Someone is scouting them from the peaks. It's Frey. That red-haired psycho villain has finally caught up. He mutters that he found her. Real trouble has officially arrived. The massive purple summon is completely rampaging through the trees. Harrier flees for his life, realizing his mountain guide skills didn't prepare him for a literal kaiju battle. A powerful shockwave rips through the clearing as the giant beast slams its massive fist down. Harrier barely dodges, but the heavy impact sends dirt and debris flying everywhere. Harrier has a total breakdown, screaming that he's actually going to die. His survival instincts are loudly telling him to choose a safer career. Come on, you and I both know he thought he'd just guide a nice skeleton lady around the mountains. Life comes at you fast when you're hunted by a demon. The monster refuses to relent, stomping through the woods with earthquake-level force. Harrier looks like a tiny speck in comparison as a giant foot crashes down right behind him. Panicking so hard he has probably forgotten to breathe, Harrier looks up and spots a mysterious figure standing on the cliffside. A red-haired warrior watches the absolute chaos with a manic grin, looking way too happy about all the destruction. You and I are jumping right into the action, where a red-haired girl casually commands this massive glowing purple summon. The skeletal master leaps onto the beast's back, desperately trying to regain control. This is a high-stakes rodeo and the master wants it over. Suddenly, she and the red-haired girl clash in a lightning-fast blur. Sparks fly everywhere as their blades collide for the first time in this frozen wasteland. The girl greets her face-to-face, terrifyingly close, with pitch-black eyes and jagged teeth that scream she has not slept in 3 days and lives for murder. The master stares right back, completely unfazed by that creepy grin. It is a literal battle of the death glares. Clenching her fist, the master is ready to show this intruder why you never mess with a ruby rank veteran. She unleashes a devastating tornado-style attack, spinning around with insane force. And the red-haired girl is caught directly in the center of this magical whirlwind. Frey screams axis-crushing dragon bone smash, bringing her hammer down to crater the entire landscape. Meanwhile, Mean watches safely from a distance. Stunned, he screams for Mr. Skull, totally clueless that the master is actually a lady. As the smoke clears, the master stands tall. She demands to know why a complete stranger just ambushed her, calling the girl incredibly rude. The red-haired girl just laughs, completely unbothered. She asks who the master is, her voice dripping with sadistic curiosity. Stepping out of the smoke with a massive jagged blade, she says it is a pleasure to meet the Phantom of Spear Village, introducing herself as Frey. Watch closely, because now we have a named villain with a massive sword. Just what the group needed during a peaceful mountain hike. She proudly declares herself as one of the Empire's 4 knights, Frey of War. Because being called Frey of Peace would have been way too boring for her style. The master recalls the bearded man, Etcher S., mentioning these elite warriors. It looks like the real heavy hitters are finally showing up. Frey is pleased her greeting was received. Now she can fight her for real, warning the master to get ready. She is way too excited for this battle, lunging forward with incredible speed. She is not just strong, she is agile enough to dance around a skeletal master as a massive boom echoes through the mountains. The raw force sends a massive shockwave tearing through the forest. Already they are locked in a high-speed exchange. You and I can see their blades clashing at invisible speeds, yet Frey is giggling like she is on a dream date. The master pulls off some crazy mid-air acrobatics to dodge a lethal swipe. Being a skeleton definitely helps with having unlimited stamina. Frey slams her sword down, carving out another massive crater. This girl treats the terrain like wet cardboard while the master counterattacks with a rapid flurry of strikes. Using her bizarre joint movements, she strikes Frey from weird angles that would instantly snap a normal human's arms. The master lands a solid kick, sending Frey skidding backward as she mutters about her opponent being incredibly weird. The master grits her teeth. Even with all her skills, this crazy knight is proving to be a massive handful. Frey remarks that fighting the master is like fighting something non-human. Well, Frey, looking at her skull, you are a regular detective. The master's joints click and pop as she repositions, presenting an unsettling sight even for a battle-hardened knight like Frey. The master lands a series of heavy punches, truly testing the limits of Frey's armor. She is holding absolutely nothing back now as Frey swings her massive sword in a wide arc. The sheer wind pressure alone uproots the smaller trees, leaving the two deadlocked with neither side gaining the upper hand. The forest is systematically destroyed as they clash. Frey stomps her foot hard, anchoring herself firmly to the ground. She is preparing a finishing move that looks powerful enough to split the mountain, yet she is already getting bored. Calling this a massive disappointment, she complains that the battle is utterly dull. This girl's attention span for murder is shockingly short. She asks if Harrier and Moran are the reasons the master is distracted, offering to bury them all together to clear her schedule. The master's aura turns ice cold at the very thought of them being killed. Threaten her all you want, but threatening her subordinates is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Frey can feel the sudden fury. She admits the master is incredibly strong, possessing insane battle instincts and a highly unnatural reach. Suddenly, the master unleashes a blinding flash of white light. It is the ultimate flashbang, and Frey is at ground zero. The master points out that poor eyesight is a fatal flaw, taking full advantage of the chaotic distraction. Bleeding from her eyes, Frey is completely blinded by the magic. Grunting in frustration, she finally looks like she is in deep trouble. The master screams for Moran to give her the sword and run. She is not trying to win a fair fight anymore, she just needs her team out of there. Stick with me for the next part. Alright, you and I are starting today with a massive red explosion of smoke filling the entire mountain range. Everyone is coughing and wheezing in this thick pungent fog, and trust me, it is a straight-up toxic hazard. The group quickly escapes on the back of their giant summon, sailing over treetops while the fog clears behind them. Master casually explains the secret recipe: pack-ton chilies soaked in blasting smoke and powdered turtle shell. She jokingly offers them a written recipe, but let's be real, she basically just pepper-sprayed an Empire general. This skeleton is truly working smarter, not harder. Still, Miran is freaking out. He warns that if that monster really is one of the four knights, even an entire army is doomed. He knows they are only delaying the inevitable, and the master honestly agrees with him. At this rate, she doubts she can halt that beast either. The grim reality of their power gap is finally hitting home. Crossing the boundary markers of the forest, the plan is simple: lose her in deep mountains where tracking is absolutely impossible. Master commands them to make as much noise as possible to escape. She is pulling out every trick to completely throw off Frey's heightened senses. Harrier glances back and his heart instantly drops. He warns that they need to check. Now don't blink, because Frey catches up instantly, surfing a wave of red energy and screaming at them to run for their lives. Master drops right into a northern-style stance. She knows running is no longer an option, she must stand her ground. Frey counters with her own brutal spiral style. The air is literally vibrating from the pressure of their insane killing intent. Their ultimate techniques, giant expenditure twist and mad dog slaughter tragedy, clash in a blinding eruption of red and purple energy. The impact is so massive it looks like a small star just exploded on the mountain. A giant mushroom cloud of debris towers over the forest. Seriously, this duel is looking like an absolute environmental disaster. Frey is still talking, sounding way too relaxed as she lists off all the bizarre stuff she has witnessed today. Gigantic monsters, toxic smoke bombs, and a skeleton boasting bizarre sword techniques. She claims things are getting fun and asks if Master has any more tricks. She is having the absolute time of her life right here. She is totally unhinged and loving every single second. Suddenly, Harrier chucks a handful of dirt right in her face, complaining about the dust. Incredibly bold strategy, Harrier. Frey is actually offended, demanding how he dares ruin a lady's clothes and calling him a villain. Talk about a twisted sense of reality. The crew keeps sprinting away while throwing insults back. Even Master joins in, completely mocking her supposedly glorious veteran look. This mind game is real. Master asks why she is not calling in her army, trying to figure out why Frey is hunting solo. Let's watch closely as Master analyzes her mid-chase. She is disappointed, noting she looks powerful, but something is wrong. Frey stares back at Harrier and Moran, treating them like annoying insects to crush. A terrifying glowing red eye fills the screen. Frey's bloodlust is reaching an absolute fever pitch. She is about to get serious. Frey instantly appears right in front of them, asking why they would get so close to their enemy. Blushing and drooling, she looks completely demented as she declares she wants to crush her head. This girl needs professional help in a cage as soon as possible. Frey slams her massive sword down, shattering the very ground. She is not just fighting anymore, she is trying to obliterate them. But wait, she just triggered a hidden trap. Multiple arrows strike her mid-swing. Frey grunts, finally drawing blood as the group flees into a dense thicket of arrow-riddled trees. The Master confidently explains that Frey has just stepped into the sacred Mother Mountain of the Northern Tribes. The map shows them heading deep into the Ben-Ra trade route. They are luring her directly into their home territory. The real showdown is about to unfold. Frey gets pelted with arrows, yet she barely seems to notice. Master stands tall, her purple energy flaring as she introduces this deadly battlefield. This is no ordinary forest. It is the highly sacred ground of the Northern Tribes. We are looking at the vast northern mountain range. This territory is massive, and these peaks have clearly tasted their fair share of blood. Frey flashes that signature jagged-toothed grin on her face. She finally realizes she has been lured straight into an ambush, and honestly, she is loving every second. She casually yanks an arrow out of her neck like a splinter. This terrifying woman is built different. Normal humans do not just shrug off a neck wound. Frey unleashes a maniacal laugh that echoes through the trees. She is pumped for round 2, completely ignoring whatever traps the Master has prepared. She taunts the Master, calling the ambush a cheap, ridiculous trick. To a battle junkie like her, if it is not a direct sword clash, it does not count. Master sits down, telling her to try convincing the tribes. Trust me, you and I cannot wait for this clash. Alright, you and I are about to watch Frey get absolutely wrecked. Just look at that terrifying face. Frey is totally hyped for what she calls the most fun war ever. Talk about a walking red flag. She is still using the wrong pronouns for the Master. The Master is way too exhausted to correct her again. Is this girl actually insane? She is surrounded by a tribe of deadly warriors and treats it like a playground. Moran and Dohanu rush over, relieved the Master is safe. Harrier, though not exactly touchy-feely. He is staring with intense suspicion, wondering what this skeleton really is. Meanwhile, the Master looks back at her guides, realizing she almost forgot they were even standing there. Safe to say her social skills are pretty rusty. Up in the trees, the northern warriors start shouting their thanks. Apparently, hospitality in the cold north involves a whole lot of screaming. The Master is about to introduce herself when an arrow thuds right next to her skull. Someone here has a seriously itchy trigger finger. A hooded archer lurks up in the branches, letting out a chilling laugh. This guy is not impressed by a talking bag of bones. In fact, he is actually talking about using her skull as a drinking cup. Yeah, the northern tribes do not do friendly first impressions. The Master sighs, recognizing these guys as actual trouble. She remembers these guys all too well, especially as they close in from the cliffs. They look ready to turn our trio into a permanent part of the snowy mountains. So the Master gives the only logical order. Run. When a dozen angry mountain men want your head for a cup, you do not stick around for tea. A buff warrior with glowing red eyes jumps right into their path with her spear. Honestly, she looks way too excited for this hunt. Suddenly, arrows rain down like hail. Harrier and the others dodge through the storm, barely keeping their skins intact. Harrier is completely panicking, reminding the Master that she supposedly had some kind of deal with these people. Well, she did, about 100 years ago. But dropping the names of old friends is probably a bad idea when they are long dead and you are a skeleton. The Master realizes that as fugitives, using their real names would probably backfire and land them on a most wanted list. Harrier gets instantly pinned down as a volley of sharp arrows lands inches from his feet. These tribesmen have some terrifyingly good aim. That is when our Master decides she is done running. She spins around to face her pursuers, ready to drop her legendary name and end this absolute nonsense. A massive hand reaches out, commanding them to freeze. The Master proudly shouts her name, Edward Banera, demanding an audience with their chief. She is finally pulling the classic "Do you know who I am" card. A red-haired warrior steps up, looking completely skeptical. But look closely here, because he is the first one to actually stop and listen to her. What a relief. Our Master thinks the problem is solved just because she dropped her legendary name. "Oh, you sweet summer skeleton." Clang. Fast forward, and she is staring through the bars of a heavy cage. So much for that legendary name discount. Harrier and Doha are locked inside with her, looking absolutely miserable. Harrier sarcastically thanks her for the amazing communication that got them jailed. He is giving her the biggest "I told you so" look in history. The master just stands there, wishing she could blush. Meanwhile, Harrier is literally fuming in the corner. He is seriously starting to regret following a skeleton into the freezing mountains. The master tries to defend herself, explaining that she lived in this village a very long time ago, way before their guard was even born. Harrier is screaming that this is a major emergency. He is not built for jail and he wants everyone to know it. Let's pause and take a look at the Red Lamb village. It is a rugged, snowy fortress built to keep intruders out. The master is lost in thought, hoping that if the chief sees her, he might recognize the legendary successor of the Northern School. All while Harrier is having a total meltdown in the background. The plan was simply to guide her to the entrance and leave, not become permanent dungeon cellmates. Frustrated, the master literally bangs her head against the iron bars. Even an undead warrior has limits. Their guard just stares at her like a noisy zoo exhibit, casually calling her an undead monster. The disrespect here is absolutely bottomless. We get a sweeping shot of the village square, which looks like the perfect place for a brutal public execution. Armed guards drag the three of them out in chains. The master takes it well, but poor Harrier looks ready to sob. The master is bound tightly to a massive wooden post. Looking around, she realizes that in over a century, absolutely nothing here has changed. They are standing right in the center of a stone arena. A voice booms, asking if she is the undead intruder, and that is where we leave it. Meet Red Biden, chief of the Red Lamb. You and I are about to meet a guy built like a brick wall, with an attitude to match. Chief Biden is definitely not here for stories. All he cares about is why a walking pile of bones has entered his territory. Harrier and Dohanaryu try to explain themselves, but Biden refuses to listen to weaklings from the south. The master tries to keep her cool, asking the chief to free her first, but Biden is not having it. To him, pretending to be a villager is a serious crime, and he will enforce the law with his fists. He keeps calling her companions cowards, pushing every single wrong button until the master's patience completely runs out. She clenches her fists and the heavy wooden post begins to splinter under her pressure. Then boom! She shatters the wood and chains in one explosive burst. This village is about to face high-tier power. Biden's jaw drops. He absolutely did not expect this prisoner to just delete her iron restraints. He stands up and tosses his cloak aside, deciding to handle this personally because she has a real talent for testing his limits. The master's eye flares with a brilliant pink glow. She is more than ready to show him her skills. Now pay attention, because Biden lunges forward with insane speed for his massive size. This guy is a high-level warrior, slamming his giant axe right where she stood a second ago. The stone floor literally splits open as Biden roars that he will tear her to pieces. He is in full berserker mode now, swinging wildly with a force that leaves the ground itself vibrating. Biden is a raw powerhouse, but the master is a blur of speed, easily dodging every single heavy swing. She makes him look slow, casually snapping her own handcuffs midair. Talk about a massive flex. Dohanaryu warns Harrier that things are getting way too dangerous. Harrier is just stunned. She broke the cuffs on purpose, just to prove a point. The master tells her allies to step back. This is her fight now, and she is about to teach him a lesson. Biden lets out a deafening roar and charges again, pouring everything into his next strike. He swings dual axes in a terrifying whirlwind of steel, a moveset that usually shreds his opponents. Another massive impact shatters the stage, creating a thick dust cloud that completely hides both fighters. You saw his face, right? Dohanaryu has never seen anyone stand up to their chief like this. The master easily slips between the blades like a gentle breeze, analyzing his predictable movements with superior style. His attacks hit like heavy cannonballs, but she is just waiting for the perfect opening. She blocks a heavy strike with just her forearm, sending a massive shockwave through the air without even flinching. Now they are locked in a tense standoff, staring each other down with pure hostility. Finding her opening, she delivers a lightning-fast counter that catches Biden completely off guard and shifts the momentum. She redirects his own brute force right back at him, amplifying her strike with his massive momentum. Biden is sent flying across the arena with a painful scream, leaving the crowd completely silent. But she does not stop, rushing him instantly with a flurry of strikes that look like purple lightning. Raining down devastating blows from above, she systematically dismantles the chief with flawless technique. Biden tries to swing his weapon one last time, but his attacks are slow and desperate now. He completely misses, burying his heavy axe deep into the stone floor and leaving himself wide open for her next move. The master looms over him, her teeth bared as she coldly asks if this is really all he has got. She delivers a thunderous punch directly to his chest, the kind of impact that easily shatters ribs. Biden's eye widens as the sudden reality of his defeat sets in. The master's final words are cold as she blasts him backward, sending him skipping across the floor like a stone. It is a complete wipeout, and her glowing eyes only grow brighter. She stands proudly amidst the absolute ruin, looking exactly like the legendary warrior she claimed to be. Biden tries to grab her, but she just reminds him he is nothing but bone before delivering a brutal bone-crushing headbutt. That headbutt definitely left a mark, and a heavy kick sends him reeling. Trust me, we just witnessed a brutal lecture about the dead not walking with the living. Now Biden is on his hands and knees, gasping for air as he mutters that the dead simply turned to dust. Let's dive in as Master towers over the defeated chief. She's ready to drop heavy wisdom on this modern warrior. Looking up in total horror, Biden can't believe he was crushed so easily right here, in his own arena before his own people. He suddenly realizes his body is frozen. Master secretly struck his pressure points amidst the chaotic fighting. When did she do that? Now she's shattering his understanding of their tribe's core philosophy. The fallen simply crumble into dust, leaving the living to honor their memory and push forward. She's heard those words 1,000 times, but she knows Biden's twisted interpretation of them is completely wrong. She asks why a living man is on his knees while a dead soul like her walks with absolute pride. Talk about an absolute philosophical burn. She demands to know why he can't take even one single step. As she steps forward, she proves her sheer willpower completely outclasses his entire tribe's ancient traditions. Watch closely now, she towers over him with a glowing sword, looking like death itself as the arena goes dead silent. Biden finally accepts reality. He was totally outclassed. Facing her felt just like sparring with his own master back when he was a little kid. He admits absolute defeat and asks what she wants. Finally, he's ready to listen. With the chief thoroughly humbled, she orders him to summon every leader in the north. Why? They're going to launch an attack on the empire. She's not looking for apologies, she wants an entire army. Hearing this, Biden lets out a dry, raspy laugh. Calling her goals wild, he confirms the Great Assembly will begin shortly. Suddenly, a glowing tribal mark ignites on Biden's forehead. He promises to summon her to the Great Northern Council. Now it's officially game on. Master secured her invitation. Standing alongside her two companions, she looks down at the defeated chief. The deal is made, but real trust is still far away. When Master suddenly mentions Harrier's mansion, both Harrier and Deniru look like they just saw a ghost. Even Biden is baffled. He asks if she actually knew her destination when she first crossed into the Red Lamb territory. Harrier just chuckles nervously. It's that classic panicky laugh of a guy whose biggest secret was just exposed to the world. The screen shows a massive, stunning northern mansion. The contrast between this luxury and the rugged village is absolutely wild. Then Biden drops a massive bombshell. Harrier's real name is actually Swordhawker Harrier. Turns out our guide was hiding a legendary past. Harrier explains his home tribe is directly linked to the Red Lamb clan. He's no simple guide. He's northern royalty, destined to become the next grand chief of the White Lion Tail tribe. I knew this guy was too skilled, trained for leadership his whole life. He loudly proclaims his real royal name. Too bad he's still tied up in chains, which completely ruins the cool, heroic vibe of his grand reveal. The map points to the Red Lamb village right beside the mountains. This journey to the Empire just got a whole lot more intense. Red Lamb territory is incredibly vast, but somehow Harrier has an entire luxury estate hidden away right on the mountainside. Talk about absolute generational wealth. This place is a massive, incredibly sturdy wooden fortress. Master is definitely ready for a warm roof and some indoor comfort, telling the group to head inside. Skeleton Master teases him, saying it's shocking to see a sweaty adventurer acting so sophisticated. Harrier is not in the mood for jokes. He threw away his noble title the day he left, wanting absolutely nothing to do with this family's heavy burdens. Mirren isn't feeling the vibe either, calling the mansion incredibly uncomfortable before heading to her room and leaving them with this awkward reunion. Glancing back, Mirren notices Harrier has completely transformed, acting like an entirely different person. Master agrees. The guy is being way too stiff. Now meet Van's son, the stern caretaker of the mansion. He looks like he's survived 10 lifetimes of brutal winters, but his mind is still sharp as a tack. Van's son completely ignores the talking skeleton and immediately asks how Moran has been doing lately. Moran just gives a weak wave, muttering that she's doing fine. Small talk is definitely not her thing. Time for some lore. Moran was actually the gardener's daughter, spending her entire childhood caring for the beautiful gardens alongside her father. Even if they seemed like close childhood friends, the strict tribal hierarchy meant she was technically still a servant. Class systems are a headache. Master wants the full story of their history. Van's son confirms Harrier is the rightful heir, who only lived with the Red Lamb tribe temporarily for his studies. Cue the training flashback. Harrier was out there battling actual dragons just to prove his worth as a true warrior. No pressure, right? And he wasn't just swinging a sword. He was learning the crushing weight of leadership. Being the chief isn't about looking cool. You have to be the ultimate pillar of support. Trust me, the North is brutal. Let's dive into the story of Harrier, who trained constantly amid endless wars, only to be crushed by the failure of the Great Hunt. 4 years ago, Harrier chose to go into hiding, leaving his destiny behind. Eventually, the other servants all abandoned him to return to the White Liontail tribe. Only loyal Vanson remained to tend to the quiet, empty halls. Naturally, his master asks the obvious question. Why did he stay behind? The old man's pure dedication is honestly next level, and he just smiles through his bushy beard. He carries a deep sense of veteran loyalty that is incredibly rare to see nowadays. He never lost faith that Harrier and Moran would return, keeping the entire estate ready for the day they finally came home. It turns out the entire tribe never lost hope in him either. In fact, Harrier's hidden identity is common knowledge among his people. Harrier finds Moran out in the garden and asks what she is doing, a truly peaceful break from all the talk of war. Old habits really do die hard. Moran's family tended these gardens for generations, so she's right back to caring for the plants. Moran admits she ran away with Harrier because she always believed he would make an incredible chief. She wanted to protect their future, even if it meant becoming a fugitive. She then offers to share an old childhood memory. She explains how a gardener's daughter and the chief's son became completely inseparable. Years ago, Moran's father, Posum, brought her to the Grand Mansion to greet the great chief. Watch closely, because this is where everything started. Meet the legendary chief, Hawker Ryman Russ. This absolute beast looks like he could wrestle a polar bear and win without breaking a single sweat. He welcomed them to the White Liontail lands, calling their arrival the divine will of the Mother Mountain. He kindly invited them to live there and become part of his family. That is true northern hospitality, helping those who have absolutely nowhere else to go. Posum is completely overwhelmed with gratitude, while young Harrier stands in the background looking incredibly confused by his new guest. The chief instructs Harrier to show Moran around the territory. Harrier's face looks like he was just assigned extra chores. The village looks beautifully cozy and quiet under the thick snow, creating the perfect setting for their childhood friendship to bloom. Young Harrier tries his best to act mature and formal while introducing himself, but Moran is already onto his act. She has that classic mischievous look in her eyes as she pulls a quick prank, handing him a branch covered in something very special. Harrier immediately screams in horror, realizing it is actual northern goat dung, while Moran just laughs hysterically and introduces herself. Harrier desperately tries to pull rank on her, which is classic hilarious kid logic. If you lose a prank, just flex your family title, right? Harrier is completely flustered, but Moran is not intimidated by his noble status. Status? She could not care less about that. She simply asks if his rank is more important than having fun together. I know what you're thinking, and yeah, she completely shut him down. Harrier is left totally speechless. He had never met another child who did not care about him being the chief's son. Moran playfully asks if he is a dummy with a slight blush. And just like that, the childhood crush is unlocked, and they start spending every single moment together. Harrier helps her up the mountain paths like a proper little gentleman in training. They are out here riding massive boars and living their absolute best lives, a perfect northern childhood before reality sets in. Harrier runs wildly through the fields, undoubtedly losing another race to her. The poor boy never stood a chance. Moran practices diligently with a wooden stick, displaying the immense raw talent that would make her a deadly warrior. The older villagers love to tease them, but they do not care, remaining a solid team against the entire world. Moran flashes another playful peace sign while Harrier stares in shock. She always knew exactly how to keep him guessing. Fast forward a few years. During their training, Harrier realizes that Moran never worships or flatters him like the rest of the tribe. To her, he was never the grand future chief, he was simply Harrier. To him, that was the most precious thing ever. He admits it was a first for him, turning a bright shade of red. This is peak wholesome energy right in the middle of a brutal story of war. But as the years pass, those cozy childhood days begin to fade away. While resting in the grass, Harrier begins to feel the immense crushing weight of his heavy royal destiny. He is not sure if he is ready, asking Moran if he can ever truly live up to his legendary parents. His self-doubt is incredibly real as he prepares to leave for the Red Lamb tribe, but Moran is his rock, telling him not to worry. She says the entire White Liontail tribe believes in him. Her warm smile is all the motivation he needs to push forward. We suddenly transition back to the present day. The harsh mountains look as cold and unforgiving as the massive trial ahead. Flashing back once more, Harrier finally meets Master Redband for training. This is where the real grind begins, and trust me, you'll want to see how this terrifying master teaches him to do his duty. Come along with me as a defeated chief learns the hardest lesson. Losing in battle means death for his entire tribe. Harrier is out here dragging giant boulders up steep mountain cliffs. Honestly, my back hurts just watching this brutal workout. Time for tactics. Biden slams a piece onto the table, demanding that the young warrior finally use his head. Leading a tribe of fierce warriors requires high intelligence. Through endless maps and lectures, Harrier is forced to become a brilliant tactician. This library holds 2,250 books of laws, history, and monsters. Harrier has to memorize every single page. The poor guy is practically suffocating under all this paperwork. Biden is a ruthless teacher, demanding total mastery of every book. With blood staining the pages, this training is definitely physical too. The torture is unreal. Harrier is left totally broken, with fresh blood dripping directly from his nose and ears. This is a sickening amount of pressure for any young kid. He honestly wonders if he can survive this. The crushing weight is finally cracking his resolve. Even a proud white lion has a limit to his endurance. He remembers her, the only light keeping him from quitting. Surrounded by massive scrolls, Harrier swears to keep pushing forward. But look at that endless stack. Stick with me here. A whole year has passed and he is still grinding hard. Days fade into nights. Back home at the mansion, Myron and Van are desperately waiting for any update. Silence has stretched on for way too long. Suddenly, a mysterious cloaked rider arrives through a raging winter storm. This definitely is not a friendly visit. A clay pot suddenly shatters on the floor, never a good sign in these stories. Disaster has struck. Myron rushes outside to meet the rider, her pale face showing she already fears the worst possible news. The shock report completely threatens the future of their entire clan. The devastating news is out. Harrier has run away. Their future leader has completely vanished. Now let us explore some crucial backstory of this legendary world. Ancient legends say assembling powerful allies is the only way to defeat the Demon King. Classic fantasy rules. An old elder with a long white beard and pipe shares this tale with a young Harrier, planting the seeds of heroic dreams. The young boy looks so bright and determined, holding this legend close as he dreams of becoming the ultimate savior. Flashback to the past leaders. Harrier's mother was an absolute powerhouse, wielding sword and shield to defend her home. Her people respected her deeply. More than just a chief, she represented the soul of the White Lion tribe. Compare that to young Harrier. He worked tirelessly every single day, desperate to match her legendary shadow. He wanted it, but the pressure was crushing him. He truly wanted to be just like them, betting his whole future on his sword, praying he would finally be strong enough. But then everything shattered. You and I both know the pain of a failed hunt, leaving a broken boy alone in the snow. Cut back to the night he vanished. A massive blizzard is raging, making this search incredibly dangerous. Van's son tries to talk some sense into Myron. He warns her that even the elite warriors are staying inside. Yet Myron has her winter gear completely ready. She completely ignores the deadly cold, refusing to let Harrier die out there. She charges directly out into the freezing storm. He screams for her to return, but she is already gone. That is some true unwavering loyalty right there. Myron quietly admits she knows the risks. She is fully aware of her stupidity, but she simply has to go. Focusing on the proud white lion insignia on her back, she carries the pride of her clan to find her lost prince. The massive mountains look absolutely terrifying. She is just a tiny speck in a white void, fighting the biting wind. Freezing and exhausted, she refuses to quit, tracking a faint trail that only she could ever spot in this whiteout. She screams his name, her voice quickly swallowed by the gale. She has hit her physical limit, but she marches on. The blinding storm clears, revealing a remote northern border town. She finally reaches warmth, but her quest is not finished. Stepping into a local tavern, she searches for her target. This shady pub is the perfect hiding spot for a runaway. And wait, is that actually Harrier sitting at the counter? He is drinking heavily as if trying to forget everything. Myron stands at the entrance, looking completely disgusted with him. He looks over, assuming she is just a ghost. Harrier looks absolutely terrible with bloodshot eyes, messy hair, and a face of pure defeat. This is a massive fall for the boy who wanted to be a hero. Miran confronts him immediately, calling him a total idiot. She definitely is not holding back. She braved a deadly storm for this moment. Trust me, you and I are about to see if he can explain why he abandoned them. Alright, let's dive into the story of Harrier, who tries playing it cool by claiming he has zero talent or qualification. Talk about a major ego crash. He stares down, completely unable to meet her eye. He is utterly convinced that he is a failure, and nothing Miran says can change that as the camera pans out. The distance between them feels like miles, even though they are standing just a few feet apart. Harrier takes another massive swig from his bottle, trying to drown his sorrows, but it is clearly not working. Miran completely loses her temper. Grabbing his collar, she screams, reminding him that he was the one who wanted to be the greatest chieftain of all. Harrier just stares back at her with completely dead, hollow eyes. He tells her his own mentor called him unfit, a devastating blow. He explains that failing once is experience, but twice is just a mistake. By his fourth failed great hunt exam, it was pure incompetence as the empty bottle rolls onto the floor. It is the perfect metaphor for his current state, completely drained and useless. Now pay attention to this part. He claims he lacks battle instincts and magic, listing all his weaknesses like a grocery list of failure. He claims he has absolutely no remarkable skills, nor is he some brilliant strategist who can make up for it. He has completely hit rock bottom, slumping onto the floor as a total wreck while Miran just watches him, wondering how to fix someone this broken. He tells her he has been told he is completely unfit to be a warrior at least 1,000 times. That kind of deep negativity really sticks with a person. He gets defensive, claiming she would not understand because she has never stood in his shoes or felt that crushing weight of pressure. He pictures that terrible spot where everyone watches you with massive expectations, just waiting for you to fail. He feels like he is falling, crushed by despair as ghostly hands drag him into the dark, a truly heavy psychological moment. Miran asks the big question, is that why he ran away? She is not judging him, but she is definitely not letting him off the hook either. Harrier admits it is easier to breathe here, with no mentor breathing down his neck. No tribesman treating him like a noble, just him and his misery. He calls himself a pathetic drunk shield warrior, hitting absolute rock bottom. He is actually embracing the loser tag now. Let's pause here. Miran reaches out, placing a hand on his shoulder to ask if this is who he wanted to become, while Harrier mumbles he does not know. He is so lost he cannot even remember what his original goals were. A close-up on his eye shows a tiny spark still buried under layers of self-loathing. Miran looks at him with a powerful mix of pity and determination. She knows the old Harrier is still in there somewhere, and she just has to find him. 2 years later, life has moved on and things are starting to settle into a new routine, giving us a beautiful sunset view of the northern adventurer village. It is a peaceful scene, contrasting the storm from before, as Harrier checks out a request from Spear Tower Village. Apparently, that exact request has been coming in for years and absolutely no one has taken it. Miran is there too, looking much more confident as they work as a duo, and things seem to be going well. Harrier clutches his shield, the very same shield from his tribe, keeping him connected to where he came from. He tells Moran it is time to go. He might not be a chief, but he is still a warrior in his own way. Moran thinks Harrier seems brighter now. Even if he is not quite his old self, it is progress. She stayed by his side for 2 years, hoping time would heal his deep wounds. He never brings up his old tribe anymore, which is honestly a bit concerning. They head down into the village. Harrier tries to blend in, but you can easily tell he still stands out among the regulars. The fact he still carries that heavy shield means there is always a chance he might change his mind one day. Moran is betting everything on that possibility. Suddenly the ground violently shakes, and she wonders if it is an earthquake. In this world, earthquakes are rarely just natural disasters. Miran spots our favorite skeleton master standing right in the village square. Talk about an absolute turning point. The legendary tale of the skeleton messenger is officially about to begin. Things are about to get wild for our 2 runaways. Miran admits it started as a simple escort mission, but meeting the master changed everything. She finally saw the old Harrier again. She comments that Harrier's ability is not that of a standard shield warrior, it is more like the master's, which is a massive compliment. Since she is a bit of a musclehead, she cannot explain it well, but she definitely knows true talent when she sees it. Master casually mentions taking Harrier as a disciple, and she is all for it, knowing Harrier has the talent and spirit to succeed. She says he just had the wrong mentor, basically calling out his old teacher, And trust me, you and I cannot wait for what is next. Alright, you and I are about to see the savage master whip this kid into shape. She's already got a training plan ready. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, Harrier jumps at a sudden noise, asking who's there. The poor guy is always on edge. Boom! A massive hand punches straight through the door, making one hell of an entrance. Harrier is pinned to the wall, totally speechless. Seriously, this master really needs to learn how doorbells work. Her head literally pokes through the shattered wood, cheerfully announcing it is training time. Harrier is straight up screaming for his life. Without missing a beat, she drags him out like a sack of potatoes. No excuses allowed. She tells him if he skips even a single day of training, he'll know. If he skips 2, his enemies will know. Talk about a terrifying motivational speech. He is absolutely terrified, wondering how she can drop a threat like that so casually. Welcome to your new life, kid. When Harrier starts whining about his tragic past, she immediately shuts him down. Tough love is the only option in this place. He begins to suspect she has literal super hearing, wondering how she knew he was talking about his past. But stick with me. This is the moment she actually gets serious with him. Harrier has officially caught her attention. She smiles, calling him a smart little guy. He looks annoyed, but you can tell he is secretly flattered. Meanwhile, Moran is giggling on the sidelines, finding the smart kid adorable. She's thoroughly enjoying seeing him knock down a peg. Now Harrier lies face down in total defeat. He has finally reached the acceptance phase of his new nightmare. Cue the heavy sigh. The real training hasn't even begun, and he is already dead tired. Now the mood suddenly shifts. A massive wooden grave marker stands alone in the snow. Escher Soma stands before it looking completely broken. Whispering apologies to the comrades he lost, he looks ready to crumble. Even elite knights carry heavy scars. Believing he can't enter Valhalla because he was the sole survivor, his guilt is a crushing weight to bear. Suddenly his eyes narrow. He warns that those damn Imperial wolves are approaching. The peace is officially shattered. Inside the mansion, the air is thick with tension. Biden is searching for Harrier, likely expecting him to be hiding somewhere. Meanwhile, the master is just lounging back there like she owns the place. She casually tells them she's training Harrier, so they might as well start the meeting without him. Biden scoffs at this, calling the training absurd. To him, the kid is just a failure who couldn't handle real northern grit. But the master doesn't miss a beat, telling Biden straight to his face that he has zero eye for talent. Let's be real. You and I know that if he stopped treating students like punching bags, they wouldn't flee. Just a thought, Chief. She adds that he failed to recognize the kid's massive potential. Her eye flares with a dangerous pink light. She is completely done with Biden's attitude. Suddenly, the doors slam open with frantic shouts. Moran and the master glance over, immediately realizing the vibe just shifted from awkward to critical. Biden grunts in annoyance, complaining that the tribe is too noisy. He hates having his power trip cut short. A gatekeeper bursts in alongside a bloodied survivor from the coast. This is not a drill. The front line has fallen. The survivor collapses, begging Biden to launch a counterattack. He cannot face his dead comrades in Valhalla without getting revenge first. But Biden remains freezing cold, quietly calculating the heavy toll of war. He knows an immediate counterstrike would only cause massive casualties. He coldly tells the warrior to return to his post, saying pointless battles are best avoided. Biden is playing the long game here, even if it looks like cowardice. The soldier loses his mind, screaming that everyone on the coast is doomed. The Imperial wolves are not coming. They are already here. The master watches silently, recognizing this exact cycle of despair repeating itself in a brand new era. A flashback to the coast reveals an absolute bloodbath. A massive Imperial army ambushed the outposts, their numbers far too overwhelming to fight. Countless veterans were butchered in the freezing snow. It was not a battle, but a brutal one-sided slaughter. The survivor vividly remembers calling for his commander, while arrows rained down on them. The absolute despair of that moment is carved into his face. Blood splatters everywhere as his allies fall beside him. The sheer efficiency of the Imperial army is terrifyingly brutal. He remains haunted by the eyes of the comrades he left behind, completely trapped in his own failure. He is just staring into space, utterly broken. The master recognizes that haunted look all too well. So what do you and I make of this tragedy? A graveyard of hollow coffins with no bodies to recover. For a warrior, that is the ultimate shame. Alright, you and I are heading back as Moran talks with Master. Tension hangs heavy with the scent of war as Moran admits she is finally accepted as a northern warrior. Master nods, having always known Moran had what it takes, noting her absolute dedication, intelligence, and most importantly her combat experience. But then comes a total shocker. Moran actually threw the Great Hunt on purpose. Moran gets totally flustered, admitting the praise feels weird since she is not used to being validated by a legendary skeleton. They turn their attention back to Harrier, whose style is shackled by self-loathing and his mother's massive legacy. If he could just escape that shadow, he would be unstoppable. The potential is right there. He only lacks the true drive of a fighter. Flashback to Tor Vinland looking incredibly worried. He once wondered how to teach that fierce drive to such a broken boy, calling it the most brutal yet essential lesson of all. A warrior must find that fire alone through pure despair. Master finally realizes her true purpose is to bring ancient wisdom into this new era. She is the ultimate link connecting legendary past heroes with today's struggling fighters. Now look closely as they watch the village. That piece is about to be wrecked by a red-haired hurricane. Deep in the forest, a pack of Imperial soldiers is moving fast. The invasion is ramping up and nothing will block their path. 7 days later at the northern mountain pass, we find the calm before a devastating storm. We find Frey actually eating snow. Victor tries keeping order, but she is completely beyond saving. Imagine being a high-ranking commander while your supreme general is busy snacking on frozen dirt. I would be searching for a new job immediately. Frey insists it is delicious and offers him some, proving she is completely out of her mind. Soma, the former commander, arrives looking absolutely miserable. He insults Frey's entire squad, but Victor fires back, proudly claiming every single soldier of his is worth 100 enemies. He even jokes about strawberry shaved ice made of real blood. What a bunch of psychopaths. Frey then asks Soma why he came looking for her. She asks if he is finally chasing that 4th knight title, but Soma grumbles that he has zero time to waste. He is only here to destroy that pathetic necromancer. That burning grudge is still very much alive. He demands to know why Frey is slacking instead of marching into the mountains, completely sick of her games. You and I both know she loves this. Frey just flashes a creepy grin, knowing Soma will provide her with endless entertainment. Soma glares at her with total disgust and calls her pathetic. He is a disciplined soldier while she is a chaotic lunatic. Soma turns his back and walks off, warning her not to wait because he is taking charge of this mission himself. He orders his squad to gear up for light recon as they prepare to invade deep enemy territory. He yells for them to charge into the northern peaks as Imperial horses thunder wildly through the thick snow. The invasion has officially started. Soma's scarred face is partially hidden beneath a dark mask. He vows to hunt down that necromancer and make her pay for tearing his face off. He is out for blood while the massive Imperial camp is established. They are cutting right through the north, leaving absolute destruction behind. Back at the Red Lamb village, Master asks what is wrong. The news is devastating. Imperial forces have officially breached the mountains in massive numbers. Biden warns that this is no ordinary raid or border patrol. This is a full-scale brutal invasion. An army is flooding in from the coast, attempting to tear the mountains apart and completely wipe out the tribes. Biden dispatched messengers to neighboring clans, but they will not make it. Our heroes must face the first wave entirely alone. Biden's eye flares with pure rage. Like it or not, this is war, you Imperial bastards. The quiet days are officially over. Master tightens her bony fist. She is not about to stand by and watch another helpless village burn to ash. She commands the Red Lamb warriors to clear her path. Harrier and the others stand ready to follow their master straight into hell. Close up on an Imperial helmet. The crushing gears of war are turning, and there is no stopping them now. The battlefield is pure chaos. Steel crashes against steel as desperate screams echo across the valley. This is absolutely brutal combat. A northern warrior roars, charging forward. They might be vastly outnumbered, but they fight with a ferocity the Empire cannot match. The clash is brutal. Axes smash shields while spears shatter heavy plate armor. It is a total meat grinder in the freezing blizzard as Master stands atop a peak, observing the carnage. She whispers that this bloody stench is unbearable, bringing her full circle back to her days as a legendary general. And trust me, you and I are going to watch her fight, because she refuses to run from her duty anymore. Alright, you and I are about to watch the Master finally find her resolve, carrying their heavy hopes on her shoulders. Meanwhile, that wounded defender from before is desperately trying to drag himself out of the medic tent. He refuses to sit safely while his brothers are slaughtered, shouting that hiding in a tent is no different than being dead. Now that is true northern grit. But the Master halts him, pointing out his shattered legs and telling him to stay calm. She isn't being cruel, just brutally realistic, asking him straight up if he truly desires vengeance for his fallen allies. She needs to see his true motivation, but the warrior denies it, claiming they are the proud shields of the Red Lamb. Yet as their shield he failed. He cries out that he doesn't want revenge, he's just deeply ashamed of failing his duty. He fights for pure honor, not hatred. The master wonders if staying honorable is even possible now. Then she proposes the ultimate taboo. What if they broke their eternal rest? The defender is absolutely horrified, asking what would happen if they dared to wake those who had finally found peace. He argues that raising corpses is vile sorcery, not honor. Northern traditions strictly guard the absolute sacredness of the dead's sleep. Clenching her fist, she tries to make him see that waking the fallen is the only way to finish their mission together. The exhausted warrior slumps heavily over his sword, completely torn apart. Trapped between ancient beliefs and the survival of his people, he hesitates while the master gazes up at the sky. Now pay close attention here. She needs his permission for a wild plan, asking to borrow their sacred tribal flag. Reaching out her skeletal hand, she prepares to initiate some incredibly high-level forbidden necromancy. With tears welling in his eyes, he realizes this master isn't some evil monster. She is their only hope for a miracle. He hands over the ruined tribal flag with a desperate shout, placing his faith in the exact magic he was raised to fear. With deep admiration for his devotion, she unleashes a colossal radiating wave of brilliant pink energy. The earth begins to glow with a sacred radiance, blinding the Imperial Knights as they panic and demand to know what is happening. They have never witnessed anything like this. The light is so blindingly bright, it completely erases the surrounding shadows. Even S must shield his eyes. Soma looks up in shock, sensing a legendary power he thought was long gone. The master's voice thunders across the battlefield, commanding the fallen northern warriors to lift up their heads. She looks like a literal god of war as the blinding light begins shaping into a figure in ornate armor. She declares that their heroes have returned from the afterlife, as her powerful summons echoes and the dead begin to answer. Master Skeleton isn't just raising brainless zombies. She is summoning the legendary Coastal Defense Legion back to the living world. And trust me, that tattered flag rising over the peaks is a wild reunion the Empire was never prepared to face. The ancient spirits are answering. Just marvel at the massive scale of this incoming ghostly army. Thousands of glowing warriors assemble in the thick mist, ready to give the living some serious trouble, while Master Skeleton commands them with absolute authority. She reminds them that the sacred mountain they died protecting is currently being desecrated by invaders. Her purple aura flares as the earth shakes, proving this is far more than just a simple summoning. It is an explosion of raw, vengeful power. One spectral commander watches his hand slowly solidify back into ancient bone. Master Skeleton tells them to excuse her lack of manners, because she must borrow their legendary strength right now. The northern warriors are rising, and not even the Valkyries of Valhalla could stop them from joining this epic fight. They are returning from the grave to absolutely crush the Empire, their spiritual bodies fully formed with eyes blazing with ghostly fire. The ultimate mission for this defense force is finally active. A massive shockwave blasts the snow away as the ghost army descends. The frozen ground rumbles beneath the heavy march of an army that no longer breathes. The order is simple. Before this night ends, finish the mission and return to your peaceful slumber. It is a brief contract with a final ending, as the master stands before her legion, illuminating the valley in purple light. The tides of war have officially shifted. The surviving northern warrior can barely process what he's seeing, tears streaming down his face as his dead brothers return to stand beside him. The sacred banner of the northern tribes flies high once more. Pouring their honor into this last stand to protect their home, ghostly cavalry charges forward, horses and riders blazing with terrifying purple energy. Those Imperial scouts are definitely rethinking their career choices right now. And as the master orders them to roar at the invaders, you and I are about to hear the loudest dead army in history. Look closely at that bony face. Those burning eyes show absolutely zero mercy. Trust me, you and I are about to watch her lead this Phantom Legion straight into battle. An unstoppable wall of corpses slams into the Empire troops without any fear of dying a second time. The skeletal master raises her arm, begging the mountain spirits to forgive her forbidden spell. She knows summoning the dead is a dark sin. Still, she gives these fallen coastal guardians one final shot to finish the mission they failed in life, watching them with deep sorrow. Glancing over at Harrier, she tells the young boy that he is not ready for this battlefield. Basically, she tells him to stay back and let the experts handle this. But then she hesitates, realizing that some harsh lessons must be learned firsthand. Harrier is trembling with fear while allies stand ready, as the whole valley glows purple with raw magical energy before the clash. The master tells him that this battlefield is the perfect place to find his path. Pointing a thin finger at the massacre, she challenges the boy to find the answer he failed to give during the Great Hunt. This is not a simple exam, it is a pure massacre, and the boy is sweating bullets watching it. Pay close attention here because he is realizing that being a hero is way bloodier than the stories. The Empire Knights are utterly overwhelmed by ghosts, their lives snuffed out like helpless candles flicking in a dark, icy storm. The skeletal master gets right in his face, staring deep into the kid's trembling soul. She demands to know if he can prove his worth, but he looks away with shaking resolve, doubting if he can carry the guilt of taking lives. The master commands him to clear his mind immediately. She explains that combat demands accepting heavy burdens and curses, gently placing a hand on his head to calm him down. She tells him never to close his eyes to tragedy and sin. While her duty is to wage this war, his job is to fight as a northern warrior. It is time for this young pupil to finally step up. Determination shines in his eyes as he asks where she is going, but the specter has already locked onto a brand new target. An intense shockwave blasts outward as the skeletal master rushes forward to crush the monster. Leading the enemy charge is Frey, who is giggling like an absolute psychopath while watching this undead legion rise. She is easily the most insane commander ever, but watch closely because the kid is finally striking. Diving headfirst into the chaotic battle, he ignites with a fierce yellow energy while his allies scream for him to crush the enemy. He crashes down on the Empire forces like a meteor, proving he is no longer a coward. The boy is a true danger now, his sharp eyes locked in behind his mask. He is totally focused on proving once and for all that he is a true northern warrior, while the enemy spellcasters charge up their glowing blue staves. They desperately try to establish a barrier, but their reaction speed is just too slow. Defenders form a heavy phalanx wall in the front lines, which seems solid enough, but the boy is about to shatter their defense. He drops right into the middle of the Imperial troops with twin daggers drawn. The glowing magical shield does not even slow him down as he flashes through the armored soldiers before they can even draw their weapons. This is completely unlike traditional shield combat, leaving one Imperial commander stunned by the boy's incredible jumping ability. They never expected a northern brute to move so gracefully, dodging and landing lightning-fast attacks. He uses his twin blades to pierce the weak points of their heavy armor with perfect precision. Moving like a wild demon, he bounces off their helmets to stay airborne, single-handedly wiping out an entire platoon. He tears right through their ranks, painting the pure white snow with fresh blood. The soldiers stumble around trying to hit a target that is never there, while Moran watches from afar, totally baffled. He wonders why the boy fights so differently without a shield, as the master watches from the darkness. She notes his supreme acrobatic flexibility and the explosive power of his muscles. The issue is that he spent his life worshipping his mother, a legendary shield warrior, trying to copy her style instead of finding his own strength. A quick glimpse of his mother in her prime. She was an absolute tank with a giant shield, but that heavy style never suited his agile body. His real talent lies in deception. He is physically built to dominate crowds in close combat. Right now, the kid is absolutely cooking. And trust me, seeing him throw hidden daggers right into those mages' throats is absolutely wild. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal battle where Harrier is executing a precise dance of death. Standing over a mountain of dead knights, blood dripping from his blades, the master skeleton finally reveals the truth. Harrier is a dual-class rogue warrior, just like her. On this bloody battlefield, he realizes fear is not an option. He's completely letting go and letting raw instinct take over, gliding through the chaos with a terrifyingly calm expression. While the Imperial Knights scream in absolute terror, our hero just looks incredibly bored. Standing tall against the snowy mountains, he shows everyone what a true northern warrior looks like when they unleash their real self. Master Skeleton gets completely caught off guard as Frey lunges forward, moving even faster than she was before. She looks like a terrifying shadow with glowing eyes, her teeth bared in a wild, crazy grin. She is far too hyped for this. Master Skeleton blocks her lethal slash, but the heavy impact sends her sliding backward. Frey mocks her for trying to play hero. Charging again, she screams that protecting these kids will only get her killed. She clearly hates wholesomeness. Master Skeleton lets out a heavy grunt as she quickly tries to reposition herself. She struggles to keep pace with Frey's wild animalistic speed as they clash in a storm of sparks and steel. Their insane speed creates visible shockwaves in the air as Frey lands a heavy strike, her blade glowing with red energy. She's aggressively shattering Master Skeleton's entire defense. Grabbing Master Skeleton by the arm with a bone-crushing grip, she screams that she is going to end her first. Now pay attention because the edgy villain S enters the chat, drawing his massive blade to join the fight. A huge cloud of snow erupts as someone gets blasted straight into the ground. The battlefield turns into absolute chaos with these high-tier fighters, and Harrier shouts for his master in a panic. He knows his teacher is in deep trouble now that S has arrived, his sword radiating a dark menacing energy. He's completely obsessed with settling his score with the Necromancer once and for all. Unleashing his devastating wolf cloud attack, he sends a wave of destructive energy that obliterates everything in its path. Harrier is forced to perform crazy mid-air backflips just to avoid getting vaporized, showing how insane the scale of this fight has become. Stomping an enemy knight to maintain his momentum, he desperately tries to reach Master Skeleton before S can finish her off. But he's intercepted. A brutal blow sends Harrier face first into the dirt, with a voice warning him never to let his guard down. Luckily, Moran is right there to pull him up, and Harrier thanks him. He looks pretty beat up, but he's still standing. Moran looks deeply worried, but Harrier just responds with a confident smirk. Grumbling that Frey stole his prey, S stands in the middle of the carnage, his face half hidden by dark shadows. I know what you're thinking. This brooding boss is insane, but our rookies are standing their ground. Harrier notices that S's style is surprisingly similar to the skeleton's, while S draws his blade with a creepy wide grin. He is glad Frey didn't win, because he wants to take that skeleton down himself. Calling them a mere appetizer, S' eyes glow with intense bloodlust as he stares down the young northern rookies. He arrogantly dares Harrier and Moran to attack him, treating them like a simple warm-up exercise. Stepping into his Doan-style stance, his blade glows red as the air hums with a heavy, suffocating killing intent. Harrier and Moran strike back with a coordinated wolf howl attack, moving in perfect sync to overwhelm him with speed. S is genuinely shocked by their sudden synchronization, wondering how they could have changed so much in an instant. Harrier tells him to get used to it because they are fighting as an unstoppable duo from now on. He's tapping into an entirely new sensation, feeling like his entire nervous system is suddenly electrified from head to toe. All his fear completely vanishes as he enters a legendary flow state, feeling absolutely everything. He glides effortlessly, dodging S's slashes by mere millimeters as he levels up right in the middle of battle. Growing furious, S calls him a pathetic little rat, and this struggle starts triggering some incredibly bitter memories from his past. Zooming in on S's enraged face, he is completely losing his cool because he cannot land a single hit on a kid. Rage completely consumes him, twisting his face into a mask of pure hatred as he prepares to unleash a devastating Doan-style sword flurry. His blade weaves a massive web of red energy, attempting to trap Harrier in an inescapable cage of deadly slashes. Harrier barely manages to parry the initial strikes, feeling the immense, crushing pressure of a true beast on the battlefield. He notices fatal weakness, and that's where we leave it. Stick with me because his counterattack is next. Alright, you and I are diving straight into the action as he spots an opening, shouting for Moran to launch their long-awaited counterattack. Moran swings his massive battle axe with absolute fury, shouting a simple okay, clearly loving every second now that the real war has finally started. He screams for Harrier to move, using the sheer momentum of his swing to launch him forward like a human cannonball. Rocketing forward with pure rage, Harrier closes the distance to S in a single heartbeat. It is the ultimate student combo attack, but S merely grins, exposing a row of sharp, terrifyingly jagged teeth. He was baiting them all along, and Harrier's eyes widen in sheer panic as he realizes his mistake, muttering a quick oops. The trap has sprung, leaving him completely helpless, and with plenty of mana still pulsing through his veins, S prepares to deliver a devastating final blow. He unleashes his wolf hunt howling technique, summoning a colossal red energy beast that viciously tears into Harrier. It is an absolutely devastating attack, blasting Harrier backward as a violent spray of blood stains the frozen snow. He seems to have suffered a mortal wound, flashing back to Moran's childhood when she absolutely adored tales of legendary northern warriors. She wonders why those memories seem so distant now, remembering when she and Harrier would sing those ancient warrior anthems together. It is a bittersweet memory for someone on the brink of death as S stands over the fallen warrior, mocking his arrogance. Warning Harrier never to cross him again, S brutally pins him to a massive stone pillar using his razor-sharp blade. Now pay attention, because things look completely hopeless for our rookie as we pivot back to the freezing peaks, choked with magic residue. This intense clash between Frey and the Skeleton Master has completely reshaped the frozen terrain. Boom! A violent eruption of magical power tears through the permafrost, launching frozen debris hundreds of feet into the sky. This is no longer a duel, it is an environmental hazard. Moving at impossible speeds, they become mere blurs of gray and red clashing across the snowy peaks, looking like an insane high-stakes game of tag. Frey lunges with her colossal jagged slab of a sword, swinging with enough raw power to cleave a mountain, but the skeleton master is fully prepared. Locked in a relentless close-quarters struggle, their blades clash and grind in a shower of wild sparks. Frey is wearing that terrifying, demented grin. The skeleton master manages to block Frey's heavy overhead strike, but the massive shockwave causes the very ground beneath them to crumble. Launching into another blinding exchange, they move so rapidly that their energy trails practically dominate the entire battlefield. Frey giggles maniacally as she dances around, her crazed eyes tracking every single movement of the skeleton master. She is a true force of nature, but the skeleton master swiftly counters, striking back with her smaller purple dagger. She desperately searches for a vulnerability in Frey's wild defense. Frey plants her heel, her aura flaring violently as she readies a devastating spiral technique that causes the earth to warp under the pressure. And wait for it, because we both know she messed up big time as she senses a massive buildup of energy. A colossal pillar of white light erupts from the ground, unleashing the devastating axis of the Earth Horizon Breaker. This is not just a simple attack, but a complete landscape reset that catches the skeleton master right in the blast zone. The sheer power of the blow forces a heavy, painful grunt from deep within her ribs. She is sent hurtling backward, screaming as she crashes through the air, proving that even a legendary fighter feels this devastating impact. Landing hard, the skeleton master struggles back to her feet, letting out an exhausted sigh while dusting herself off. Though smoke rises from her body, her skeletal frame is still intact, while Frey stands atop a fallen knight, gazing down mockingly. She mocks her opponent, asking if she took that devastating hit on purpose. Raising her dagger defensively, the skeleton master stares back coldly as Frey taunts her, asking why she did not dodge to protect her allies. The very idea of having allies seems hilarious to Frey, her face twisting into a terrifyingly sadistic grin. She simply cannot comprehend caring for anyone else, but the skeleton master points a bony finger, calling out her casual, heartless nonsense. She points out the ally currently suffering right beneath her feet. Frey looks briefly bewildered, so utterly detached from reality that she completely forgot she was standing on top of her own soldier. Glancing down at the broken knight with absolute contempt, she coldly presses her entire weight down onto his body. She declares that since he is already dead, he is just a useless lump of meat, showing her true psychopathic nature. The skeleton master falls silent, but pay close attention as she notices a bizarre flaw in her opponent's combat style. She notes that even during their intense duel, she deliberately alternates, using only one hand at a time. She pulls her weapon back whenever she strikes with her fist, asking why she would limit herself when she has two perfectly good hands. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a brutal clash as Master Skeleton literally dissects her enemy's entire military past just by watching her fight. She points out her weird habit of reading battles from the front line. She can retreat while giving orders, showing off incredible combat skills. Staring her down with glowing purple eyes, she realizes these old habits from group fights mean she must be a former rogue. Master Skeleton keeps a deadpan face and admits she is surprisingly smart for her looks. That is the ultimate backhanded compliment, but Frey just laughs it off. Frey finds it funny that this cold master keeps glancing over to check on her own students. She lunges forward, red energy crackling, asking if the master is some high-level commander those weaklings can't handle. A massive slash of energy explodes as they continue their high-speed death dance across the snow. Suddenly, Frey gets right in Master Skeleton's face, her demonic eyes glaring as she mocks her for looking away. They clash once more, sending a massive shockwave of snow flying. Both are pushing their limits, but Frey's chaotic power is slowly chipping away at the master's smooth technique. Collisions blast up the side of the mountain, while Frey's wild laughter echoes through the valley. Frey taunts from above, asking how she plans to escape this time, thinking she finally has her trapped. But Master Skeleton counters with a brutal leg kick, catching her off guard as blood sprays from the impact. That is going to leave a mark, even on a tough warrior. The master lands, keeping her daggers ready. Now pay attention here, because she is not giving her a single second to breathe before clashing in a red blur. The snow is getting torn apart by their insane speed as Frey stands up, wiping blood from her face. She is shocked by that fast dodge, calling the master insane for fighting back with a bleeding leg. Looking at her blade, Master Skeleton realizes she can find openings, but her strikes are not deep enough. She really wishes she had her old weapon as Frey notices the hesitation and mocks her, calling her weak and full of holes. Frey rests her giant sword on her shoulder, teasingly asking if the weapon is just too heavy for her to swing. She keeps attacking her pride, asking why she can easily slice others like tofu but struggles here. Suddenly Moran gets blasted nearby, triggering a panic scream. The Master's focus slips for a split second, and Frey is right there with a terrifying grin. She laughs wildly, catching her looking away the exact moment her defense is completely down. She drives a massive punch straight into the Master's ribs, and you can practically hear the bones breaking. Master Skeleton goes flying face first into the snow, taking a devastating hit from a general-level opponent. A huge explosion of snow and debris erupts where she lands as Frey tries to bury her alive. Now let's pause here. Look at her lying in that crater while Frey looms over, calling her totally heartless. Pointing at the battlefield where hundreds of soldiers are dying, Frey notes the Master doesn't even look at them. She leans in close, her glowing red eyes completely hollow and terrifying. She insults her for only caring about her own follower as we zoom on the skull. Staring back through empty sockets, she listens to this crazy logic as her own thoughts turn dark. She actually agrees with the crazy talk, finding herself floating in a dark void of glowing eyes, accused of being completely heartless for ignoring the dying. Visions of the fallen soldiers on the battlefield flash before her. A voice echoes, asking why she failed to save them as guilt takes over. Glowing purple eyes watch her, whispering that it is not her fault, urging her to look at the spectral ghosts fighting. The voice tells her they only crave destruction and will happily slaughter their own kind. A skeletal hand reaches out, urging her to yield. The temptation to become a real monster is high. Standing in the snow under a massive demon shadow, she hears a voice saying she fought for the world but was thrown away. But suddenly, a warm memory of her old student broke the darkness. The young hero asked what she meant, taking us back to a quiet courtyard from their past. The peaceful scene stood in stark contrast to the war as she listened to his childish logic. The young hero smiled warmly, asking if she always talked like that. Stick with me for more. All right, you and I are diving into the moment. She asks if she regrets starting a war, but she brushes off the guilt instantly. She laughs, calling it obvious. Why blame herself for the invasion? They are simply the bad guys here, plain and simple. With a bright laugh, she tells her to forget it. They are just warriors fighting to protect their home, so there is zero need to apologize. Master Skeleton stands completely speechless, stunned by her pure, unwavering faith. The hero asks about her worried face, reminding her she is a proud northern warrior. Giving a big goofy grin, she says it is simple. Carrying the strong will of the North, they simply must step onto the battlefield. A close-up on her mouth reveals the word that changes everything. Now in the present, Master Skeleton's eye flares with a fierce pink light. Recalling those words to stop blaming herself, she has finally found her ultimate resolve. She charges forward with a massive overhead swing, her demonic sword glowing with intense surging energy. No more dodging. She is bringing the fight straight to Frey. Master Skeleton stands ready with twin daggers. She proudly declares she is also a northern warrior, officially done letting the dark past hold her back. As snow swirls around her indomitable figure, she vows that even if her allies fall, there will be absolutely no hesitation in her steps. Watch closely as the sky above the mountains starts to clear. She carries the hopes of those crushed to dust, delivering them to the future. Planting her foot firmly on the stone, she embodies the unbreakable will of the North. She is no mere messenger. She is the undead soul of their homeland, with spirits of past heroes visibly standing right behind her. They do not stand alone, finding ultimate strength only when united. Chasing the memory of those heroes, they proudly take the battlefield. One last glimpse of the hero from her memories, the girl from long ago who started this entire epic journey. Frey drops from the sky, sword held high, screaming that her endless muttering is absolutely disgusting. Done with the dramatic speeches, she slams her sword down with a massive explosive burst of raw force. She is trying to break her spirit through pure violence, zooming in on Master Skeleton's bandaged bone hands. She grips her weapons with a terrifyingly sharp focus. They become a complete blur, clashing in midair as they crash down toward the snowy slopes. Frey's demonic eyes widen in complete shock as fresh blood sprays from her shoulder. Master Skeleton just landed a perfect hit right mid-swing. She is still holding her sword, but something about it is entirely different. The weapon has split. She divided it to completely alter her combat style. Frey stares at the broken blade as realization hits. She asks why her momentum keeps breaking. Master Skeleton zips forward in a whirlwind of pink energy, saying this is the answer. And trust me, she is using a dual style never seen before. A blinding white flash fills the screen as she unleashes her true power, the munting boar crushing slash. Frey is sent flying like a ragdoll from the sheer impact, tumbling through the freezing air with a pained grunt. Master Skeleton just proved she is still the absolute top predator on this mountain. Frey looks completely demented, laughing through the pain and mocking her for thinking one extra sword changes anything. A giant purple energy cross glows on the ground below as Master Skeleton prepares her ultimate technique. High-speed motion blurs fill the screen as she closes in for the final lethal blow. Moving so fast she is basically teleporting, she strikes from every single angle simultaneously, leaving vertical trails of exploding pink energy in her wake. It is a complete and total destruction of her defense, leaving Frey panicking internally as she struggles to track her. Still in disbelief, S's eye narrows from the dark shadows, calling her a truly pitiful human. Watching the clash with a cold analytical gaze, S's dark silhouette stands against the white snow, calling her a knight who knows nothing of death's true pain. Zooming in on S's demonic red eye, he calls her arrogant yet deeply pitiable. He is completely unimpressed with Frey's performance. Screaming with rage, Frey leaps through the air, yelling not to look down on her. Putting everything into one last desperate strike, she leaps forward. Master Skeleton grunts in shock, sensing a sudden massive shift in the energy. Frey lunges straight down, her aura twisting into a terrifying demonic spiral. S notes the move is highly dangerous. Master Skeleton counters with her absolute ultimate, Heaven Axis Heaven and Earth Splitter. A massive dual-colored energy blast completely obliterates everything in its path. Master Skeleton's arm glows with bright purple mana, as she commands herself to remember, drawing on every ounce of her legendary strength. Focusing on her skeletal arm, she forces her bony form to recreate a living warrior's strength as a memory of the hero flashes by. Determined to become like the legendary hero, she channels the godlike power that cut down even the Demon King. Stick with me to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a storm of terrifying energy that leaves nothing but a blinding white void. Soldiers across the battlefield freeze in their tracks, staring up at the titanic explosion rocking the mountain peaks. Looking from a distance, the scale is unbelievable. A massive chunk of the mountain has simply been erased. Master Skeleton stands tall among the wreckage. That devastating attack, it was the evil annihilation quake. This round is over, and as the smoke clears, the hype instantly dies down, shifting from an epic victory to pure tragedy. Harrier cradles his blood-soaked friend, his voice trembling as he desperately lies that everything is going to be fine. Zooming in on Harrier's eyes, you can see the hope fade as the brutal reality finally sinks in. He keeps repeating those useless lies, but Moran is fading fast with deep, horrific gashes tearing across his chest. The poor guy can only let out a faint wheeze while Harrier's blood-soaked hands desperately try to hold him together. He begins coughing up rivers of blood, making it painfully obvious that his internal organs are completely shredded. This is way past a simple wound. Harrier enters full panic mode, begging Moran to save his breath. He frantically tries to block the bleeding, but it is like trying to plug a broken dam. He screams in pure agony at the heavens. Don't blink here, because just as his spirit completely breaks, a cold shadow looms over them as S approaches. Harrier remains on his knees, sobbing and begging Moran to stay alive while S's boots crunch coldly in the snow. The villain stares down without a shred of empathy, mocking Harrier for crying like a pathetic brat on a battlefield. Towers over them like a literal grim reaper, muttering about how pathetic they are before coldly declaring he is ending this right now. Harrier can only let out a weak, dazed sob as he looks up through his tears. Suddenly, the sadness in his eyes burns away, replaced by absolute murderous rage. He vows to kill S, entering a terrifying state of pure wrath. S' expression twists in anger. He absolutely despises being threatened by someone he views as a mere bug. Harrier desperately tries to stand up, but his broken body refuses to move. S stands there, waiting to crush him like an insect. But wait, senses something. He whips his head to the side as a powerful, familiar energy enters the battlefield. Focusing on Harrier's face covered in Moran's blood, he looks exactly like a demon completely possessed by the spirit of vengeance. S delivers a devastating kick, spitting insults about how barbarians know nothing of true justice, showing off his massive ego. You and I both know how this looks. He swings that massive blade down for what seems like a fatal strike. But suddenly a lightning-fast blur of motion interrupts the blade, blocking the execution at the absolute last second. The clash unleashes a massive shockwave, instantly blowing away the surrounding snow. The ground literally fractures from the impact. As the smoke clears, S freezes in utter shock when a familiar voice speaks up. A bony skeletal hand is effortlessly catching S's giant blade. She calmly asks if they are indeed barbarians. Our legendary master skeleton has returned, calling S nothing more than a wild monkey. Now that is how you make an entrance. Harrier looks up, his cracking voice calling out for his teacher. The savior is here and she is absolutely furious. Master Skeleton erupts with a massive wave of purple energy, blastings backward. The gap between these two is massive. S is absolutely livid, his red eyes blazing in the dark. He screams her name, eager for this long-awaited rematch. Master Skeleton completely ignores S's shouting, turning instead to tell Harrier to cool his head and stay calm. She takes over the battlefield, promising to buy him time. She stands like an unyielding wall of bone between her student and certain death. Pointing her glowing purple sword directly at S, her stance is perfect. S laughs at her advice, noticing her distraction. He mocks her, pointing out how cold-hearted she is while her comrade lies dying. S's blood-splattered face twists with arrogance, believing he has uncovered the Master's ultimate psychological weakness. Master Skeleton just stares back with empty sockets, asks if she already replaced her old comrade with a new pet. We flash back to the brutal aftermath of their earlier battle, where Frey asked if she felt any pity for their fallen enemies. She admitted that knowing they had homes and families waiting made her feel uneasy. She felt a small touch of guilt, a surprisingly human emotion from a skeleton, but declared that past feelings cannot change present duties. If she spares her enemies, her own people will die. She remains a ruthless pragmatist to the absolute end. S begins stepping forward, mocking the legendary master for caring so deeply about her weak little underling. He continues his mind games, trying to shatter her legendary focus. Staring her down, he asks with a sneer if she is truly heartless. And trust me, we are about to watch these two legendary forces tear each other apart. Alright, stick with me because the air between these two is absolutely humming with killing intent as Master Skeleton clenches her fist. She mutters that war is only natural before they clash in a blinding explosion of pink and white light. She calls war terribly heartless while Soma charges forward with a roar, shouting that he will annihilate his enemies and protect his comrades. But Master Skeleton parries with ease, her aura turning a deep, menacing purple. She won't hesitate anymore. Meanwhile, Harrier is still on the ground, his entire world falling apart as he holds Moran's limp body. Master Skeleton reaches out her hand and demands that Harrier make his decision too. It is time for her student to grow up. In the background, purple fireballs rain down as her spectral army continues to absolutely tear up the battlefield. Look at Moran, his face is pale with blood matted in his dark hair, looking so tiny amidst this brutal war. Harrier lets out a broken sob, screaming Moran's name. He's just not ready. Behind them, the clash between Soma and the Master is absolute chaos. The Master even manages to yell out that they need a medic immediately. Moran weakly reaches up, touching Harrier's chest and telling him not to worry. He begs him to go help Skeleton. Even at his end, he puts the mission first. His hand reaches out, searching for Harrier's grip one final time. It is an absolutely heartbreaking sight. Harrier clenches his fist until his knuckles turn white as his overwhelming grief hardens into a cold, unbreakable resolve. He stands up and heads toward the battlefield. Behind him, Mirren coughs up another mouthful of blood, his eyes slowly fluttering shut. He gave everything he had left. Now Harrier stands tall against the snowy backdrop, knowing Mirren still has a future and a dream. He has finally found his warrior's will, while Myron's final thoughts are solely for him. He asks him to protect the dream they wanted to chase together with their master. Then his hand drops into the cold snow as the name Geo hangs in the air. A final order from a fallen comrade. Harrier covers his eyes for a moment, burying the agony deep inside. His friend is gone, leaving only tears and blood in the cold northern snow. Harrier grabs his shield and daggers, kneeling one last time. He is no longer the runaway boy. He is the chief of the White Lion Tail. Master Skeleton prepares her next move, purple energy swirling around her blade. It is a legendary northern-style hunting technique. Frosty Grand Brawl. Colossal ice spikes erupt violently from the ground, completely trapping the Imperial troops. Soma laughs like an absolute maniac through the ice, mocking her that the power of her techniques is getting weaker. Now watch closely because the Master is getting pushed back by Soma's raw power. He taunts her, asking if she's scared the kids will break down. Soma delivers a thunderous kick aimed straight at the Master's skull. Boom! Someone intercepts the strike. It is Harrier blocking with his massive shield. He declares that Harrier will never break. Soma is genuinely shocked by the kid's sudden return, calling him an absolute fool. Soma kicks again, claiming that baseless encouragement only ends up destroying people. Talk about the ultimate cold-blooded buzzkill. But Master Skeleton counters his philosophy. As Harrier holds the defensive line, she shouts that this is not some empty encouragement. This is called hope. Master Skeleton and her student are finally standing as equals, charging straight towards Soma together. It is a perfectly coordinated assault from both the past and the future of the North. But Master Skeleton is pushing past her absolute limits, wondering if the physical toll of her fight with Frey is catching up. Soma swings his massive sword, aiming to cleave them both in a single sweep. Close up on his manic red eye, he thinks he's got them then, a massive spray of blood. Soma's heavy blade connects, but someone has willingly sacrificed themselves to buy an opening. It is Harrier. He literally catches the giant blade with his bare hands, blood spraying everywhere just to keep Soma pinned down. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. He tackles Soma into the snow, refusing to let go, coughing blood while thanking his master for buying him time. Close up on Harrier's intense burning gaze. He mutters that thanks to her, his head has finally cooled down. He is absolutely locked in. Harrier stabs a dagger directly into Soma's chest, the sound of tearing flesh echoing through the cold. Soma's face becomes a mask of pure shock and pain. He cannot believe a mere brat actually landed a mortal blow on him. Soma manages to claw Harrier by the face, blood leaking heavily from his own wounds as he calls him a rotten little brat. They are grappling desperately in the deep snow, two dying men fighting to survive. Suddenly, a spectral wolf spirit emerges behind Harrier, fueling his rage. He is switching gears and is going to end Soma. Master Skeleton watches in deep concern, calling out Harrier's name. His inner monologue turns into a tribute to Moran, saying he has so much to apologize for. We see a flashback to the day they ran down from the mountain together, where Moran was always the one leading the way. He remembers all the brutal training, and how his friends stayed right by his side whenever he wanted to give up. He admits he only has things to be grateful and sorry for, and that's where we leave Harrier, honoring his memory. Let's dive into this epic clash as a massive energy blast shakes the entire peak. As the blast settles, Harrier's apologetic voice echoes through the valley. Despite taking a dagger straight to his chest, S is somehow still standing and relentlessly forcing Harrier backward. Smockingly calls out Moran's name just to twist the knife, followed by another massive crash in the snow. They are both at their absolute limits, and Harrier's golden eye flares with primal rage. He charges one final time, eyes locked with his foe in a lethal exchange, repeatedly whispering his apology as they clash. Their blades crash together for the last time, unleashing a force strong enough to shatter the air itself. A blinding flash of white engulfs the mountain peaks. Slowly, crimson blood drips onto the pristine snow. It is over. They stand frozen in time, face to face. His expression is one of complete, utter confusion. Even with S's blade impaling his shoulder, Harrier maintains a relentless death grip on his arm. He has no intention of letting go until S is completely dead. Pay attention here. S is coughing blood, realizing this kid completely outplayed him and trapped him. Staring down his own defeat, S begins to panic, desperately screaming at Harrier to let him go. He has finally realized he is locked in a death spiral with a madman. Harrier looks up, his face drenched in blood, as S bares his teeth in a final animalistic roar of defiance. Harrier unleashes a raw, soul-shattering scream of defiance. The mighty cry echoes across the frozen peaks, the sound of a white lion finally finding his voice. Harrier twists his blade deeper into S's chest, spraying blood over the snow. S grunts weakly as his life force drains away. S is blown backward, his broken body skipping across the cold snow like a stone. He's finished. Master Skeleton watches in absolute shock. Even she didn't expect this level of savagery. S sinks to one knee, bloodied and utterly broken. Master Skeleton calls out to Harrier as he begins to fall. He stays on his feet, but looks like a walking corpse. He has given absolutely everything to win, yet S attempts to stand one last time, his face twisted with pure hatred. Suddenly, a purple energy spike impales from behind as Master Skeleton finally steps in to finish it, leaving him completely broken. Having lost everything, S screams his final curse, as Master Skeleton casually points her hand toward the mountain peak. She has no interest in Soma anymore, signaling Harrier to execute the absolute final phase of their plan. A massive wall of ice and energy begins to rumble as the ultimate endgame starts. Flashback to the War Council. The only entrance to this entire mountain range is a dangerously narrow pass. You and I can both appreciate the sheer ruthlessness of this tactical move. Lure the Imperial army in, trigger a massive avalanche, and bury every last soldier alive. A simple, ruthless tactic for a bloody war. Master Skeleton roars for her remaining troops to retreat. Desperate to save her allied tribes, she commands the retreat as the Imperial Knights look up, horrified to see the mountain collapsing over them. The initial wave of snow crashes onto the valley with devastating impact as General Sar finally realizes the dark truth. As the wall of white closes in, they realize they were set up from the start. High above, Harrier watches the absolute destruction. He softly whispers that this is the end. His eye fills with sheer terror as the freezing white abyss swallows him. Preparing a final technique to seal the valley, Harrier remembers Moran holding a bouquet of flowers, a bittersweet memory of the northern style. She looked so peaceful and happy. Harrier unleashes an epic flame dance, triggering the remaining snowpack. The entire valley is swallowed by fire and snow in a display of absolute devastation. Harrier stares down at the ruins, blood dripping from his chin. He secured the victory, but at what devastating cost? A lonely flower bouquet lies in the snow as Harrier whispers a heartbreaking goodbye to his beloved Moran. Standing alone in the white void like a ghost, Harrier is startled as a sudden voice cuts the silence, asking why their master is shouting. As the smoke and snow clear, the grim aftermath of the avalanche is finally revealed. Master Skeleton is frantically shouting his name, looking genuinely panicked. Harrier turns, his golden eye now radiating a strange, otherworldly light. The wind whistles through the empty valley. The Imperial army has been completely erased from existence. Master Skeleton looks toward the horizon, sensing a new presence approaching as a mysterious hand, holding a glowing crystal ball, appears. Trust me, you and I are about to see a brand new player enter this deadly game. With the dust settling on the northern mountains, the Empire's 1,000 soldiers basically marched straight into a frozen giant blender. 600 vanguard troops led by Frey got absolutely folded in the opening act. Turns out, having elite gear doesn't mean much when you're up against literal ghosts. The 400 men bringing up the rear waited for an opening, only to find a one-way trip straight to the graveyard. Alright, you and I are about to watch the northern defense absolutely delete their enemies. Chieftain Red Silk looks completely unimpressed. To him, the Empire is foolish for starting a war when everyone should be preparing for winter. He asks his partner if they agree, but they are just looking cool. He mutters that these invaders make zero sense. The ultimate embarrassment for the Empire? Those 400 soldiers got wiped out by just 2 northern chieftains. Imagine training your entire life just to end up as a statistic. The chieftain casually walks away, calling the Imperial elite pure garbage. Talk about next-level disrespect. Then a blinding flash marks the final cleanup of the frozen battlefield. These northern tribes are not just winning, they are sending a clear message. Survivors are already celebrating their victory, helping each other up from the blood-soaked snow. They saved their home, but the price was devastating. Victory drums echo across the mountains as they search for survivors. The message is undeniable. Bring war to the north and you will find an early grave. Meanwhile, Master Skeleton is trudging through the fresh snow. Her purple boots leave a faint glowing trail as she surveys the aftermath with a cold, analytical eye. She watches her summoned spectral army begin to fade into the biting wind. Their brief return to life is officially over. A survivor named Hagata watches his fallen brothers slowly fade away, his face twisted in deep grief and pure awe. He is finally processing the massive miracle that just saved his tribe. Close up on Master Skeleton's empty eye sockets. Now watch closely here. You can almost feel the weight of a century of war in her quiet gaze. Soft pink energy swirls around the remaining warriors as the spirits return to their rest. It is a quiet, haunting moment of peace. Empty suits of heavy armor clatter into the snow as the phantom bodies completely vanish. Master Skeleton explains that her usual brand of necromancy is really just about moving dead weight around. She admits she normally lacks the power to actually bring back a soul, only the physical meat. Mindless corpses swinging weapons have zero memory of their past lives. But these northern heroes? They were built completely different. They fought with their own free will, proving they were far more than just mindless magical puppets. For the first time, Master Skeleton feels a genuine sense of gratitude toward the departed. She insists that they must be shown the highest respect for their ultimate sacrifice. Chieftain Red Silk approaches, looking as sturdy as the mountain itself, calling out to discuss the final burial rites. He warns her to stand down if she is planning on moving any of the bodies. Out here in the frozen north, the customs for the fallen are much more rugged. To sleep eternally upon the battlefield is their greatest honor. He's saying that leaving them where they fell is the ultimate respect. Meanwhile, Harrier is on his knees in the snow, looking completely shattered. A northern warrior checks on him, but you can tell his deepest wounds aren't even physical. A wide shot of the village reveals the harsh reality of their daily lives. They live, fight, and die in this frozen wasteland, carving out a strength harder than steel. Master Skeleton silently listens to the chieftain, her bony chin tucked deep into her dark cloak. She is truly understanding the spirit of the North. Preparing for her next move, she stands on the cliff's edge, a lone silhouette against the gray sky. She whispers that he is right, deeply respecting the brutal honor of these mountain people. Red Silk walks over to young Harrier, his heavy boots crunching loudly in the crimson snow. The kid is still mourning, and the chieftain knows that pain all too well. Harrier whispers a weak agreement, acknowledging his commander. He has lost his best friend and his childhood in a single night. The chieftain thanks him for standing on the front line and holding back the Empire's wolves. He proudly admits that Harrier completed his mission with absolute honor. He even apologizes for failing to recognize Harrier's strength sooner. It is a massive validation for a kid who always felt like a failure. He asks Harrier what is left for him now that war has taken everything away. This is the ultimate test of his resolve. Staring at his scarred hand, Harrier realizes he gained something far greater than his losses. He is carrying the weight of Morin's dream now, clenching his fist so hard his knuckles turn white. He admits the burden is heavy enough to crush him, fully accepting his role as their new protector. The surviving warriors begin heading back to the village. The battle is over, but the fire of rebellion is only just starting to ignite. Boom! The village suddenly erupts with a massive fireworks display. It is a complete 180 from the tragic mood up on the peak. The tribesmen are getting drunk and laughing off the carnage. They are hyping up Vector, who beat 10 men with a spear in his gut. Trust me, these madmen are just getting started. Alright, you and I are dropping straight into a tavern where Harrier looks completely lost. While everyone throws a wild festival-like funeral, he's just staring into empty space. He quietly admits he missed these rowdy parties. Up north, they don't do silent mourning. They send their dead off with a massive bang. Down south, they just weep and cling to memories. But here they party because death is always close by. Master Skeleton sits next to him, surprisingly gentle. She asks Harrier if he knows why their funerals are so grand. It's because death is their daily neighbor. Sending a comrade off with tears and fear is just too heartbreaking for a true warrior. That is why Miran would want him to smile, not cry. Master is giving some epic comfort here. Harrier stays silent, the words piercing his very soul. It's a brutal lesson when the pain is still fresh. He realizes that falling apart in tears would actually be a direct insult to Moran's proud memory. Morin would probably smack him right on the head for acting weak. Harrier agrees. Morin would be absolutely furious with him. Now check this out. Harrier is finally turning his deep grief into motivation, seeing visions of his ancestors who raised him. The loving family that taught him and raised him. If he let blind rage and regret consume him, they would be absolutely furious. He stands up, a fierce fire in his eyes. He has to carry their immense pride now. Master Skeleton places a bony hand near Harrier's. She apologizes for not protecting Miran, carrying that heavy guilt herself. Harrier looks at the lively party, realizing he was terrified of losing himself in the deep darkness. But Master's presence anchors him. She says they must always remain true to themselves. She is a total philosopher today, teaching him that their grand mission doesn't have to erase who they are. They must keep moving forward for everyone watching over them from the afterlife. Master Skeleton casually grabs a drink. Her skeletal frame looks epic in the dim tavern light, holding the dreams of those who passed on. She willingly walks the painful path of a hero, rejecting the easy life of an undead. This skeleton is completely dedicated to the hero grind. She tells Harrier to smile just like Moran wanted. I love how she cheers him up with bony logic. Look closely, Harrier finally smiles. He is officially back. He sits down to eat, knowing he needs strength first. Master Skeleton slips outside for some quiet solo reflection. Harrier watches his master walk away, finally realizing the crushing weight resting on those fragile, skeletal shoulders. He admits he only now sees her true state. Being a living legend is a lonely, exhausting burden. Her very existence is incredibly fragile. At any second, she could snap, turning back into the terrifying monster the world originally met. Harrier sees more than just hopes on her back. He sees the heavy desires of the living forced on her. That is deep. Harrier looks completely determined now. He is done being a mere follower. He will become the support his master deserves. Fast forward 2 days and the massive tribal council is officially underway. The legendary northern powerhouses have arrived. Chieftain Red Seke hosts, noting that while some missed the call, those who showed up are legendary. Meet Dugo Rexar of the Dawn Sky Tiger tribe. This absolute beast looks mythical and his armor is terrifying. Look at that intense gaze. He is the type of warrior who could kill you with a single look. Harrier is having a major fanboy moment here. He has only ever read about this tribe. It is like meeting a celebrity who can literally split mountains. Rexor's lineage traces back to ancient eras. They are the original warriors of the Cold North, and they never join ordinary wars. Their powerful shaman steps forward, holding a mysterious item meant specifically for our skeletal master. She grabs Master Skeleton's hand, causing the dormant lord inside her body to react instantly. The room fills with chilling possession energy. She hands over a purple runic charm, warning she will surely need it. A total fancy logic there. The shaman mentions her ancestor, leaving Master totally silent. The tension is suddenly suffocating. She asks what insane past led Master to choose such a grim destiny. She is peering right past that skull, seeing the woman she once was. Red Silk is completely lost. He asks what they are talking about. Honestly, he needs to read some history books like Harrier. The shaman laughs at his confusion. She is not about to leak Master's deep secrets to everyone. And that is where we leave it, as the Tiger tribe pledges their raw strength to legendary Edward Banera. Alright, you and I are jumping into a massive alliance. Red Silk just confirmed Dawn, Sky Tiger, Red Sheep, and White Lion Mane are in. The Northern Alliance is officially born. Now the Master turns her focus to the back of the room for one last detail. Time to handle the prisoners, starting with Frey. This wild red-haired knight is locked in a straitjacket, dragged down by massive heavy chains. Yet she looks like she is absolutely having the time of her life. Master Skeleton stares back with blank, hollow eyes. But Frey just greets her casually, way too relaxed for a prisoner. She actually begs to join the fight, wanting to swap sides. This woman is 100% pure, unfiltered chaos. Inside the High Mountain Estate, things get super weird. Everyone just stares in complete shock after hearing her crazy sudden pitch. Master Skeleton starts scheming, trying to figure out this red-haired lunatic. An elite fighter like Frey does not just let themselves get caught. Frey looks completely out of her mind with that messy hair and wild grin. He casually admits to defecting, claiming he purposely got captured just to jump into the Master's war. Harrier instantly snaps, screaming at the top of his lungs. He warns everyone that trusting a monster like Frey is a fast track to an early grave. He reminds them that Frey is a straight-up war criminal and the whole reason they are in this mess. Pay attention to this part. While Frey just sits there smiling, Harrier begins exposing the psycho's truly twisted hobby. He helps kingdoms grow just to invade and slaughter everyone for fun. This guy is definitely no noble knight. He is a professional arsonist. Yet Frey just laughs, mocking those fallen kingdoms for being way too weak. Either way, Master Skeleton looks at him and calls him what he is, a complete lunatic. She cuts through the noise to ask the only question that matters. Why would a bloodthirsty monster side with a ragtag rebel force? Frey leans back, completely relaxed in his chains. He drops a simple answer that fits his chaotic reputation: he wants war. He insults the Master's current army, calling them nothing but a pile of bones and some northern furballs. Clearly, he is not impressed by this weak lineup. He points out that the Empire can easily draft random peasants to build an army that totally dwarfs their tiny alliance. The odds are completely stacked against them. Meanwhile, the Tiger Chieftain, Rexar, silently listens from the dark corners. He wonders why anyone who knows the Empire's true power would choose the losing side. Frey's face glows with an ominous red light as he answers. To him, the Master's rebellion just looks way more entertaining than the boring Empire. He explains that war is boring when one side holds all the cards. He is just searching for a challenge to satisfy his twisted cravings. To him, the battlefield is a chaotic storm of pure catharsis. You see that creepy grin, right? He talks about slaughter like it is a religious experience. He literally describes a brutal war as a grand symphony playing in a theater. The guy is completely unsalvageable. Harrier points at Frey, begging the chiefs to see this psycho for what he is. He is desperate to keep this monster far away. Master Skeleton remains dead silent before addressing the prisoner. She is about to make a choice that will make everyone incredibly uncomfortable. Frey literally jumps up in joy despite the straitjacket looking way too hyped for this. Master Skeleton tells him to get ready, because he is going to be used as a ruthless mercenary. Red Silk slams his desk, reminding the Master that Frey is their ultimate captive. He is not about to let this war starter run free just yet. Master Skeleton points to her skull, stating she understands this breed of war-crazed lunatics perfectly. She explains that people like Frey do not care about the causes of war. She tells Harrier to drop the anger and keep a cold head. She is not looking for forgiveness here, only a major tactical edge. Master Skeleton clenches her skeletal fist as her voice drops to absolute zero. She warns him that war is no fairy tale. It is a filthy, desperate struggle to survive. Harrier looks completely broken, his face caked in mud and dried blood. He realizes she is fully prepared to unleash monsters just to kill other monsters. She asks if it truly bothers him to employ killers as hired weapons, challenging the kid's entire worldview. Rexer speaks up, agreeing that securing one of the 4 legendary knights is too valuable. In the North, survival always overrides morality. Master Skeleton makes her mission crystal clear: keep her allies alive and crush the Empire. She will pay any price to get it done. Even if she must wield demonic forces, she will do so without a second thought. Now that is a legendary main character quote, if I have ever heard one. And that's where we leave it. A brutal reminder that you can't lead your people if you are blinded by your own feelings. Alright, let's jump in. The Master stands like a true commander, setting a standard that Harrier can barely hope to meet. Harrier finally bows his head, admitting his foolishness and choosing to trust his master's cold judgment over his own burning rage. Frey just laughs at their exchange, noting that the Master talks like a true veteran of countless brutal wars. Master Skeleton gives a cryptic answer about her long past, as a silhouette reveals her former life as an elite military general. She spent an entire lifetime on blood-soaked battlefields. Still, Red Silk and the others worry Frey will betray them the second he gets a chance. They desperately need a way to keep this wild, unruly beast on a tight leash. The Sheep Chieftain demands a solid guarantee. If they let this monster out, who is strong enough to put him back in his cage? Master Skeleton raises her hand. Remembering an ancient legend, she already has a brilliant plan to keep the beasts in check. She whispers a secret to Frey that instantly stops his crazy laughter. Looks like she just found this psycho's literal off switch. Frey's eye goes wide in absolute shock as her words sink in. For the first time, this monster looks genuinely threatened. Red Silk sighs and calls for a quick break. This heavy meeting has exhausted everyone, and they need time to process this crazy alliance. The meeting breaks up as the chieftain tells the Master he will trust her plan when the moment of truth arrives. Suddenly, the massive mansion falls completely silent. Guards drag Frey back down to the deepest cells under strict orders. Deal or no deal, nobody is letting their guard down around him. Watch closely right here as Master Skeleton stares out at the snowy plains. She is already planning her next strategic move. She looks so lonely in her own home, a ghost of a woman now leading a massive army of the living. A mysterious white-haired woman watches from the shadows, asking if she at least managed to have that private talk. Old Banson is there too, grumpily telling her to stop with the useless chatter. Ever loyal, he immediately asks about that brat Harrier, still calling him the same nickname from when the kid was a toddler. The shaman at the table reveals that Harrier dropped his shield to train with a sword. That style shift is a massive deal for the tribe. The pipe-smoking woman smiles, noting he takes after his father. Wait, is she actually Harrier's mother? Banson stares at the weapon hanging on the wall, his eyes filled with profound respect for the past. The shaman confirms it was her husband's blade, realizing Harrier only used a shield to blindly mimic her own style. She deeply regrets never talking to her son about their family's true history. The heavy weight of her silence haunts her, triggering a brief memory of Harrier and Moran running through these halls. A much simpler time, before everything burned to ash. She stares outside, lost in deep thoughts about her tribe and her son's future. Outside, the giant mansion stands firm against the raging winter storm. And think about this. In a world consumed by war, Moran's fresh grave sits covered in beautiful, quiet flowers. The fallen warrior's memory lives on. Deep in the woods, Harrier walks alone, his mind entirely focused on his master. He's completely amazed that the skeleton never rests, constantly preparing for her next strategic move. He feels incredibly weak compared to the legend he follows, haunted by constant self-doubt. Despite his big wins, he regrets his emotional outburst at the meeting. He hates losing control and wants to be a true professional like her. Looking out over the frozen valley, Harrier remembers the grand dream Moran left behind. He's determined to achieve it no matter the cost. Settling for less means he doesn't deserve to be called a true man of the North. His resolve hardens as he makes a massive solemn vow. He is going to become the High Chieftain, leading every single mountain tribe. Talk about a massive ambition. Staring at his hands, he swears to become worthy of the name Hawker before this war ends. He kneels at the grave one final time. He quietly asks Moran to wait just a little longer. It's time to step right back into the fire. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out a title he hasn't heard in ages, Lady Harrier. He turns around, his expression hardening. He looks completely different from the runaway we first met. It is old Banson. The loyal butler has finally caught up with his master's child, and Harrier looks surprised but relieved to see him. Banson hands over a wrapped object, explaining that the chieftain asked him to deliver this legacy personally. Harrier's eyes widen as he realizes it is his late father's sword, a heavy heirloom carrying the legacy of a legendary warrior. Harrier grips the hilt, feeling its massive weight. The final piece of his destiny is finally falling into place. And that's where we leave it, as Banson sees the fire of a true leader burning bright in the young hero's eyes. You and I are starting today with an epic prediction. Harrier is about to carve his name deep into Northern history as a legendary warrior. Banson points out that the young warrior is leaving on a massive journey alongside the master skeleton herself. This is where the real adventure begins. He promises Harrier that traveling with a legendary commander teaches far more than rotting away in some mansion. Talk about a glowing endorsement. Banson throws up a cheeky peace sign, telling Harrier to just go and forget the grand hunt for now. Besides, waiting is their specialty. Harrier is genuinely touched, thanking his old buddy for always having his back. He is finally ready to move forward. He asks Banson to keep an eye on the estate until his return. Banson simply laughs it off and tells the kid to leave everything to the real pros. Since the master isn't at the training yard, Harrier asks where she went. He's totally ready to report for duty. He remembers her mentioning some war council to plot their next move. Things are definitely starting to pick up speed. Over in the war room, Red Silk is rubbing his forehead. This strategy meeting is clearly going completely off script. He mentions they lack a navy for an invasion, but don't blink, because right on cue a bunch of giant buff purple dudes burst in shouting about the fleet. Seriously, these guys look like they'd bench press actual warships. The sailors start aggressively flexing their oiled-up muscles. Master Skeleton just stands there looking absolutely hilariously lost. Red Silk introduces them as the Deep Blue Sea Tribe, the only northern folk who genuinely understand naval warfare. The map highlights the northern shores. These ocean ghosts are hard-boiled veterans who completely dominate the water. Suddenly, one of those beefy sailors pulls Master Skeleton into a massive rib-crushing bear hug. He's loud, extremely simple, and way too overly friendly for a war room. He promises to sail her anywhere. He even suggests letting his daughter churn the waters to speed up their plans. These guys are built different. He's incredibly hyped that his tribe is finally heading out into open waters again, immediately sketching out their voyage. If she had a brain, she'd have a massive migraine right now. She politely declines, explaining they're traveling by land. The giant sailor's spirit shatters instantly. Red Silk is laughing his head off in the back while the master explains her plans. Rexer chimes in, noting that with a clear destination set, the next phase of their war is officially locked. The Northern Alliance has a target. Harrier speaks with Banson one final time before leaving. He explains they are heading directly to the legendary town where his master's blade was forged. He says this street had no name back then, but you and I know it now as a legendary spot. Their ultimate destination, the Street of Artisans. Time to leave the freezing monsters behind for a realm of fire and steel. Meanwhile, the dust is finally settling back at the Red Lamp Village. The clan chieftains are wrapping things up, promising to knock some absolute sense into the remaining tribes. Chieftain Red Silk and Master Skeleton share a quiet final moment of deep mutual respect. They wish each other peace, which is pretty funny, considering they are planning a massive war. But before they part, Red Silk calls Harrier back. The kid pauses right in his tracks, looking back with a confused expression. The chieftain admits he is technically just Harrier's old teacher, but he is acting more like a protective dad here, offering one last crucial piece of advice. He explains that although the master is an ancient legend from a mythical age, she is still completely human inside. Beneath all those bones, she is still someone who needs a person to rely on. We witness her inner chaos, showing her absolute rage over a dead student, turning her into a literal demon of vengeance. She carries a truly staggering amount of emotional trauma. Red Silk points out that a living legend like her probably has absolutely nobody to confide in. They are way too busy playing the savior to actually be a regular person. Harrier looks down, feeling the heavy burden of her isolation. Red Silk tells him that a real hero is simply someone who endures endless trials without losing their way. Master Skeleton stands completely alone beneath a vast sky of stars, looking like a tiny speck in the cold cosmos. The loneliness of a hero is incredibly real. A tight shot of her hand tightly gripping her sword hilt, symbolizing the heavy burden she has carried silently for over a century. Red Silk gently reminds him that her first group of companions has already turned to dust. It is up to those standing beside her now to stay there. Harrier lets out a sharp, determined yes. He is not just a student anymore. He is officially her emotional support human now. A stunning title card showcases the trio enjoying a fleeting moment of peace before the coming war. Morin's most precious dream. That title seriously hits hard. And then we have Frey. This red-haired psycho is giggling straight through his gag, finding all this dramatic hero talk absolutely hilarious. And as they march through the forest, trust me, you are going to want to see what this tied-up psycho does next. Let's jump into this crazy ride where she treats a kidnapping like a playground game while the master complains. She reminds Frey that she traveled fine for days, so she can endure some discomfort, but Frey just wiggles around singing about war. Harrier just stares, wondering how such a massive lunatic could ever become a high-ranking general. Looking at Harrier's eyes, he is clearly regretting bringing this psycho along. This whole journey feels like a wild survival documentary. They walk past a giant long-necked dinosaur casually chilling in the thick forest. This tiny adventuring party looks incredibly small moving through the massive prehistoric wilderness. But wait, I spoke way too soon. A giant multi-eyed purple snake drops down to greet them. This is no peaceful hike, it is a suicide mission. Under a stunning galaxy, they push forward into the night, climbing through jagged mountain peaks. The scenery is gorgeous, as long as you ignore the monsters. Naturally, a massive red-eyed mountain bull charges right at them. Master Skeleton is definitely getting annoyed by now. Darkness falls, and they are still trudging through this endless wilderness. This journey is turning into grueling endurance training for Harrier. Master Skeleton catches a rabbit, holding it up like a hard-won prize. Campfire time. Frey sits wrapped in her red cloak looking like a giant burrito, while Harrier diligently organizes their survival gear. The fire crackles peacefully, but pay attention here, because whenever things get this quiet, a massive secret is about to drop. Frey suddenly turns dead serious, demanding to know where she heard the secret of their kids, referencing the dark hidden past of the imperial noble houses. Sitting quietly by the fire, Master Skeleton calmly asks Frey where she heard that secret. Since she was the one who brought it up, the Skeleton Master looks toward the dark trees, wondering why she is asking now after keeping silent all this time. Harrier is down at the stream filling up their water jugs, giving the two elders some space for their heavy conversation. Master Skeleton admits she heard rumors from an old friend, but she was never completely sure if they were true. So she went to get answers directly, referring to her brutal final confrontation with Soma right there on the battlefield. We flash back to a snowy battlefield covered in fallen soldiers. The heavy atmosphere screams that a massive revelation is coming. A ghostly silhouette shows Soma before his death, looking completely broken. The Lords fabricated lies to create a pretext for attacking rival families. Soma's father killed his mother with his own hands, making it look like a tragic poisoning. Imperial politics are basically a horror movie. Master Skeleton points her sword at the dying Soma, mentioning her disciple was just like that. A necessary death in the end. Soma says he accepted his fate humbly while she could not, claiming life is pure suffering anyway. We get a close-up of Soma's blood-stained face. He looks utterly broken, staring up at the skeleton warrior who defeated him. Master Skeleton stands over his body, her dark cloak billowing in the wind. The silence between them is absolutely deafening. Soma lets out a weak groan, realizing his time has run out, while Master Skeleton admits she did not understand him at first. Let's pause here. Look at this vision of Soma going mad over his disciple's death and declaring war. She finally recognizes the striking parallel between them. Against a dark, thorny backdrop, she realizes Soma was neither stupid nor ignorant. He was simply broken. Soma claims Master Skeleton only fought because she needed a justification to exist in this world again. He believes her fury is merely a mask hiding deep loneliness, saying that despite not belonging to this world anymore, she desperately wanted to be part of it. He is really hitting her where it hurts, and Master Skeleton completely snaps. She screams at him to shut up, telling him his nonsense never stops, before turning her back on him and calling it completely absurd. She warns the Imperial lapdog to listen carefully. Just because she is quiet does not mean she is not furious. The Master is officially done playing nice. She declares that keeping him alive temporarily does not mean she has forgotten his horrific crime. He will pay the ultimate price for harming two of her beloved disciples even in death as Soma spits fresh blood onto the cold snow. He is dying but still clings to that arrogant, defiant Imperial attitude. He laughs, mocking her claim of having two disciples, assuming Rexer the Axeman died too before remembering Harrier's incredible skill, runes, and split-second judgment. He actually admits that the kid was impressive. He mocks the northern tribes for throwing their lives away for comrades, calling them affectionate monkeys, as we see Harrier's golden eye glow with raw power. Soma wondered how the kid grew so powerful, believing it was driven entirely by the grief of Moron's tragic death. A bony hand reaches from the shadows as Master Skeleton gazes down at the bleeding man who mutters, "Everyone gets hurt." We cut to brilliant victory fireworks. The massive contrast between the joyous celebration and this cold execution is peak drama. Master Skeleton grabs Soma tightly by the throat, declaring that she felt pain while he did not, the ultimate difference between them. As her purple aura flares to end him, she admits sparing him as a warning was her mistake, and trust me, we are about to see him pay. All right, you and I are jumping right back into the madness. At camp, Frey is utterly stunned, asking if the target really just confessed everything. Master Skeleton casually preps dinner, slicing up a rabbit while calmly noting that his explanation was very thorough. Frey is highly skeptical, knowing their target isn't the cooperative type. Holding up a raw chunk of meat, the master asks, "Is that so?" Cut to a terrifying flashback of her brutal interrogation face. She claims she asked nicely. The knife slices down hard, mirroring a dark memory of her standing on a blood-drenched battlefield. Yeah, her definition of polite is definitely questionable, but she just shrugs it off, returning to her cooking duties. This woman's split personality is genuinely terrifying. Frey stares blankly into the campfire, quietly asking what happened next. The stew bubbles away as dinner is served, cast against a creepy silhouette of the master slicing away at something. Frey clears her throat amidst the awkward tension. The master looks up and asks what is so funny. Frey replies that she is just highly anticipating the future. Nearby, poor Harrier is struggling to carry a massive water barrel. Frey points out that Harrier genuinely sees their master as a noble hero. Then she gets that creepy, scheming look again. Think about this for a second. Kill one, you are a murderer. Kill 10,000 and you are a hero. Frey admits she cannot wait for the moment her young disciple finally realizes the truth, eagerly anticipating his inevitable fall from grace. The master remains silent. Frey promises she will be watching closely until the very end, and the skeleton simply shrugs and agrees. Harrier gazes up at a beautiful shooting star, completely clueless about the pitch-black conversation happening just a few feet away. Morning light washes over a lush, vibrant valley. At last, the travelers have escaped those brutal, frozen mountain peaks. The master's heavy boots crunch onto the dirt road. She announces their arrival, welcoming everyone to the way station of Village Lee. It is a lively hub where they can restock supplies and grab actual food, but suddenly the master signals them to stop. Frey is now forced to wear a ridiculous maid outfit. She grumbles about how restrictive it feels, begging to change back immediately. The master notes that an imperial knight attracts too much attention, and her previous restraint outfit was not helping either. If they want to slip past unnoticed, the dress stays on. Meanwhile, the skeleton pulls her dark hood even lower. She warns everyone to keep a low profile while they grab quick supplies, but Harrier is still extremely anxious. He nervously asks if this is safe, wondering if sneaking in quietly would be better since they look so suspicious. Giving a confident thumbs up, the master claims her disguise is foolproof. But honestly, she is just a literal skeleton wearing an oversized cloak. You and I know this isn't peak stealth. A second later, a dozen Imperial spears surround them. Yep, so much for that flawless stealth mission. Just as they try to blend in, the local monster-detecting hounds begin howling wildly. Trust me, they are definitely not barking at squirrels. The village guards take zero chances, pinning them down with sharp spears. They yell that the air reeks of dark magic, and honestly, they are right. The master's skeleton just stands there with her hands raised, looking like she regrets every decision made over the last century. Well, the jig is finally up. Before blood is spilled, a veteran guard named Mangil steps in to defuse the tension. He tells his subordinate Panio that he will personally handle these suspicious travelers. Mangil throws them a very knowing look, acting far too relaxed for a normal security guard. He commands them to follow him, guiding them safely away from the hostile crowd. While walking through the village streets, Mangil casually reveals he knows her true identity, calling her the legendary ghost of the Spear Tower. It turns out this old guard was once a renowned adventurer, belonging to the famous Northern Guild back in his glory days. He still keeps a close eye on all the latest rumor and gossip. He explains that rumors of a rogue skeleton rallying a guild leader to rebel against the Empire are spreading like wildfire. Their top secret mission is basically common tavern gossip. He notes that travelers only visit this place to access the Craftsman Street, so he decided to offer a helping hand. He is incredibly generous. The master skeleton offers a respectful nod, showing her genuine gratitude for the timely rescue. Finding a friendly face in a town crawling with fierce Imperial supporters is practically a miracle. The veteran guard has some duties to finish first, but instructs them to meet at the tavern after sunset, pointing towards the city center. Harrier and the rest follow him, still feeling the heavy, burning glares of the guards. The master notes that without his help, they would be locked in a dungeon right now, but he simply waves them off. He radiates that classic retired veteran energy, someone who has survived too much to care about minor rules. And that's where we leave things today, reflecting on the painful gap between youthful dreams of slaying dragons and the cold reality of growing old. Right? You and I are dropping into an ancient amphitheater where a bard is playing. Her song is hopeful yet bitter, the ultimate anthem for those who have completely given up. The village guards are huddled together, sitting in the Stone Rose Theater, and quietly soaking in the music. It is their daily ritual to decompress, and Mangle joins the crowd with a deeply somber expression. He whispers to the main character Master Skeleton that this song is about them, people who finally reached their limits. The music tells of young warriors who once dreamed of slaying dragons but ended up just protecting their tiny hometowns. It is the bittersweet reality of every adventurer who chose safety over glory. As the bard sings, her voice echoes through the open air. Aside from drinks and cigarettes, these sad melodies are the only comfort left for these exhausted, worn-out warriors. Master Skeleton listens in silence, her dark hood casting a deep shadow over her face. To her, giving up on your grand ideals is the exact moment you stop truly living. She gives Mangle a quiet lecture, warning him that if he keeps running toward the exact same destination as everyone else, he will just end up as another nameless face. Now listen closely here, because these heavy words shock Mangle. He wonders how a mere skeleton can speak with such profound wisdom, almost as if she lived through that exact despair. Master Skeleton simply stands up, turning her gaze toward the dying sunset. She softly replies that she has, reminding everyone that she is basically a living history book. Deciding it is time to move, the master offers Mangle a deal, insider info on a shortcut to Craftsman Street in exchange for a free hot meal. She definitely knows how to haggle. The group gets ready to move, and Master Skeleton waves a casual goodbye. Harrier is already grumbling, knowing his poor wallet is about to take a major hit. Mangle watches them walk away, scratching his head in total confusion. He has met many travelers, but this ghost and her bizarre entourage are in a league of their own. The sky burns a deep fiery red as the sun finally dips below the horizon. The peaceful day is officially over, and the atmosphere turns heavy. Back at the now empty theater, Mangle sits completely alone. He seems lost in the lyrics, unable to shake the crushing feeling that his life is stalled. Deciding to call it a night, he leans on his heavy spear and slowly gets up, muttering to himself while dreading his return to a lonely reality. Suddenly, a soft voice calls out from behind, teasing that he always stays long after the music stops. Mangle snaps his head around in total shock. He looks like he has just seen a terrifying ghost. His face turns completely red as he stammers out some incoherent sounds. It is the beautiful bard from before. And check this out, she actually reaches out, asking him to walk her home. Talk about a major plot twist for our lonely guard. Now Mangle is stumbling through the village streets, awkwardly moving like he has never walked before. He is terrified his soldier buddies will spot them and tease him forever. He cannot believe a famous musician would ask a nobody guard for help. He clearly has zero confidence in his own riz, but the cute bard just giggles at his modesty. She tells him he is much more famous among the staff than he thinks, making Mangle even more flustered. She urges him not to put himself down, calling the other guards ruined losers compared to him. She is definitely laying it on thick. The bard explains that while other soldiers look full of regret listening to her, Mangle still has a faint dreamy glow in his eyes. She still sees the spark of the great adventurer he used to be. She compares his look to a hero who still believes he can save the princess and slay the dragon. She really loves those innocent eyes. Mangle stops dead in his tracks, back turned. He is processing the wild fact that someone just called his midlife crisis innocent and dreamy. Maybe the bold adventurer inside him is not completely dead after all. It is a moment of pure, unexpected self-realization. He slowly turns around with a look of pure shock, asking her to repeat herself. His brain has completely short-circuited. The lovely bard just blushes, playfully sticks her tongue out, and calls him a dull person. She is clearly loving every second of teasing him. She gives him a mischievous look under the twilight glow, saying he took too long to notice her very clear intentions. She reaches over and holds his hand, sending a sudden bolt of electricity straight through the poor guy. Mangle is sweating bullets, looking like his soul might escape his body as he desperately tries and fails to act cool. The entire background practically turns pink as they hold hands, and the realization hits Mangle like a freight train. It is a date, and the scene shifts to the village tavern at night. While romance blooms outside, The main plot gets complicated, and you and I find Master Skeleton sitting alone, looking like she is waiting for the world to end. Harrier and the rest of the crew are sharing a hearty laugh. Alright, you and I are dropping in as they enjoy their first real meal in days. Amid this rare rebel laughter, Master Skeleton focuses on the map, mapping their next move. She has zero time for fun when there is an entire empire to topple. Harrier looks over at his master, sensing the sudden shift. He can tell she is lost deeper in thought than usual. The tavern is packed to the brim, yet our group remains completely isolated. Frey is still bound in her maid outfit, looking like the absolute strangest party guest. We see the master's mask up close. She stares into the distance, lost in a century-old memory. Meanwhile, Frey somehow manages to chug some drinks despite her restraints, getting treated like a cute mascot by the roaring crowd. The whole tavern is roaring with rowdy laughter and clinking glasses. It is exactly the kind of chaotic vibe that precedes a total disaster. A blur of flowing drinks, wild laughter, and high spirits fills the room. For just a brief second, the war feels a million miles away. Master Skeleton lets out a heavy, tired sigh, finally letting her guard drop, even if it is only for a few moments. Harrier brings over 2 fresh drinks, noting it has been ages since he last saw his master smile. She must be in a good mood. Staring at her cup with glowing eyes, she admits she just recalled a very happy memory. Harrier grows serious, asking if she is thinking about her very first student, the legendary hero. Pay attention here as we head straight into a flashback. A red-haired warrior stands proudly over the corpse of a giant beast. This fierce girl was the world's original hero. She possessed an absolute unbreakable sense of justice and unmatched combat skills. She was the type of hero who would risk everything to save a stranger. Master Skeleton takes a slow sip, muttering quietly as the raw bitterness of the past washes over her. Harrier stares down, plagued by his own sudden doubts. He admits he sometimes struggles to understand what true justice even means. His mind drifts back to the blood-drenched battlefields of the frozen north. In that absolute meat grinder, identifying the real enemy or defining evil was impossible. Outside, Master Skeleton spots Mangle and the beautiful bard walking together under the starry night sky. She softly notes how wonderful it would be if they could simply enjoy their days. She wonders how peaceful life would have been if they were born into a tranquil era instead of this endless, brutal conflict. She confesses that to secure these simple everyday moments, she literally launched a war to end all wars. Irony at its finest. Let's look at Mangle and the bard disappearing into a sea of happy civilians. She believes that spilling blood today will guarantee a peaceful tomorrow. It is a massive gamble. We see her face tense. She confesses that every single time she steps onto a battlefield, she is desperately praying for that quiet future. Raising a single finger, she reminds him that this rebellion is actually her second war. She is a 2-time veteran of the apocalypse. Harrier is stunned, demanding to know what happened in that first struggle. Master Skeleton gives a brutally honest reply. They lost, obviously. She spent over 100 years fighting for a brief peace that barely lasted a fraction of that. She knows exactly how fragile this dream truly is, gazing down slowly at her own heavily bandaged hand. She must fight so the coming era remains peaceful, even if she has to secure it all by herself. Outside, a quiet calmness settles over the tavern. Our favorite guard and the bard share a tender moment as their quiet conversation drifts off into the night. Meanwhile, 112 kilometers away, the peaceful night is broken by faint, ominous vibrations coming from the southwest. A massive horde of beasts suddenly charges out of the dark. Scouts estimate their numbers at around 300. These are not just simple goblins. We see a giant glowing yellow eye with a terrifying reptilian slit. Something massive and extremely hungry has just awoken. Back at the plaza, Mangle and the bard are being absolutely adorable. They are quietly planning their next romantic date right in the plaza. Mangle blushes like a total schoolboy, trying to act cool while adjusting his helmet. She looks completely smitten, holding her hands close. He waves and shouts for her to stay safe, acting incredibly giddy. Man, if only every day in this world was this wholesome. Just look at his face. That is the proud smile of a man who has officially escaped the friend zone. But, of course, his best buddy Martyr arrives to instantly ruin the mood, calling him a lucky bastard for landing a girl. Martyr is having a massive crisis, seriously wondering if Mangle somehow saved their entire country in his past life. He desperately asks if he used secret magic to pull a girl that gorgeous. Martyr keeps begging for his secrets, but Mangle just laughs and tries to push past him. Talk about a real lady killer. As a massive trade wagon rolls through the gates, things turn serious again. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what happens next. Alright, You and I are jumping right in as Mongol checks some papers, looking dead serious. Duty calls. A wagon pulls up, giving us a quick glimpse of the travelers inside. The vibe just shifted from rom-com to high stakes. Peaceful fields stretch out beyond the wall, but Martyr ruins the quiet with a massive question. What are you going to do now? He is deeply worried about what comes next. The Empire still controls this village, meaning trying to raise a family here is basically playing on hard mode. Mangle looks down, admitting a happy family is a brutal dream to keep. The harsh reality of their world is finally sinking back in. But then his face hardens. He tells Martyr that it does not matter how bad things get in this dark age. He says as long as he is with her, any age is fine. This level of resolve is pure protagonist energy. Suddenly, the peace is shattered. A horse gallops into the courtyard, and everyone knows something is horribly wrong. A messenger is barely hanging onto his saddle, covered in blood, and looking like he just rode through absolute hell. Look at that bloody hand. Panic spreads fast as the villagers realize the monsters are way closer than they feared. Meanwhile, over at the Adventurers Guild bulletin board. The board is packed with old requests, but pay attention here. That fresh blood on the paper changes everything. It is the warning from that dying messenger. Master Skeleton and Harrier stare at the board and the news is grim. A massive monster wave is coming, leaving them with less than 30 minutes to prepare. Master Skeleton breaks down the mechanics of the incoming wave, sounding like a veteran who has survived this 100 times. Frey listens carefully as the master explains how monsters normally crawl out slowly, letting adventurers hunt them down to keep their numbers small. But Mangle cuts in, pointing out this situation is on a totally different scale. Since the monsters were not controlled, this attack is basically a walking natural disaster. We flash back to the days when the Empire actually sent knights to help defend against the wave. Everything was so much more organized back then, but those days are long gone. The Empire built a massive barrier around the capital, leaving everyone else outside to rot. That visual of the massive barrier and dark forests proves how abandoned these outer lands really are. While the Empire hides like rats behind their walls, Master Skeleton turns back to the group. Protecting the town now falls completely on the shoulders of whatever adventurers are left. A tough mercenary lounges there, fully realizing that they are the only defense remaining. It is just local sentries and a few ragged adventurers facing down the storm. As Mongjo looks away, you and I can see his promise to the bard is being tested way sooner than expected. Suddenly, the alarm blares. A frantic guard screams that the monster wave is officially approaching the western wall. The town square erupts into chaos. Loud orders ring out for everyone to arm up and assemble immediately. No more talking. Guards scramble to wake up off-duty fighters, prioritizing getting the innocent villagers out safely. No dawdling. Master Skeleton and Mangle lock eyes, knowing that if they do not hold the line, nobody is making it out of here alive. Master Skeleton quickly points out their battle strategy on the map. They must funnel the beasts into a single choke point. Mangle nods, putting his full trust in the Master's combat experience. He says he is counting on her. Heading to his post, Mangle glances one last time at the board. He knows this is a suicide mission. The quest is state-issued, meaning there is zero reward money. Their system is rotten to the core, forcing them to fight for nothing but pure survival. A guard warns that greedy fighters should back out now, because this battle will be a brutal bloodbath. Mangle ignores the negative talk and grabs his gear. Overthinking is useless when monsters are already at the gates. He straps on his armor, his eyes sharp with intense focus. No longer a low-level guard, he is now a true defender of his home. We get an epic close-up of Mangle swearing to protect his village. Talk about an incredible glow-up. Dust and smoke choke the western wall. The first wave has officially arrived and it is absolutely massive. A gigantic gray troll-like beast lets out an ear-piercing roar, sporting teeth the size of daggers. Mangle dives straight into the chaos, blocking the beast with his spear like a tiny ant confronting a behemoth. Blood sprays as Mangle lands a devastating strike on the monster's shoulder. He's holding his own, but for how long? The impact of their clash sends a shockwave clearing the dirt. Mangle pushes his limits, muscles bulging, fighting for his life. Look at those gnashing teeth. It is hungry, and trust me, Mangle is the only thing standing between it and the villagers. Stick with me. Mangle is screaming that he can't hold this monster down much longer. His spear is pinned tight against the beast's neck. Suddenly, his tactical ally Gustator rushes in wearing a gas mask, carrying a glowing red potion. Boom! Gustator hurls the glowing potion straight at the creature's face. Chemicals and fire erupt in a chaotic blast. The monster screams in agony as burning acid melts its flesh. Talk about painful. Mangle immediately finishes it off, driving his spear straight through its head. They got one, but the relief vanishes instantly. Looking at the horizon, he realizes every single beast in this wave is elite tier. This is a full-scale elite invasion. Mangle growls, cursing those backstabbing Empire bastards. He knows they purposefully lied about the danger in the reports. They were sent here to die. A wide view of the battlefield reveals dozens of massive shadows rising in the distance. This nightmare is just getting started. Suddenly, the earth begins to tremble. Mangle freezes, wondering what kind of monster could trigger a literal earthquake. A colossal clawed foot slams down, crushing solid rock. This beast makes giant trolls look like puppies. Watch closely, because a giant glowing reptilian eye just opened in the darkness, full of ancient malice. It's a high-tier wyvern, a dragonkin beast that normally requires a massive raid group to defeat. The guards completely lose their minds, screaming at everyone to run. Morale shatters instantly as panicked soldiers flee the field. While some cry out that it's impossible to win, others desperately try to restore some order. Mangle watches his fleeing squad, realizing the village is doomed. Pure despair hits him like a truck. Looking back toward the central plaza, he envisions the bard. He can't let her die. He remembers her warm smile. That single memory stops him from joining the retreat. Dropping his helmet into the dirt, he tightly grips his spear. If this is his final stand, he's going down fighting. He glares straight into the jaws of death, ready. His lone silhouette stands tall against the colossal monster. Truth is, he doesn't know how to do anything else anyway. Back in the village, chaos reigns during the evacuation. Guards scream for everyone to head north and stay calm. Terror fills the air as desperate families scramble to escape with whatever possessions they can carry. Guards roughly push them forward, forcing them to leave heavy luggage behind because they have zero time to waste. The bar girl runs up to a guard, her voice trembling with panic. She demands to know where Mangle is, but he avoids her gaze. He admits he last saw Mangle holding the line at the outer wall. Frantic, she grabs his cloak, demanding to know the whole truth. Gustator lowers his head, explaining that Mangle stayed behind to buy them all time. It is basically a death sentence. But look back at the front line with me. Bloodied and battered, Mangle is still standing. He vaults forward with explosive speed, pushing far past his limits. Driven by pure instinct, he charges the massive wyvern. This is a true David versus Goliath battle under a bloody red sky. The beast snaps with its massive jaws, but Mongil barely evades the attack with a desperate roll. He thrusts his spear deep into its soft underbelly, drawing a fountain of blood and a horrific shriek. Using his spear as a lever, he vaults onto the beast's back, clinging tightly as it violently thrashes around. His eyes burn with pure resolve, ignoring the agony. This isn't for fame, he is fighting to keep her alive. He drives his spear down repeatedly, refusing to slip off. He fights like a demon possessed by raw war spirit. Suddenly, a whipping blow from the tail sends him flying like a helpless ragdoll against this titanic force. He crashes violently into a stone pillar with an impact that echoes through the village, coughing up blood onto the dirt. Muttering about his final drop of mana, he crawls back to his weapon as lightning crackles across his hands. He is unlocking a tier of power he was never supposed to touch, coating his spear in raw electrical energy. His eyes shine with brilliant white light as his ultimate technique is unleashed, magic spearmanship. He screams Thunder Spear, total lightning strike, hurling the weapon with every ounce of his remaining strength. A colossal bolt of lightning tears through the sky, striking the wyvern dead center and engulfing it in a towering pillar of white fire. Its shrieks are completely drowned out by thunder as the massive charred wyvern crashes heavily into the dirt. Mangle stands alone in the silence, gasping for air and staring up at the smoke rising from the distance. His voice trembles with painful hope as he remembers the bar girl's gentle face one last time. You and I know he's on his last legs, but his heart still beats for the one who believed in his dream. All right, you and I are about to watch a brave warrior collapse into the dirt, having given his absolute all. But he drags himself up using his splintered spear as a crutch. He refuses to quit, standing tall against the gloomy gray sky. His face is covered in blood and dirt. He looks like a walking corpse, but the fire in his eyes refuses to die. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echo through the clearing. A pack of low-tier monsters closes in to finish the job. Surrounded from all sides, he remembers the stories of legendary heroes he once heard. He realizes his own struggle mirrors the tale of a dragon-slaying hero saving his people now. A massive troll raises a fist to crush him. Mangle does not even blink. Boom. The ground explodes as a wave of purple energy tears the monsters apart. An arrow flies out of nowhere, piercing straight through a troll's eyeball. His inner thoughts finish the legend while war rages around him. In his mind, he is still saving his princess. The Master Skeleton and Harrier drop from above like dark angels. Our epic counterattack has officially begun. Harrier becomes a complete blur of movement, slicing through goblins with his twin daggers to cover Mangle's blind spot. A goblin lunges at Mangle, but he blocks the blade with his bare hand. He swings his shattered spear, tossing it aside. This guy still has fight left in him, but a giant beast delivers a brutal headbutt, sending him reeling. He is taking more punishment than a literal final boss. Another heavy blow hits his chest, throwing him down. He roars that even in death his iron will remains unbroken. As his body gives out, he is buried under a heap of rubble. Now don't blink, because this looks like the absolute end for our favorite village guard. Blood drips slowly from his spear. Slumped over with failing vision, he collapses to his knees as his life drains away. His world goes completely white as he slips away. But wait, he forces his eyes open through the dried blood. Gasping for air, he watches the horde close in. Suddenly, a massive shockwave erupts, blasting the enemies back. Using her northern spiral style, the Master Skeleton returns to her legendary general form. Her blade glows with a terrifying purple aura. She unleashes a lion bar slash, obliterating a whole line of monsters. She activates her northern-style hunting technique, moving with terrifying speed. Her devastating strike sends massive trolls flying like helpless bowling pins. A vertical montage of sheer carnage. The Master is a one-woman army, clearing the defense wall in seconds while Harrier cleans up the survivors. He taunts a beast, telling it to eat more protein for its tiny brain. Frey approaches Mangle, looking highly impressed. You and I can easily guess what is running through Mangle's mind as he recognizes these legends. The Skeleton Master gives a warm thumbs up. She praises him for holding the line, making their flank attack easy. Mangle lets out a weak, bloody smile. He succeeded. The Master notes that the villagers have successfully evacuated, turning her gaze toward the burning ruins. The dust finally starts to settle on the western wall of Leafred. What was once a busy market is now just a pile of expensive-looking rubble. Mangle stares into the smoke, his eyes reflecting the sheer madness of the battle he survived. He has witnessed a lot, but today is on another level. Suddenly, two figures emerge from the thick haze, including a cloaked skeleton. Beside her is a woman laughing like she just heard a hilarious joke. It is like the difficulty dropped straight to zero. Beasts that wiped out entire squads of guards are now being sliced up like warm butter by our bony ally. He is witnessing a true hero. The vibe shifts instantly from a horror flick to an epic legend. Pure awe fills Mangle's heart. Covered in blood and grime, he cannot tear his eyes away from the legend standing before him. The Master Skeleton looms over the carnage, her expression completely unreadable. She points out that his eyes were empty yesterday, but they have completely transformed. Harrier stands ready as she explains why. Mangle finally possesses the gaze of a man who has found something truly worth protecting. Their mission is clear: survive and protect. Because dying to protect someone is very different from protecting them even if you die. Harrier does not need to be told twice. He charges, his blade glowing bright as he prepares to sweep the remaining trash. He unleashes a massive horizontal slash. The sheer force of the impact blows the surrounding snow and dirt away. That sharp blade slices deep into those heavy scales, dealing massive damage. The giant wyvern tries to snap back, but Harrier is already targeting the weak spots in its neck. Trust me, this is a level of terrifying precision. Alright, you and I are diving into a moment where Harrier grips his sword so tight, the leather literally groans under his regret. This is no longer just about protecting the village. Behind him, Mangle can only watch in absolute awe. He can barely comprehend this god-tier swordsmanship. Harrier suddenly slams his blade deep into the earth, unleashing a massive shockwave that blows the surrounding beasts into the sky. He is riding the giant wyvern like a pony, brutally stabbing the beast as it shrieks in pure agony. Talk about absolute disrespect to a proud dragonkin. With northern style flashing on the screen, we know the real show is starting. He slices the colossal monster apart in one flawless stroke. The sheer size of this beast compared to Harrier is terrifying, but his strike connects. The word succession lights up the screen as a violent blast rips through the wyvern. Balling flower technique. A swirling vortex of pink and white energy literally shreds the beast mid-air, leaving Harrier a brief second to catch his breath. With sweat dripping from his face, even he feels the exhaustion. He stands atop the giant corpse, looking strangely unsatisfied. He quietly admits his skills are not what they used to be. The heavy grief remains. But there is no time to mourn. A massive pack of gray trolls is rapidly closing in, looking absolutely starved. They charge in from every angle with their fangs bared. It is a solid wall of muscle and horrific breath. Check out this creepy close-up. Meanwhile, Freya is having the absolute time of her life. wearing a jagged, psychotic grin as she watches the chaos unfold. Harrier is forced to flip backward as a massive wave of pure energy obliterates the front row of trolls. Now pay attention to this beast getting its face utterly erased by a brutal impact. That is one nasty headache. Bray goes flying through the air like a wild red-haired firecracker, laughing hysterically while setting off massive explosions everywhere. For once, Harrier actually worries, yelling at her to watch her blind spots. But Frey just laughs it off, asking who he thinks he is lecturing. She claims only fragile weaklings worry about things like that, truly living up to her fearsome title as the Knight of War. She dives headfirst straight into the gaping jaws of a giant red monster. Zero survival instincts, but 100% confidence. The impact is massive. Frey's blade hits like a falling building, cutting off the monster's name on screen. She stands proudly on top of the giant head, glaring down at the lesser trolls like they are nothing but pesky insects. Glimpsing a glowing core buried deep inside the beast, anyone else would retreat, but Frey only sees a perfect target. She unleashes the devastating Earth Canyon Cutter, a massive vertical slash that literally splits the entire mountain in two. The shockwave is so violent that even monsters miles away must feel the rumble as the entire world turns red. A broad view reveals her absolute devastation, showing Frey as a tiny red speck lost in a massive valley of burning smoke. A heavy boot splashes directly into a river of dark monster blood. The earth is soaked with the gory aftermath of her fun. Up close, Frey's face is a complete mess of blood and grime, and those unblinking wide eyes are absolute nightmare fuel. Standing alone against the surviving horde, she honestly looks more like the final boss than our hero. She screams the word die, swinging her blade so hard she creates a vacuum. Nobody is escaping this steel blender. Watching from the side, Harrier looks deeply impressed and a little terrified. He realizes this is the true nature of mercenary warfare. He remembers the strategy meeting where he fought desperately against employing someone so completely uncontrollable. But seeing her in combat now, he finally understands why the master struck this deal. Free casually scoops her own severed leg off the dirt. I know what you're thinking, and yes, that is absolutely insane. She literally just presses it back on, annoyed that her flexible battle gear is ruined and completely wasted now. Harrier just stares, completely speechless. He suddenly remembers the legendary rumors about her god-tier regeneration. Frey looks back, her armor half destroyed, but her body is already stitching itself back together. It turns out she uses the external blood covering her body as fuel to reattach severed limbs and heal open wounds. That is straight-up vampire logic. Harrier realizes he is witnessing the absolute pinnacle of Imperial might, one of the four knights. This is the Knight of War, Frey. Licking fresh blood from her lips, she asks with a grin if they should keep fighting. She tries to offer Harrier some pointers since his forms were decent, but he immediately shuts her down. Telling her he does not need her advice, Harrier mocks her for constantly getting torn apart in battle. The sheer tension between them is electric. Together they dive right back into the chaos, carving through everything in their path. The surviving villagers can only stare in wonder at these monsters. Just then Mangil looks up as someone calls his name. He is on the verge of passing out when the bard arrives, and trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Let's jump back in as Mongol stands shocked, demanding to know why she hasn't evacuated. Amidst the utter carnage, they share a desperate hug. She reassures him the village is safe, while the remaining guards and adventurers finally unite their strength. With Master Skeleton wiping out the bulk of the horde, the rest are easy prey. Crying, she demands to know what he was thinking. She is absolutely furious that he dared to fight a deadly wyvern all alone. Mangel just flashes a weak, blood-stained smile telling her not to worry. He claims he just got a tiny scrape during the fall. Yeah, right, buddy. Gesturing to the massive wyvern carcass, he boasts that even if it is not a true dragon, he still took it down. A small price to pay for a legendary tavern story. But our bard friend is completely unamused. Asking if he is joking, Shaylet looks ready to finish him off herself, but Mangil gently cups her chin, silencing her instantly. Suddenly, the battlefield vibe gets intensely romantic as they pull each other into an even tighter, warmer embrace. He whispers that holding her is 100 times better than seeing her in danger. What a guy, sobbing. She buries her face deep in his shoulder. She confesses how much she missed him, and let's be real, this emotional damage hits hard. Gazing at the setting sun with weary peace, Mongol quietly whispers that only one task remains now. The mood turns poetic as we witness memories of the village's lost hopes and the innocent dreams of his youth. Tales of legendary heroes slaying mighty dragons and saving princesses are classic fairy tales, but seeing it unfold in reality is something else entirely. It feels like a beautiful fairy tale ending as she softly tells him that he does not have to save her. Surviving is more than enough. Watching her, Mangle realizes she helped him reclaim a childhood dream he thought was lost to time forever. He knows it is undeserved, but he secretly wants to chase one final dream. As the sun sets over the ruins, they stand close. He silently notes that this shattered village cannot offer a peaceful life, making a family a difficult dream to chase. Suddenly, his gaze sharpens as he declares he has finally found it. The ultimate key to a peaceful daily life. Meanwhile, we cut back to Master Skeleton, who is now radiating an ominous purple aura. Unleashing her northern-style hunting technique, Deer Trample, a colossal wall of pink energy erupts, completely crushing everything ahead. Screaming trolls are instantly vaporized, completely erased from existence by the absolute raw power of her strike. Look at this monster getting its jaw vaporized. Our master is clearly not playing around anymore. Standing tall amidst raging purple flames, her tattered cloak billows as she acts like an absolute god of death, clearing out trash. One beast tries regenerating its severed head but instantly crumbles. She calmly notes that splitting its core makes regeneration impossible. Looking down at her hand, she briefly recalls her glory days in the hero's legendary party. Dismissing their survival skills as mere cheap tricks, a funny, glowing little skeleton head pops up to agree. Talk about a massive mood swing. Barking out orders, she commands Harrier and Frey to herd the remaining beasts together. Harrier is completely caught off guard, but Frey charges right in, screaming at everyone to stop staring and unleash their strongest skills. Epic split panel action. We have Frey's fiery pyro style on the left and Harrier's northern style on the right. With eyes blazing with pure killing intent, they unleash a devastating combo attack called Horizon Breaker and Triple Lion's Blade Roar. Flashy lines and massive explosions fill the screen as the battlefield is literally shredded to pieces. Goblins and massive trolls are corralled like sheep straight into the deadly kill zone. Master Skeleton crouches low, completely prepared. Her empty sockets burn with terrifying energy as a colossal black dragon neck rises behind her. Now it is her turn. Things are about to get incredibly loud. Announcing her northern-style hunting technique, she draws back her sword, charging it with wild purple mana. Launching herself high into the sky, the impact of her leap shatters the earth, leaving a crater the size of a carriage. Looking up from below as she ascends, her silhouette looks like a tiny speck against the backdrop of that massive dragon. Landing squarely on the beast's back, her sword surges with blinding critical hit energy. In a blinding flash of light, the ultimate charge is complete, and the release will be absolutely catastrophic. She screams Centennial Tree Felling Slash, carving a massive pink energy cross right through the monster's torso. The dragon screeches in agony as the energy blast rips it wide open. Harrier gets blown back by the absolute shockwave, grunting at his own rookie mistake. He looks down to find his weapon completely shattered. Master Skeleton's dark eye socket instantly narrows. She is clearly displeased that her student lost his main blade. Both Frey and Harrier float mid-air, looking totally stunned. The flow of battle gets totally disrupted, but Frey flashes that crazed grin again, telling him he needs to finish it off. And you and I know a broken sword won't stop this show. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as Frey deflects a deadly strike, keeping Harrier safe. The Master unleashes his signature Centennial Chain attack, a strike 10 times bigger than the first one. Amidst the massive explosion, a lone silhouette stands perfectly still. Boom. A total wipeout for the monster wave. Turns out this mess was caused by a complete failure in population control. Classic imperial bureaucracy at work. But unlike before, this high-risk crisis featured a colossal monster, yet casualties hit a record low. Liver Village, having survived landslides and storms, stood proud and undefeated once again. A majestic purple flag with a white circle emblem flutters high above the village wall. They held their ground against all odds. Gazing at the crimson sunset, Manil sighs, telling the Master's party that it is a real shame they have to leave so soon. The Skeleton Master, wearing a simple mask, replies that they have absolutely no time to waste. She promises to put Manil's map to excellent use, while he bids them farewell, telling them to call him anytime. He is officially a trusted ally now. As the flag waves, they vow to use this hard-fought victory to build a much brighter future. Standing with his new wife and squad, Manil dreams of building a nation where people can live in peace through their own hard work. Holding out a golden emblem, he tells them that armies carrying this very crest will arrive soon. When they do, they must carve that symbol onto their flag. Manil is fully locked in on this revolution. If that day comes, they absolutely will. Meanwhile, the Skeleton Master, Harrier and Frey march off into the glowing horizon. Lugging a massive pack, Harrier waves goodbye, We get a close-up of a firm forearm grip, the ultimate symbol of an unbroken promise. Guards and adventurers stand tall in a proud salute, honoring the heroes who saved them all. Looking back one last time, the skeleton master raises a hand toward the golden sky, noting that even through endless ages, true stars still shine. Talk about pure main character energy, but wait. A woman with long purple hair pauses and turns her head. Beside her in the workshop, a nervous blacksmith asks if something is wrong. This lady is seriously ripped, muscular arms, intense eyes, and a deadpan expression. She quietly mutters that it is nothing. New character unlocked. We are officially leaving the bloody battlefield behind to visit the ultimate heart of craftsmanship. Welcome to Artisan Street, the bustling neighborhood where almost every single legendary weapon in this world is born. The roaring fires here literally never sleep. This massive commercial hub is where the absolute highest quality gear gets traded day in and day out. If you want a sword that won't shatter during a major boss fight, this is your ultimate destination. The rhythmic clang of hammers echoes constantly through every alley. Here, every single building is a mini factory of blazing fire and steel. Just look at those smoking chimneys. The town is blanketed in a heavy layer of dark soot, the sweet smell of true progress. Finally, we arrive at our main destination, Searcher's Forge. The epic storefront sign looks like a deity crafted it himself. Pay attention here, the legendary Searcher is staring into the flames with a highly intense gaze. He radiates that classic weary energy of a master who has hammered enough iron to last 10 entire lifetimes. Every blade must be absolutely flawless before he calls over his apprentice, Doran, who arrives holding a feather duster, looking way too hyperactive. Searcher inspects a freshly crafted sword and casually asks the boy exactly how many years he has spent as his apprentice. Talk about putting on the pressure. Yet the master notes Doran learns fast, a shockingly rare compliment from such a grumpy old guy. The master suddenly drops absolute bombshell news while Doran is still trying his best to look busy. He declares that Doran has officially graduated. Dumbfounded, the boy listens as Sir tells him he can finally engrave his own signature on weapons. Looking like he just hit the jackpot, the ecstatic boy eagerly asks if there are absolutely no takebacks. That goofy expression is absolute gold. Sir tells him to cut it out and head to the market tomorrow to buy a proper hammer. His old training tool belongs to the juniors now. Doran is so incredibly hyped he starts doing literal backflips, screaming at the top of his lungs. Sir can only facepalm in sheer exhaustion, instantly regretting his decision to grant that massive promotion. See, a hammer is everything to an artisan. It is the sacred tool that allows them to surpass the limits of the human body. We see a legendary smith in his prime, bending white-hot steel to his will with nothing but sheer grit and a heavy hammer. The tool you purchase upon graduating becomes a lifelong partner, the true beginning of a legendary smith's journey. Grinning from ear to ear, Doran waves goodbye and sprints toward the bustling market, finally a full-fledged independent blacksmith. He runs through the cobblestone streets like a kid on Christmas morning, while Sarah watches from the doorway, praying he behaves. You and I both know excited apprentices always buy the flashiest, most useless tools, leaving Sir dreading whatever trash Doran brings back. Suddenly he senses an incredibly creepy, familiar aura nearby. He shivers, wondering if he is about to face that terrifying skeleton once again. Alright, you and I are jumping right in as Master Skeleton and her gang arrive at a place Banera hasn't seen in over a century. Peeking from the shadows, Sir grins and says their timing is absolutely perfect. He was clearly expecting some rowdy guests. Free and Harrier follow close behind the skeleton, wondering if this dump is actually Sir's forge. Honestly, it looks way more modest than they ever expected. Sir flings the door open, showing off his massive muscular arms as he welcomes them into a room overflowing with legendary swords, maces, and armor. Each weapon looks strong enough to solo a dungeon. Harrier is instantly impressed by how quiet the shop is. Sarah explains that with his apprentices out, this is the only time the place isn't completely deafening. Sir crosses his arms, getting straight to business as he asks what they want. Master Skeleton steps up, her skeletal hand glowing with an eerie purple mana. Deciding to be direct, she holds out a shattered sword fragment that is actively pulsating with dark, chaotic energy. This thing radiates pure danger. Looking as intimidating as ever, the skeleton asks point-blank if he can repair it. Now pay attention, because this isn't just any broken blade, it's a legacy piece. Meanwhile, we cut to a crowded market. Artisan Street never sleeps when there's coin to be made, and young Doran is making his way through the crowd, looking totally overwhelmed. Suddenly, a loud stall owner catches his attention, screaming about legendary weapons for sale. Doran pauses to take a look. The merchant instantly spots a rookie and tries to hustle him with a half-price hammer, A classic tourist trap for naive graduates. Doran just blankly stares at him. He might be young, but having been trained by Sir himself, he remembers his master's rules for choosing a hammer. Rule 1, no engravings because they cause rust. Rule 2, wooden handles only for quick repairs. And Rule 3, balance is everything. Sir's words of absolute wisdom are literally echoing in Doran's ears right now. This world isn't kind enough to spare a fool's wallet. He inspects the merchant's cheap hammers, gaudy patterns, metal handles, and zero balance. This junk is literal garbage. Doran simply walks away as the merchant screams insults, asking if he makes a living mocking fellow artisans. Cold as ice. Still, he keeps searching, absolutely determined to find his destined hammer in this massive, chaotic district. The sun begins to set, casting a beautiful glow over the bustling city skyline. Now you and I can see Doran is starting to sweat as night falls, crows call, and shops begin locking up for the day. Doran keeps hunting, but every single tool looks like garbage. The brutal realization hits him, it's not here. Rude merchants tell him to move aside so they can pack up. He is officially running completely out of options. Our boy is having a full-blown mental breakdown in the middle of the street, screaming that he's screwed and begging for a hammer like a lost lover. The kid is honestly way too dramatic. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks, spotting an old man sitting alone with a single item on a red mat. The vibe around this specific stall is completely different, quiet, heavy, and incredibly professional. Doran slowly walks over, deeply intrigued, while the old man sits in silence with his eyes closed. The hammer has a wonderfully simple design, a wooden handle, and flawless balance. It's literally everything he's been searching for. Just by judging the center of gravity, Doran can tell this is an absolute masterpiece crafted by a legendary smith or someone even greater. He politely asks the elder if the item is actually for sale. The old man finally opens his eyes, offering a warm smile. Doran can't help but wonder why a master of this level is selling wares on a simple floor mat. The elder just laughs off the flattery. The old man tells him if he truly appreciates the craftsmanship, he can just have it for free. Wait, is this guy actually serious? Meanwhile, Master Skeleton and her crew finally track down the legendary blacksmith Sir, but their consultation immediately kicks off with a massive reality check. Sir takes one quick look at the shattered demonic sword and immediately taps out, apologizing and admitting it's way beyond his expertise. He explains that the sword was forged from the horn of the actual Demon King. No wonder normal blacksmithing methods won't work on it. The master is utterly crushed, having traveled through freezing snow and endless monsters, hoping for a miracle repair job. Sir apologizes once more, stating he has absolutely no memory of ever forging such a divine, terrifying artifact. Which makes sense, because the master casually mentions that the legendary smith they originally met lived over a century ago. Sir's eyes narrow as the realization hits him that he's talking to a walking historical legend. He flatly says she's not human. The skeleton's purple eye socket flares with a cheeky glow. She admits that's true, but then brings up ancient journals left by the forge's original founder. These writings apparently mention the founding smith working with such highly cursed weapons. The founder even wrote a warning about an ageless thief and a rogue who aided him. Sir looks at the master in total disbelief. He calls her the main protagonist, but you and I both know respect doesn't fix shattered steel. Let's dive into this secret as Surtur reveals the founding smith was banished for breaking taboos. Hearing this, Harrier absolutely loses it, screaming his lungs out about wasting their entire journey. Sir tells him to relax, admitting this street has scammers, but real help is still out there. Pointing them down a new path, he mentions they have already proven their worth to those who came before. Sir hands over a secret coordinate, pointing them toward Alley 74. A blacksmith there actually understands divine artifacts, so the team heads off to track down this expert with a legendary shop. Soon they are standing before a dark, massive stone fortress that looks exactly like a high-level dungeon boss lair. The sign outside reads "The Hearth Where Gods Walked." Talk about an incredibly dramatic name for a workshop. Frey leads the way, looking way too excited to break into yet another strange, creepy workshop. Once inside, they realize the place is basically a museum packed with weird display cases and ancient holy relics. Massive halberds and glowing spears are mounted on the walls, covered in holy symbols. Frey just bursts out laughing, finding this entire legendary collection of relics completely hilarious. But the master is dying here, complaining the room smells like 20 sweet potatoes. Just went through a terrible digestive disaster. Suddenly, a deep voice echoes out from a dark, cavernous hallway, asking if they are customers. A tattooed hand strikes a match in the dark, revealing a shadowy figure. He apologizes, explaining he was only offering a prayer, then demands they leave all gear and weapons outside before coming down. Now watch closely here. Red flags fly as they walk down the dark hallway, their footsteps echoing ominously. Frey and Harrier walk in silence, both wondering if they have just walked straight into a deadly trap. Harrier finally speaks up, asking why on earth a regular blacksmith would even have a creepy tunnel like this. Master Skeleton casually confirms his worst fears, stating it is definitely an ambush, and something is already circling them. Harrier and Frey totally freak out, demanding to know why they left their weapons outside if she knew it was a trap. The Master just shrugs under her dark cloak, answering that they walked in here completely on purpose. She wanted to bait the owner out, knowing non-humans would never get a warm welcome here, and right on cue a dark hand reaches from the shadows. A young man with yellow eyes and facial markings grins, saying since non-human things have entered my shop, he leaps backward and unleashes a massive spell, shouting that he will never welcome them. He yells, "Purification!" A blinding yellow light erupts from his palms, engulfing the entire group. Master Skeleton gets caught dead center of the massive holy blast, screaming in dramatic fashion. The priest smith yells, "Wandering undead, I shall return you to the sacred cycle of reincarnation." Harrier screams out in pure panic as the explosion violently rocks the cavern. But the Master calmly raises a bony hand, declaring, "Divine authority. Chain bender." Green magical chains shoot straight out of the floor, targeting the group. Harrier gets instantly wrapped up like a mummy, completely paralyzed. The tattooed priest pulls his chains tight, fully believing he has got them completely defeated. While Harrier struggles in total confusion, you might wonder why Frey is just standing there, looking completely bored. She casually grabs the green chain with one hand and snaps it, commenting on his amusing little tricks. Harrier is still screaming for everyone to stop fighting, while the entire cavern continues to explode. Meanwhile, Master Skeleton is literally chilling inside the holy purification fire, saying the warmth feels nice. The priest's jaw drops. He cannot believe his advanced purification spell failed completely, backing away in sheer terror as he realizes what she is. But he is told to freeze. The skeleton has already appeared behind him, gently patting his shoulder. The Master formally introduces herself, explaining she might be undead but she is not evil. Her name is Edward Vanilla. Tilting her skull, she says if he still wants to fight, she will gladly oblige, but talking would be much better. The shadowy priest begins chuckling softly to himself as all the hostile tension drains from the room. He bursts into booming laughter, shouting that with a skull face like that, she is a very interesting customer. He steps forward, revealing a ridiculously buff, shirtless tattooed torso, admitting he has not laughed this hard in ages. He smiles and introduces himself as Priest Gregory Gilman Theo, Master Smith of the Hearth where gods walked. Gregory looks down at the broken demonic sword on the table, asking if they want him to repair this relic. Gregory carefully examines the glowing pink blade, demanding to know where on earth she even found such an item. The Master explains it is a demonic sword split clean in half, and without the missing piece, her necromancy will not function. Demonstrating how her summons instantly turn to dust, let us wait and see if he can fix this blade. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the action. Gregory points out that an undead wielding a god's ribcage sword completely defies the laws of reincarnation. But our Master does not care. She only wants to know if he can repair the blade, offering a massive reward. Gregory's face turns serious. He explains his workshop has one golden rule. Before he touches his hammer, he must hear the owner's story. He grins. If he actually likes their tale, only then does he finally start forging. Harrier and Frey sit by the fire as he pours them drinks, asking for tales of glory or pain. The dwarf's philosophy runs deep. He needs to know what foes his weapons will strike down and who his armor will protect. He snaps his fingers, sending sparks flying. Because without knowing the Master, even a godly weapon is just useless iron. Watch closely as the fire flares up, lighting the room. Gregory sits by the flames like a tribal storyteller, ready to listen. He urges her to begin. The flames crackle as Master Skeleton starts recounting her long, blood-soaked history. We witness a beautiful, bittersweet montage of the loyal allies, the brutal training, and the deep tragedies she survived. Visions of her burning village and her cherished pupil flash across the screen. It is a heartbreaking tale of a phantom desperately fighting for the future, leaving Gregory totally spellbound by the hearth. He calls her story magnificent, like living a legend. Frey is shocked too, hearing these deep secrets for the very first time. The skeleton clasps her hands together, quietly murmuring she had no reason to share it before. Gregory stands up, fiery energy swirling around his shoulders, noting some highly suspicious gaps in her tale. His golden eyes blaze with legendary insight while confronting the master, revealing a vision of the blonde hero from ages ago. Looking at the glowing pink shard of the Demon Lord's horn, he asks Edward Vanilla if she truly believes that blade holds necromantic power. The master nods silently, confirming it since the weapon was forged directly from the Demon Lord's horn. Gregory just watches the rising embers, smiling mysteriously. He claims that is just her wishful thinking. Wait, what? Gregory drops a massive bombshell, telling her the dark magic is not her own. She only thinks so because of the blade. Harrier stands in the back, totally lost. Gregory summons a small flame in his hand, explaining that non-mages never truly grasp how magic actually works. He smirks, letting the spark hover overhead as he prepares to school this legendary fighter. He explains that magic is born from a person's inner thoughts. It stems from desperate desire, like someone freezing to death dreaming of a warm fireplace. While mages trust their own talent, priests pray for holy help. And let's be honest, you and I can see she's completely trapped by the belief that the blade controls the undead. The skeleton stares down at her skeletal hand as sudden realization hits. She wonders if she simply wanted to believe it to be that kind of monster. Gregory confirms her theory. Exactly, Edward Vanilla. You never borrowed that necromantic spell from any weapon. Gregory smiles as purple energy erupts behind him. The dark power to raise the dead. That strength belongs to you. He points his finger straight at her skull. You are the Demon King. Meanwhile, deep within the Empire, the nobles are losing their minds, screaming about total annihilation. A shadowy politician grits his teeth, demanding to know if the Emperor has been notified yet. He is told no since there is no reason. A creepy wide-toothed grin flashes in the darkness. He claims they can handle this mess quietly. The Lord yells back, asking if he has lost his mind. 1,000 elite Imperial troops, plus the Knight of War, are gone. We cannot hide this. Panic spreads as they realize their entire northern defense force was literally wiped off the map. Another shadowy figure sighs, sending that absolute lunatic Frey was their biggest mistake. An untamed beast is worse than useless. They demand blood, screaming to catch the rebels, skin them alive, and feed them to swine. They scream to show the world the Empire's wrath, proving what horrible fates await anyone who dares defy them. A pale, delicate hand with sharp claws gently touches a beautiful crimson blossom. A voice whispers about showing them absolute terror. The fingers pluck the bud, letting the petals drift down as the speaker addresses the Empire's foes. The camera reveals a blue-skinned demon girl with crimson eyes chewing the stem, with a massive dragon looming behind her. The terror of death. Now we return to the dusty streets of the Forge District, where the mystery deepens. It is a nice break from world-ending horrors. We go to the blacksmith shop where our master skeleton receives shocking news. And trust me, you and I will soon see her sword cause massive trouble. Alright, you and I are about to see Master Skeleton finally get her request accepted, and the absolute relief is real. The master blacksmith, Theo, might be a bizarre old man, but his skills are completely legendary. He has been forging divine relics since before these rookies were born, ranking easily among the top 5 continent-wide artisans. You do not get muscles that massive just from eating sweet potatoes. Novices like Doran just churn out cheap gear, but true grandmasters like Theo pour their entire souls into every single strike. A single blow from a master blacksmith sounds like thunder, each calculated strike shaping absolute perfection. Now Theo and his novice apprentice are discussing the strange nature of their craft. Most creators are eccentric weirdos who reject jobs on a whim, and Theo has a famously terrible attitude. In fact, the last request he actually accepted was over 2 years ago. Frey tells Harrier to be honored that such a master is working for them, while Harrier is just sweating over the bill. Theo notes that foolish warriors often look down on blacksmiths. That is a massive mistake. Never anger the person who literally crafts your defense. On the battlefield, warriors and smiths are inseparable partners who survive together. Watch closely, this is a bond forged in survival. When weapons do not break under extreme pressure, fighters can finally unleash their full power. That is the sacred promise of the forge, shown in the determined eyes of a past hero. Behind every legendary champion, tireless blacksmiths worked through the night. Master Skeleton looks at her bandages, reflecting on that truth. No wonder she is so incredibly picky about finding the absolute perfect forge for her demonic blade. The blacksmith appreciates the respect, but warns her that the ultimate trust must always lie within herself. Strike an enemy, and it is a sword. Thrust forward, and it is a spear. Everything depends on how the wielder commands it. Watching her silhouette, Theo cannot guess how she will use his creation, but he knows these people are no villains. Frey and Harrier sit quietly, deeply processing the heavy wisdom from the legendary smiths. The silence is heavy, signaling that serious training is about to start. Standing in the shadows, her sheer presence makes everyone sweat. Harrier looks as if he has finally understood something critical about his potential. The young apprentice bows in gratitude, realizing he will need tons of caffeine to complete this epic job. Slam. Harrier strikes the table with fiery resolve. He is completely done with the waiting and overthinking. He calls out to his teacher with eyes full of passion, while she simply tilts her head in utter confusion. It has been ages, but Harrier is finally stepping forward to test his growth. He formally challenges the living legend. Soon they head to the abandoned mine directly behind the artisan district. You and I both know a beatdown is coming under the guise of a spar, but Harrier is ready. He is far more focused than 10 minutes ago, and Master Skeleton calmly accepts. She casually tosses him a wooden training sword like they are just out for a stroll. She explains that words are useless, he must understand with his heart, absolute peak shonen logic. Frey lounges nearby, enjoying the spectacle. She shouts for Harrier to clash blades and use his head. Master Skeleton admits she has not sparred in ages. Even the memory of the northern mountains makes her bones ache. She coldly warns Frey not to even think about interfering with their duel. She is dead serious even with training sticks. Frey waves it off, telling her not to worry. Actively playing the chaotic referee, Frey jokes that fighting a weakened Master Skeleton would not be any fun anyway. Talk about savage. Frey begins the countdown and the surrounding air suddenly turns heavy. Master Skeleton prepares to school her pupil. With a shout, Harrier lunges forward like a cannonball. Zero hesitation, just pure explosive aggression. Frey is genuinely impressed. She notices his burst speed is way faster than back in Lever Red Village. Close up on Harrier's fierce face as he shuts the distance. He has evolved rapidly in such a short window, and it finally shows as their intense clash begins. Wooden swords move like lightning, producing heavy shockwaves in the air while Master Skeleton calmly evades every strike. Her movement is effortlessly precise, reading Harrier's next step before he even attempts to execute it. And that is where we leave things, with Harrier desperately trying to pin her down. Let's jump into a battle where the stakes feel incredibly real. Harrier is relentless, pushing his master toward the canyon wall with a flurry of strikes. He's not giving her a single second to breathe. He uses the environment, kicking off a rock to gain more momentum. For once, he's actually thinking ahead during a fight. A close-up shows that golden eye hunting for a weakness. Harrier is 100% locked in, searching for that one tiny opening in the master's defense. A relentless flurry of blows fills the air. It's like an impenetrable wall of wood and white sparks. Master Skeleton finally shifts her stance as Harrier lands a heavy, crushing blow that sends a shockwave through the entire mine. Frey actually looks surprised now. The master repositions, suddenly looking much more alert. She's finally recognizing him as a real threat, not just a trainee. Her skeletal hand tightens its grip on the weapon. The wood literally creaks under the pressure of her non-existent muscles. Harrier charges again, but she meets him head-on with a crushing parry. The deafening impact echoes all the way through the canyon. Now watch closely. The master lashes out with a lightning strike. Harrier barely parries, but the force sends him skidding backward. She's moving with a crazy speed that shouldn't even be possible for someone without lungs. She's a total blur of purple and gray. Harrier's face drips with sweat as he struggles to keep up. He's starting to realize just how massive the gap between him and this legend really is. Crack! The master lands a brutal hit on his side right through his guard, which is definitely going to leave a mark tomorrow. Her blank skull makes this beatdown even scarier. She's completely emotionless while handing out this painful lesson. A wide shot reveals the insane scale of the spar. The canyon floor is literally being torn apart. The master pauses, her hood casting a dark shadow. She's assessing Harrier's growth purely through the flow of combat. Harrier is wheezing and bleeding from his mouth, but he refuses to quit. His eyes still burn with that intense yellow fire. She strikes from an impossible angle, her blade curving around his guard like a striking snake. Snap! Harrier's wooden sword finally gives up under the immense pressure and shatters into pieces. He is left holding a useless piece of wood as she stops her blade millimeters from his throat. An incredible display of control from the veteran general. A quick flashback of her rapid strikes highlights the massive speed gap. He was completely outclassed there, but you and I know he's not done. Harrier launches a desperate kick as his sword shatters. Talk about a never-say-die attitude. The kick connects with her cloak, actually forcing her back a step. That is 1 point for the student. Immediately, Harrier grabs her arm, trying to turn this into a messy grappling match. He is getting incredibly creative now that he is weaponless. He charges forward with everything he has left, screaming as he pushes his body to the limit. Look at the skeleton's face. Is that genuine surprise? Harrier might have actually caught the legend off guard. A wide shot reveals their final clash. A massive dust explosion blankets the entire mine area. Suddenly, Harrier starts moving like a silent shadow. His movements are almost invisible in the thick haze. He goes for a high-risk counter thwack. He lands a solid blow on her head. Or maybe it was just her heavy hood. Either way, it is a hit. Harrier is sent flying backward by the recoil of his own desperate strike. He spins through the air like a rag doll. A massive cloud of dust erupts as he crashes hard into the ground. The canyon wall probably felt that one too. Frey watches the aftermath with a very thoughtful expression. She notices how he turned an attack aimed at his landing into a clever counter. Not bad at all. Master Skeleton steps out of the smoke. Looking completely unfazed, she asks if Harrier is all right, sounding genuinely concerned. Harrier is slumped against a rock with blood dripping from his chin. He mutters that it went exactly as expected. Clearly frustrated by the outcome, he tells the master she is weakened a lot, just like he thought. He is taking this loss and the power gap incredibly hard. The master just stays quiet, letting her student vent. She points out that even in this fight, he only moved defensively. Harrier gets annoyed that she did not fall for any feints or blind spots. He feels like he was just being babied by a living legend. Harrier really pokes at her pride now, asking if she held back because he looked too weak. The master just laughs at the absolute ridiculousness of it. She tells him he is reaching too far. Just then Frey pipes up from her spot on the ground. She points out the master was clearly holding back. She knows because she has personally traded blows with her in the past. And that's where we leave it. Did her heart really soften at the forge? Alright, you and I are jumping right into this moment where Master Skeleton brushes it off. But Harrier stands his ground. Harrier points out that ever since visiting Theo yesterday, the master has been deeply lost in thought. He is sharper than he looks. Master Skeleton's eye flares with a deep purple light. This kid just hit the nail right on the head. Clenching his fist, Harrier yells that they are warriors. He claims a real battle speaks far louder than sitting around eating cookies. The kid is speaking facts today, warning his master that she is in a seriously dangerous headspace right now. He is genuinely worried she might return to how she was when they first met. He says anyone can stray and wander off, but they can always return to the right path. Just like he did. He is being incredibly supportive. He tells her she can find her way back because she is not alone anymore. That hit deep. He is truly stepping up as a companion. No matter if people call her the Demon King, she is still just herself to him. He is officially the emotional support human for a legendary skeleton, vowing to fulfill his dream as both her disciple and loyal friend. He journeyed all the way from the northern mountains, specifically to keep his master on the right path. Master Skeleton stares at her bony hands in complete silence. His speech is clearly shattering her internal crisis. She is not some tyrant who steals thousands of lives. Her sword belongs to a hero who saves them. Now watch closely. He shouts 1,000,000 times over his belief in his master is absolute, enough to make a skeleton feel something. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a freezing pitch-black world covered in total darkness. A dying world where the sun set ages ago and hope is gone. Silhouettes of past heroes linger, but in this deep dark, are they simply waiting? Master Skeleton lets out a soft, dry laugh. She admits she is incredibly lucky to find such a disciple in this era. Telling Harrier to resume, she is finally ready to fight him properly. She promises to face him with a resolve that matches his grand words. She is taking off the kid gloves now, staring down at her bandaged skeletal hand. Feeling blessed to have such students backing her, the master's eye sockets flare. The vibe just got 5 times heavier. Harrier looks a bit nervous but incredibly hyped, shouting back with wide, excited eyes. He is ready to witness what a legend can do without holding back, while Frey smirks from her perch on a rock. Frey notes the master never promised to go all out, but things are definitely about to get loud. Master Skeleton takes slow, heavy steps forward. The sheer weight of her presence literally makes the ground vibrate. Harrier is on high alert, his posture balanced and ready. He waits for that first strike with bated breath. You and I both know what is coming. The master raises her fist, and the canyon goes dead silent before the explosion. A single pebble slips from the cliffside, shattering the quiet. The tension could snap iron. Suddenly, both fighters completely vanish in a blur of blinding speed. This spar has officially ascended to a god-tier clash, triggering a massive dust explosion across the canyon floor. Mid-exchange, they are absolutely leveling the entire mine area. Harrier throws a heavy punch, but the master has already slipped behind him. Speed and reaction time are completely against the student today as a brutal flurry of strikes follows. It is a chaotic collision of gray and brown blurs, leaving even Frey watching with wide eyes. Deeply impressed, she realizes the flow of the battle has completely flipped from earlier. Master Skeleton has ditched her defense for pure aggression, raining down heavy, relentless blows without a single pause. Harrier focuses entirely on blocking, desperately planning to end it all with one perfectly timed counterstrike. The high-speed clash continues with bone-shattering impacts, and Harrier is barely holding his ground against her. The master's strikes fall like thunder, pushing the young warrior straight to his absolute physical limits. Harrier preps his ultimate move, betting his entire survival on a single counterattack to turn the tide. Master Skeleton reaches out with glowing eyes, making this the absolute moment of truth for her student. Harrier successfully ducks under her grip and drives a solid punch right into the master's torso. Drenched in sweat, Harrier is pushing past his limits just to prove he can stand by his master's side. A distant shot shows the duo clashing against the sunset, a whirlwind of violence in a beautiful open world. Harrier steals a split second to breathe, looking completely beaten down but with a fire still burning in his eyes. As they clash in a rapid-fire blur, you and I are about to see if he can find her blind spot. Alright, you and I are about to see Master Skeleton unleash total chaos. It is like she has 8 arms. Harrier is getting absolutely schooled in combat. Crack! The master lands a brutal heavy blow right on his head. That has got to hurt even for a spar. Harrier's focused eye is twitching from pure pain and exhaustion. He is reaching his limit and they both know it. Bam! Master Skeleton slams Harrier straight into the canyon wall. The sheer impact creates a massive web of spiderweb cracks in the solid rock behind him. Harrier's feet slide through the dirt as he tries to regain balance. He is not going down without one final desperate struggle. Harrier launches himself back into the air with everything left. He is going for one final all-or-nothing strike. Master Skeleton stands calmly in the shadows, waiting for her student's final gamble. She has already seen through his entire plan. Harrier lets out an absolute soul-shattering scream as he rapidly closes the distance. He slams into the rock next to the master, trying to weaponize the environment. Master Skeleton simply tilts her head slightly to the side, effortlessly dodging a flying boulder. She shouts, her voice echoing through the canyon. Boom! The canyon wall finally gives way, raining a massive shower of debris and dust upon them. The entire cliffside is literally cracking and falling apart from the sheer force of this spar. But watch closely, his strategy might have backfired. Master Skeleton looks up at the falling debris with total calm. She realizes he was never cornered. He was aiming for the cliff all along. She realizes Harrier's plan was to trap her right under the falling rocks. Not a bad strategy for a rookie warrior. The resulting dust explosion is massive, completely blanketing the scene. It looks like an entire building just collapsed inside the mine. Master Skeleton emerges from the dust cloud, totally unfazed. She looks like a literal ghost standing in that thick white haze. Flash! Harrier suddenly lunges straight out of the dust, aiming for one last surprise kick. He lands a solid blow that sends a shockwave rippling through the air. Still, the master mocks him, calling his choice of opponent his biggest mistake. Frey watches from her perch, looking genuinely impressed. She admits that dropping those rocks was a clever setup, and actually a pretty smart strategy. Master Skeleton catches Harrier's flying leg with a single bony hand. She coldly points out that he could not actually make those falling rocks hit her. Harrier is sweating bullets, staring into the master's empty sockets from inches away. He knows he is caught and the match is over. Harrier's foot hits the dirt as he collapses to his knees, utterly defeated. He mutters his surrender, completely crushed by the immense power gap. Let us look at them now. Harrier is completely out of juice in the middle of these canyon ruins. Master Skeleton actually thanks him, saying her head feels refreshed for once. Harrier just laughs, wheezing that it did not even count as a warm-up. Harrier looks at his master with a tired smile. She gently tells him he has grown incredibly strong since the day they first met. Harrier is genuinely shocked by her high praise. He is finally receiving the recognition he worked so hard for. Frey suddenly pipes up, stretching and announcing it is her turn next. She looks way too energetic after watching that brutal beatdown. Master Skeleton just stays quiet, suddenly looking depressed all over again. Frey notes she has been sulking since yesterday after being called the Demon King. Then she gets a demented grin, teasing that she is ugly either way, so her attitude should not change. Honestly, she is such a bully. Master Skeleton stands as a dark silhouette, completely done with her nonsense. Harrier tries keeping the peace, asking if their current sparring record is tied at 1 win each. Frey immediately suggests settling the tie with a best-of-3 match. A red text box pops up, making this look like an official challenge. Frey gets that terrifying shadowed look on her face with glowing eyes. She laughs, asking since when the battlefield does best-of-3 matches. She claims that out there, all that matters is who is still standing. Frey jumps into action, looking absolutely insane as she charges the master, while Harrier shouts for them both to stop. He knows this is going to end horribly for the village behind them. Suddenly, a massive steel pillar flies in from nowhere. A voice demands they stop. Crash! The heavy pillar slams down right between Frey and the master, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. Master Skeleton is completely shocked, wondering where on earth that steel pillar came from. She looks toward the source of the interruption. A loud voice asks what these lunatics are doing after hearing a massive commotion behind the village. It is the muscle mommy blacksmith from before, and she looks absolutely furious. She screams at them to answer her. She is about to give these troublemakers a real lesson in manners. Harrier is really feeling the effects of that intense high-tier spar. He plugs a nosebleed with cotton, barely trying to stay conscious. And that is where we leave them, resting up until the next wild fight begins. Alright, you and I both know Harrier is lying about being fine, and Doran thinks they are maniacs. Training is tough, but this looks like an actual death match. Theo warns them to hold back, or Harrier will never make it to retirement. Talk about a brutal reality check. But the master points out that the real damage came from that blue-haired girl. Meganium literally treated Frey like a target at a wild demolition derby. Master Skeleton explains the mess while Doran just stands there processing the carnage. A simple is his only response. Sir explains that Meganium probably lost her mind after hearing about intruders inside the mine. She is not exactly the talk-first type of creator. The master asks if Meganium is someone important. Doran confirms she is a terrifying local legend. Despite being one of the top 5 artisans, she mostly just hangs out at Mooch Coffee. These artisans really are just built different. She suddenly reveals she was listening from behind the whole time. Doran is sweating bullets while trying to act polite to this gorgeous lady. Theo pops his head in, wondering why Meganium is here so early. The shop is getting crowded and she says she came to give her cute junior a special lesson. Doran looks like he wants the floor to swallow him alive, and Doran cannot believe his ears. Now pay attention, because a lesson from a top-tier artisan always means double the torture. She explains that becoming a true master requires visiting different smithies. It is all about that diverse grind, baby. Meganium grins, saying her research is almost done, while Doran is just annoyed at being her official coffee running boy. Doran remembers her mentioning this research forever and asks if it is finally done after all this time. Master Skeleton stares at the blade, calling it a masterpiece that will finally grant his and his friends' deepest wishes. He thinks of all the Imperial citizens who desperately need the power to protect themselves. This is not just a sword, it is a symbol of rebellion. Theo asks if she is still working on it. He told her to give up on it before, but she clearly did not listen, insisting it will be finished soon because of a promise. Even with her father disapproving, she absolutely cannot abandon this partnership. The atmosphere gets incredibly heavy as they stare each other down. You could cut the tension with a blacksmith hammer. Theo gives up, telling her to help with work before the lesson starts. Sometimes you just have to let geniuses do their thing. Meganium is all smiles now as long as she gets a massive allowance later. Always chase that bag, sister. Doran is totally jealous that she gets to wear the smith apron, but Magna just mocks his envy of professional gear. Now look at this. Serta explains the brutal truth that Artisan Street is a place driven entirely by raw, cruel skill. It does not matter if you are an outsider with a bizarre personality. If you have talent, you earn their respect. He explains that Meganium started out as a frail little girl abandoned on a bloody battlefield. Looking at her now, frail is definitely not the word. Instead of holding her father's hand, she gripped a hammer. Instead of a mother embrace, she chose the scorching heat of the furnace. Her body eventually caught up to her spirit. That scarred child transformed into a world-class artisan. He tells Doran to watch closely and learn from her efforts. This is the true heart of a craftsman on display. Just look at this gorgeous cover art. Magna looks absolutely bossed up on her stool. Suddenly we cut to the mountain near Artisan Street under a deep, ominous red sky. Someone is mocking that cute conscription officer. Imperial ego is always at an all-time high right before a massive disaster. Meet Commander Bula of the Imperial Third Army. He is highly annoyed they traveled all this way for a city of ironmongers. He asks what they even intend to bring back from such a tiny city, clearly holding zero respect for the artisans. The response is simple. Two things. This guy is acting incredibly cool for someone about to invade an entire city. Their goal is the complete collapse of Artisan Street through sheer military force. Then they plan on digging up the cemetery to secure the legendary hammers buried deep beneath. Legend says these creators use only one hammer their entire lives, sealing their soul and deepest wishes into that very steel. That devotion eventually turns to magic, imbuing the iron with power, making these hammers high-tier magical mediums. The artisans bury their tools, completely unaware of their real value to the Empire. That graveyard is just one massive treasure chest. From an officer perspective, it is a gold mine. They do not care about the dead, only the legendary loot. Boki realizes that the specter of Changtap village, our master skeleton, is also in the city, killing two birds with one stone. Let's see if you and I agree that volunteering for this mission was incredibly cunning. Let's dive in. He knew she only cared about those magic hammers, but she just takes his insult as a compliment. To her, being cunning is just being opportunistic. She confirms the plan: destroy the city, loot the graves, and trash the skeleton. She makes total annihilation sound like a weekend chore, finally holding up a glowing mana crystal. She whispers that they must secure it, and Bolka agrees this item could completely turn the tide of war. The Empire's interest is piqued. She demands this target be sent straight to the capital workshop and torn apart. Science and war, the absolute worst combination. She tells Bolka to lead the invasion himself. She does not care about the methods, as long as the village is suppressed before the four knights arrive. The third army detachment is fully prepared to crush Artisan Street. They even summoned a Death Knight, so they mean serious business. She warns him to move carefully, since one mistake ruins everything. They need a flawless victory to please the Emperor. The gears of war are grinding as the sun sets over the unsuspecting city. Now watch closely as darkness falls and the invasion force creeps forward, while a scout reports on the city's defenses. Surveillance is key for a clean strike. There are no major threats, but rumors say the Master Skeleton caused a scene in the mines. They also discover that the old blacksmith who once served the Empire has finally returned. Things are getting messy for the spy team. Their leader is highly annoyed that the old geezer returned. She hopes he hasn't leaked Imperial secrets. Dealing with the Empire's old raccoon is already giving her a massive headache. Since that terrifying Death Knight is coming anyway, she decides they need to move fast. Staying too long will ruin them. She bites her nail knowing that if they stall, everything turns to ash. Speed is their only hope. Click. They easily pick the lock and slip right into the target building. They begin searching every single corner. Whatever that rare item is, they are determined to find it. Suddenly a voice echoes from the darkness, saying the shop closed hours ago. Megania has caught them red-handed. She asks what they are hunting for in the dead of night. Every item here is a priceless treasure. And spoiler alert, they absolutely cannot afford them. The female spy claims it is just a big misunderstanding. Calling herself a diligent civil servant, she happily explains that these enchanted weapons are being legally recovered by the Imperial Treasury. How joyous! Megania just bursts out laughing at her pure audacity. They are both laughing now, but you and I know only one is walking away from this alive. The order is given: kill them. The shadows come alive as the Imperial trap is sprung. Boom! A massive shockwave rips through the floor as Megania moves, flying through the air like a deadly purple-haired tornado. These spies completely underestimated a top-tier artisan. She reaches out for a weapon on the rack. An artisan is never truly unarmed in her own shop. An armored soldier lunges, but he is already far too slow. Shink. Several glowing blue energy daggers plunge into his chest plate. The spy girl's jaw drops in shock. She never expected display weapons to be actually lethal. The daggers shred the heavy plate armor like wet cardboard. That is some elite-level enchantment work. The soldier collapses to the floor, completely defeated in seconds. Megania just stands there looking deeply disappointed, while the spy girl admits she is genuinely impressed. Megania is truly an elite master of Artisan Street. She tells them it is pathetic if they are already amazed by this. She has barely even warmed up her mana. More daggers begin to float around her, crackling with raw lightning. The shop is filled with crackling static and impending doom for this entire Imperial squad. Those earlier daggers had a certain strike spell embedded in them. Flying homing blades. Pretty cool, right? Sure, it is wildly expensive and they are single-use, but it allows a simple blacksmith to easily slay an official knight. An entire wall of glowing blue blades rises behind her. She demands to finally get an answer to her question. The spy is completely surrounded by floating lethal steel. Her flawless plan just slammed into a massive wall. Megania tells them not to worry about the money. She has just decided on a very different form of payment. The price for witnessing something this interesting is going to be extremely high. She is not feeling generous tonight. The shop glows with an eerie blue light as she delivers her final cold promise: she will take their heads. Megania is going full savage mode to protect her forge. This quiet street is now a total war zone, and trust me, you and I are going to want to see how Bulka survives her wrath next time. Let's dive into the action as Megania glows with blue mana, ready to delete anyone in a 5-meter radius. Bacola sneers and warns her not to get arrogant over a single lucky strike. Megania responds with a cold, dead-eyed stare, telling her opponent to keep her eyes open next time, savage. Bacola glares right back, shouting insults before lunging forward with terrifying inhuman speed, screaming that she will kill her. Megania does not even blink. She charges her enchanted daggers, filling the entire shop with crackling static electricity. Those daggers launch like homing missiles, cutting through the dark with brilliant blue trails. An Imperial Knight jumps in to play shield, yelling for Lady Bacola to get behind him. Classic tank move. He barely blocks some of the daggers, but the immense force nearly knocks him straight off his feet. Bacola just stands back, letting her bodyguard take classic noble move. Megania laughs at the pathetic defense. She mockingly calls it a disappointment that he got hit twice. Bacola, utterly unimpressed, remains unconvinced by her simple tricks. Watch closely here, because she warns her about arrogance, while Bacola charges up some serious flame magic. A massive pillar of fire erupts into the shape of a demonic arm, swallowing Megania in the blast. This is definitely a major shift from their casual coffee chat earlier. Her blue daggers attempt to slice through the blaze, but Bacola's magic is overpowering. Yet Megania casually strolls out of the smoke, calling the fire lukewarm. She asks if Bacola honestly believed a little heat could affect a master weaponsmith. Spending all day near a furnace makes her laugh at this temperature. She treats a deadly fire spell like a slightly warm shower. Bacola looks ragged but still wears a creepy grin. She admits she missed her earlier, but claims she is about to catch her now. Is she actually plotting something? Suddenly another knight sneaks up from her flank with a heavy horizontal sword strike. Bacola is right there too, eyes glowing with malice, thinking she has won. Megania gets trapped in a red barrier. She realizes one of their weapons must be a high-tier defensive tool. Check out that confident smirk. Megania is locked in a cage, but acts like she has already won, launching a massive wave of daggers from within the barrier. She zips around the shop like a proper anime protagonist, her coat fluttering dramatically behind her. I know what you're thinking, but wait, she just throws a regular dagger, leaving Bacola completely confused. The knight blocks it easily, assuming he is completely safe because the weapon lacks any magical enchantment. Megania whispers a quiet command. Oh boy, here we go. The dagger spins with a terrifying amount of energy. Crack! It smashes into the helmet with the force of a wrecking ball. A massive explosion of smoke and blood. That regular weapon actually did more damage than magic ones. The knight and Bacola are sent flying into the street. Talk about a brutal, painful reality check. She plays on a completely different level. Bacola grins, claiming she has already seen that move. Megania suddenly unleashes a blinding burst of pink energy from her barrier. Bacola banks everything on her defense, screaming that the trick will not work twice against an elite knight. The knight tanks the impact, sparks flying everywhere as his armor starts to glow red-hot. Bacola is a total blur, zipping under her cloak to land a high-speed dash across the cobblestones. Giant blue energy pillars crash down all around Megania. She admits that wielding multiple flying weapons is like cheating as a massive stream arcs through the air. Megania explains they must fly straight to generate explosive force, but Bacola just laughs it off. She claims Megania can only control a few precisely, dodging a blast to close the distance instantly while calling her attack too weak. She lands a devastating punch right into Megania's midsection. Megania goes flying backward, crashing violently through a heavy pile of iron bars inside her shop. Bacola slowly approaches through the dust like a horror villain, while Megania struggles on the ground to breathe. Our strong female lead finally looks vulnerable as Bacola stands over her, mocking her tiny bit of talent. What a sore winner. She delivers another heavy strike to Megania, telling her that blacksmith tricks do not work on knights. Bacola leans in close, her shadowed face looking completely demented as she calls her a cocky, arrogant brat. And that's where we leave her, mocked as a mere blacksmith. Alright, you and I are jumping into the action as she puts a blade to Megania's throat. Megania is heavily bruised and bloodied, but she still grunts out a defiant "damn it" as the camera pans over the city. Honestly, the quality of these Imperial Knights has totally tanked. It is pretty embarrassing, and back at the gate, Paka is gloating. She does not care about the fallen knights if they succeed. Holding up that glowing blue mana crystal, she smiles like a little kid with a brand new toy. Kaboom! A massive bolt of blue lightning strikes a building directly in front of them. Paka's eyes go wide with shock. She cannot believe they are still standing and fighting. Dozens of blue energy beams shoot into the night sky across Artisan Street. Magna fights to the bitter end, clenching a blood-covered hand into a tight fist. Someone is chuckling in the dark. It is the old blacksmith who got looted earlier, standing tall right in the ruins of his shop. He warns those bastards never to look down on Artisan Street because this entire town is waking up now. The villagers recognize that sword from Megania's shop. Right then, Piccola realizes their secret operation has officially failed. She desperately wanted to avoid a full-scale clash with these blacksmiths. Then the Death Knight tells her to look ahead. Something huge is heading their way. A blazing trail of blue energy streaks through the city's dark alleys. Master Searcher looks up as he recognizes that voice. It is the old man who ran the Imperial workshop. Now watch closely here. The old smith is screaming about a forced requisition while Piccola covers her ears in pure annoyance. He is completely ruining their quiet getaway. She decides there is no point keeping him alive despite his deep ties to the Empire. The Death Knight draws his blade with a cold, ruthless look, ready to finish the job. A close-up on his masked face shows killing intent radiating off him right before a loud clang. He clashes swords with the old blacksmith in a flurry of sparks. The Death Knight mocks him, asking if a crumbling old geezer can actually match a knight. The old man struggles hard, his arms shaking from the massive pressure. He knows he cannot win, but he refuses to back down. Piccola laughs, asking if he is feeling nostalgic. She claims they gave him his success, and now he is turning on them. The old man takes a brutal hit but keeps speaking. He admits he achieved success but completely lost his true self in the process. He says that even draped in royal silk, he was still a blacksmith to the bone. Staring her down with intense fury, he asks if she really thought he would let his home be ruined by her filthy hands. You and I can see he is on his last legs after a brutal hit, yet he stands defiant outside his shop. He proudly proclaims this is the home of masterpieces, where the continent's greatest artisans gather. He warns her to get lost because there is absolutely nothing here for her to take, as the noise draws a crowd. Villagers wonder if the Imperial army snuck inside under the cover of darkness, while Master Sir watches from the shadows. Looking absolutely pained, he knows the brave old man just signed his own death warrant by stepping in. Breaks into a sweat, realizing he must move quickly to survive while the Death Knight is done playing games. Deciding to execute the old man, he delivers a devastating point-blank vertical slash, with a close-up on his face as the blade connects. Though his eyes are wide, his resolve remains unshaken as blood splatters across his mustache. It is over for the former Master Smith as the knight's blade carves right through him in a red spray. The old man crashes down into a pile of wooden crates, his sword clattering away with a massive fatal wound in his chest. This is a one-way trip to the afterlife as the ruthless knight stands over him while he gasps for air. Using his absolute final breath, the old man yells for the village gates to be closed as the crowded plaza stares in complete horror at this dying legend. The Death Knight is merely annoyed, complaining that he had to struggle this much over a single old man. Coughing and wheezing, the master blacksmith says he has entrusted his wish to a certain young man and has no regrets. With his last breath, he spits out one final insult, calling them low-class trash. Now Surtur steps out, shouting for every artisan on the street to listen up. He warns the crowd that the Imperial conscription officer is here to take their home by force. He calls on them to take up arms and become the mighty wall that protects Artisan Street. A close-up of the blood-stained blade as he calls to the artisans, and Searcher's eyes glow with fierce intensity. He screams for them to protect the street as a blood-covered hand reaches up toward the stars, begging them to save it. We leave it here with his final wish echoing into the